Chapter 1716. Sun Dongxing thought he was going back to the ward. She sneered. You really know how to pretend to be a filial son. I'm not going to accompany you. Ying will call later. Watch your time. She didn't even bother to look at Yi Jifan. She gathered her coat and left the hospital without looking back. She wanted to go over. She didn't care about his reputation in the government. Why did she accompany the old woman until so late every Saturday? Why didn't she stay at home and look at her computer when it was snowing? Ever since Ying went abroad to study, Yi Jifan and Sun Dongxing had less and less interaction. They didn't even have a normal conversation. Living under the same roof was worse than being strangers. They didn't even exchange a word of courtesy. Yi Jifan would rather talk to Ying than talk to Sun Dongxing, who had been brainless all her life. He didn't know anything about the outside world either. He was afraid that Sun Dongxing would drag him down. His wife left without looking back. He also walked into the elevator without looking back. Regiment Commander Lu came to the Provincial People's Hospital so late at night. It was obvious that the leader of the military was in the emergency room. He had to go up and greet him. What was he waiting for? Opportunities were never just for you. If you didn't take the initiative, you would never be able to stand out. Just like his niece Yi Qian. Ha! After she found out about Uncle Zhen's identity, she immediately found a way to move back. She caught the old man's attention and soared to the sky in 5 years. Even he couldn't touch her for the time being. Yi Jifan's eyes flashed with a hint of viciousness. He adjusted his coat and patted the non-existent dust off it. He walked out of the elevator as the door opened. There was a resuscitation room and an operating room on the 8th floor. The resuscitation room was on the left and the operating room was on the right. Yi Jifan thought about it and walked towards the operating room. As he walked through the quiet corridor, he saw Regiment Commander Lu with his back facing him. There was a tall figure standing beside him. He looked familiar. Did the professor say anything before he went in? Did he need us to do anything? Lu Tuan's voice was low and cold, revealing a chilling might, which made the soldiers who were being questioned feel a little nervous. This was a new recruit and he had a certain amount of respect for his superior. He quickly replied. Before the professor went in, he only asked us to wait outside for the operation to end. He didn't say anything else. Commander, you went through the hospitalization procedures and paid the fees in advance. Then, he ordered the two of us to stand guard outside and report to him if anything happens. Political Commissar Yen saw that the recruit was so frightened by his old friend that his voice was trembling. His voice couldn't help but become gentler. Thank you for your hard work. When the people from the team come, you can go back and rest first. If there is a need, I will call you over. Hurry up and go. Captain Lu and I will guard this place. It was useless for them to guard the place. They couldn't make any decisions if anything happened. It was better for him and old Lu to guard the place. If the situation changed, they could deal with it immediately without wasting any time. After the political commissar spoke, the recruits secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Everyone said that the regiment commander played the bad cop, while the political commissar played the good cop. Sure enough, it was like this. His legs felt weak when he talked to the regiment commander, but when he talked to the political commissar, his heart did not tremble as much. Yi Jifan, who was standing at the back, heard this and knew that his guess was right. Sure enough, it was an important leader who was in the middle of an operation. His condition was probably not good, so he needed someone to guard the place. Chapter 1717. Lu Tuan and political commissar Yen did not notice Yi Jifan until they heard a surprised Lu Tuan behind them. They turned around and saw Yi Jifan striding towards them with a surprised expression on his face. Why is he here? And why did he come to the operating room? Does he know that old Chun is not feeling well? Lu Tuan and political commissar Yen looked at each other secretly. Their expressions were slightly restrained, and they showed some coldness. They did not have a good impression of Yi Jifan. He probably knew it himself. How could he be so thick-skinned to greet them? This director Yi was really a talent. Yi Jifan had already recognized the familiar tall figure. He was even more certain that the person lying in the operating room was a military leader. Lu Tuan, political commissar Yen, Why are the two of you standing outside the operating room? Is there a leader who is not feeling well? After being an official for so many years, Yi Jifan's skin was really thick. He could already tell that the two people standing in front of him did not welcome him. But what could he do? One would not hit a smiling person. They were soldiers and they were in the hospital. What could they do to him? All he needed to do was to let them know that he really wanted to mend their relationship, so that they could chat and have a meal together in harmony. You tell him. Lu Tuan did not want to talk to him at all. He directly said to Political Commissar Yen, I am relieved that you are the one handling this kind of thing. Just say a few words and send him away. He will not be an eyesore standing here. Old Chen does not like him. We have to send him away before Old Chen comes out. Lu Tuan said and nodded slightly at Yi Jifan. He then turned around and said to the two recruits who were preparing to leave, Go back to the camp. When you see Company Commander Yu, ask him to bring him here as soon as possible. Yes, Regiment Commander. The two recruits stood at attention, saluted and left in an orderly manner. Yi Jifan did not care about these conscripts. He purposely stood to the side and smiled at the two recruits. When they walked past him, he said to Political Commissar Yen, The soldiers that you two brought are really different. They don't look like recruits at all. They look like veterans who have been in the army for a few years. He was good at making friends, but it depended on whether Political Commissar Yen was willing to be polite with him. Unfortunately, Political Commissar Yen didn't have a good impression of Yi Jifan. If it were someone else, he would still be polite, but he didn't have that kind of patience when facing Yi Jifan. Hearing this, he smiled and said, Director Yi, is there anything I can help you with? If you have something to do, Chief Yi, please go ahead. Old Lu and I still have to deal with some things. This meant that they were chasing him away. Yi Jifan, whose eyes were slightly dark, was a little annoyed. Wasn't he just a political commissar? How dare you put on airs in front of him? After becoming the bureau chief, Yi Jifan's temper had also improved a lot. He had heard a lot of flattery and was praised and respected by his subordinates. How could he take this lying down? But he also wanted to build a good relationship with the local troops, so no matter how angry he was, he had to hold it in. Then he said, It's nothing. My old mother suffered a stroke and has been recuperating in the hospital. When she was about to leave, she accidentally saw Regiment Commander Lu entering the elevator. I thought of coming over to say hello. The person in the operating room is their leader and friend. I have some friendship with the director of the hospital. Why don't I give the director a call and ask him to take care of you? Political Commissar Yen sneered in his heart and said slowly, A friend, the matter of the digestive tract is a small matter. Director Yi, you should go and accompany the old woman. Chapter 17-18. Regiment Commander Lu said coldly, Director Yi, I have something to discuss with old Yen. It's not convenient for me to talk to you. Regiment Commander Lu was much more direct than the political commissar. Even so, Yi Jifan did not show any anger on his face. He still maintained his composure and said, It's my fault. I'm sorry to disturb you. See you tomorrow. After he finished speaking, he walked away. Regiment Commander Lu stared at his back and sneered. I really don't know where he got his confidence from. He really thinks he's someone important. Ha, he can even be so cruel to his own niece. I don't see how this kind of official is worthy of respect. He's a villain. You don't have to get close to him, but you don't have to make things too ugly. The more you want to make things worse, the more it will show that he's magnanimous and doesn't care about you. Regiment Commander Yan's personality was soft but firm. He could soften people's punches and hit back fiercely. So, he was the political commissar while Regiment Commander Lu was the regiment commander. Regiment Commander Yen was too soft to control the situation. He could still stabilize the morale of the soldiers by showing a stern face. Regiment Commander Lu had always listened to the political commissar's opinion. When he heard what Regiment Commander Yen said, he replied coldly and changed the topic. I'm afraid old Chun can't work anymore. He has too many old illnesses. If something happens, how can we explain it to little Yi? When he's out of danger this time, let's arrange for him to do something easier. We can't let him guide the new soldiers in the army anymore. He's so serious that I'm a little scared. They did not know old Chen's identity in the past. They could not find out anything and had never heard old Chen mention it. But one thing was for sure, old Chen's identity was not simple. It was impossible for a retired soldier like him to enter and leave the army normally. For example, old Uncle Jen, who retired from the army as a first-class sergeant major, was a national treasure. Even if he retired from the army, he was still valued by the army. Regiment Commander Yen agreed and sighed. I don't have any objections, but it depends on whether old Chen is willing to do it or not. Regiment Commander Yen raised his head and looked at the operating theater with the red light on. His expression was slightly serious. I'm afraid it's difficult. When the time comes, let little Yi persuade him. With her persuasion, it will be easier. The two of them did not pay attention to Yi Jifan anymore. They did not expect him to go and find out who the leader in the operating theater was. Chen Dongfeng? When they found out who it was, Yi Jifan was quite surprised. Chen Dongfeng was a high school principal, yet he was still remembered by the military. Even when he was sick, he could still get a regiment commander and political commissar to help him. He had to think carefully about this. Can you find out Chen Dongfeng's identity? He used to be the principal of my daughter's junior high school. I have some friendship with him. Now that he's sick, I want to see if I can invite his wife and children over so that they won't make a fuss with him over the past. Once you get older, you'll want someone to accompany you. Even if it's just a chat, you'll feel comfortable. It's also good for recovery. He was talking to a hospital manager to see if he could find out Principal Chen's identity through the medical records. When the manager on the other end of the phone heard this, he smiled and said, That's easy. I'll ask for you. It's rare for you to call me personally to investigate something. I have to take care of it for you. When Yi Jifan heard this, he smiled and apologized. He was indeed refined and courteous. He had the dignified bearing of an official and had a somewhat amiable attitude. Chapter 17:19. However, what he did not expect was that the hospital did not register much of Principal Chen's personal information. The person who signed off on the surgery was a soldier with the surname Yu. The surgery registration only had his name and age. Other than that, there was no other information. The more this was the case, the more Yi Jifan suspected that Principal Chen's background was not simple. However, as the chief of a bureau, he did not have the authority to investigate military matters. However, since he guessed that he had a background, then this relationship. Yi Jifan could not help but narrow his eyes. He had to think carefully about how to repair it. How to repair it. He had to put in some effort. When he returned to the car, Yi Jifan was deep in thought. He did not start the car immediately. Instead, he took out a cigarette and lit it. He took a puff slowly, completely ignoring Sun Dongqing, who was sitting in the front passenger seat. Sun Dongqing, who had just finished talking to her daughter, could not take it anymore. Seeing this, she asked sarcastically with a cold face, What's wrong? What did that old fart say to you again? Ha, Yi Jifan, if you've heard half a sentence from her, then you're really a fool. Chen Dongfeng is undergoing surgery for gastric bleeding. Go back and prepare some tonics. I'll come to the hospital to visit him tomorrow. Yi Jifan seemed to have thought of how to repair their relationship. He said directly to Sun Dongqing, I remember that there are still 2 boxes of caterpillar fungus. Take them out for me. Sun Dongqing, who was already annoyed, immediately became angry and shouted, You're crazy. You can't even bear to eat it yourself, and you're giving it to Chen Dongfeng. She shouted a little anxiously and coughed a few times. She coughed until her neck turned red, but she did not forget to glare at her husband. Chen Dongfeng has some background. If we want to bring down Yi Qian, I'll try to start with him first. Yi Jifan looked at his wife coldly. He started the car and slowly drove out of the hospital. Since we can't do anything to Yi Qian now, we'll start with the people around her. Sun Dongqing could accept this reason, but after thinking about it, she felt that it was not very likely. You really dare to dream. It's not like you don't know how important Yi Qian is to him. You still want to start with him? You must be dreaming. I'm finally going to give it a try. Yi Jifan didn't have much in common with his wife, so he lost interest after a few words. Sun Dongqing knew what he was thinking. She snorted coldly and didn't say anything else. He could go wherever he wanted. Those things were given to him by others. For the couple to have reached this stage, it was obvious how thin their relationship was. If Ying hadn't been there to adjust things from time to time, so that Yi Jifan could still remember the hardships Sun Dongqing had suffered when she was young, with his current situation, he could have divorced her. It was now night time in southern province, and there was a cold moon hanging high in the sky. It was snowing heavily at a military airport in Sichuan province. Xia Jinyuan pulled Yi Qian onto the helicopter and immediately patted the snow off her shoulders. We'll meet up with them in 4 hours. Cover yourself with your coat and have a good night's rest. It would only take them about 4 hours to reach the border from here. However, the speed of the floating snow helicopter would be slightly slower, so it would take them at most 4.5 hours. After the helicopter met up with all the team members, the two of them did not rest. They had to immediately move and set off for the Gobi early in the morning. Yi Qian had slept all day, so she was not sleepy at the moment. She was quite energetic, but she knew that if she didn't sleep, Xia Jinyuan would accompany her. So she decided to take a nap so that he could get some rest too. Chapter 17:20. Xia Jinyuan was indeed a little tired. With his head resting on the cold cockpit of the helicopter, he fell asleep not long after. They had been competing for 5 days without rest. Along the way, they had to make arrangements for battle deployments. After entering the hospital, they had to accompany Yi Qian the entire night. During the day, they had to immediately make arrangements and plans for the military training. In particular, the 4 major training subjects of the desert training, anti-war, anti-annihilation, anti-enemy attack, and breakout, were all under the control of the combat commander. The schedule was so tight that there was no extra time for Xia Jinyuan to rest. When Yi Qian opened his eyes, Xia Jinyuan, who had not even taken off his helmet, immediately fell into a deep sleep with the rumbling sound of the helicopter propellers. When Yi Qian saw this, he was worried that the turbulence of the helicopter would wake him up. He moved his body so that Xia Jinyuan could lean on his body and sleep soundly. When one was so tired that they could fall asleep even in a smelly ditch, let alone in a helicopter. Although the sound of the propellers was loud, it did not affect his sleep at all. After sleeping for more than 4 hours and 15 minutes, Xia Jinyuan woke up. He saw his lover, who was originally about a palm away from him, leaning close to him. No, it should be said that he leaned close to her and put all his weight on her. No wonder he slept so comfortably. It turned out that his little fox did not rest at all and was carefully taking care of him. Still pretending to be asleep? Did you think I didn't notice? The noise was too loud. Xia Jinyuan used his finger to write on Yi Jian's palm. Every stroke was like a musical note dancing in the sunlight. Every stroke made Yi Jian's smile deepen. Without opening her eyes, she secretly wrote on the outside of his thigh with her finger. So what if I found out? I didn't bully you. She didn't want to bully him, but now. Xia Jinyuan's thin lips curled up slightly as she wrote again. But now I want to bully you. I want to bully you in a special way. She even dared to write and draw on the outside of his thigh. This casual teasing was the most innocent and harmless, but it was the kind of teasing that could make a man's heart sway. However, his little fox was still unaware of it. However, when Xia Jinyuan said that he wanted to bully her in a special way, Yi Qian reacted. After interacting with him for so many years, Yi Qian's understanding of certain matters could already keep up with his footsteps. If it had been in the past, she would have foolishly replied, "How are you bullying me?" Now she knew how to tease him back. She pursed her lips and smiled as she continued to write on the outside of his thigh. "If you want to bully me, you have to look at the time. Right now, Captain Xia, you'd better keep your perverted guts to yourself." Her slender fingers were writing on the outside of his thigh, caressing him like a feather and tickling him like a small hook. That feeling. Xia Jinyuan felt that his years of special training had been in vain. Nothing had happened yet. She was just drawing on his body with her finger, and he actually felt a little restless. If this went on, his rationality would be thrown aside like a rag in disgust. He didn't even want to pick it up and use it. Grabbing her deliberately mischievous hand, Xia Jinyuan leaned forward slightly and tilted his head. There was an elegant smile on his handsome face as he looked at her with a hint of mischief. He used his eyes to tell Yi Qian, "Move again and I'll eat you up." Chapter 17:21. Yi Qian did not take this threat to heart. However, Major Xia's manly features were too outstanding. His features were elegant, and his dark eyes contained a faint smile that naturally made a woman's heart flutter. When he looked at Yi Qian with such deep affection, Yi Qian couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. His delicate lips moved slightly as if he wanted to say something. Xia Jinyuan was obviously stunned for a moment, and then he smiled. His thin lips curled up, like a noble gentleman who was sitting elegantly by the window and tasting tea, and accidentally found the most beautiful flower. His smile suddenly bloomed, and his natural noble temperament quietly bloomed. Wearing a combat uniform, he was actually able to portray the noble, elegant, and arrogant temperament of a noble young master. He had really grown up and become more daring. He was so daring that he could even tease her. Yi Qian said, "Such a manly face is really pleasing to the eye." With 15 minutes to go before the border, Yi Qian successfully made Xia Jinyuan behave himself. He no longer dared to use his eyes or words to tease her, so as not to reap what he sowed. The border was very cold in December. At night, it would be around -10 degrees Celsius. The helicopter arrived at the military airport at 5 a.m. The howling northern wind was completely different from the Chuan province forest. The northern wind in the border could directly pass through all the layers of protection against the cold, and with the most ferocious force, it could scrape into your bones. In an instant, even your bones would be frozen into fragile icicles that could not withstand a single blow. After Yi Qian put on his backpack and got off the helicopter, he felt as if the blood in his body had stopped flowing. Even his heart was cold. Gather with them and change equipment. Xia Jinyuan had already transformed into a wild wolf that walked through the border. He was not affected by the northern wind at all. In the blink of an eye, he was already several steps ahead of Yi Qian. Yi Qian adjusted the straps of his backpack, braved the northern wind, and chased after Xia Jinyuan's tall and straight back. The members of the Storm Commandos and the Snowfield Brigade were already preparing their equipment. Half an hour later, everyone was ready to set off for the Gobi Desert to begin their 15-day training. The Gobi Desert in the northwest had entered winter. It was quite comfortable during the day, but at night it was unbearably cold. If the cold protection measures were not taken well, they would not be woken up by the cold at night. Instead, they would unknowingly fall into an eternal, deep sleep. All of the team members were checking all of their equipment to prevent any problems. Not only would they drag themselves down, but they would also drag their team members down. The training in the desert this time was still a practical training. The focus was on the water demons of the Storm Commandos. It could be said that the training to improve the strength of the Storm Amphibious Frogmen Commandos did not only require them to fight on their own. They also needed to expand their combat range so that everyone could fight in more complicated environments. The desert they entered this time was the second largest desert in the country, covering an area of 45,000 square kilometers. The name of the desert meant the place where wild boars roam. What was even more amazing was that the desert landscape here was unique. Looking down from the sky, the desert looked like a picture of tree branches. It was very spectacular. When Yi Qian followed Xia Jinyuan into the campsite, Li Jinyan was sending the plan, contingency plan, and risk assessment he had made the night before back to the military headquarters. The Navy commander was the first to see the two of them enter. "Xiao Yi, clean up your equipment first. We have 20 minutes to gather and leave." Time was of the essence. The Navy commander did not even ask Yi Qian about his physical condition. He had to complete the most important task at hand first. Chapter 17:22. Yi Qian immediately organized her equipment. Because it was a new set of equipment, she had to put it on under the guidance of her comrades. This was also Yi Jian's first time seeing such equipment. From the back, she could not see any difference. She only felt that the backpack was much smaller. However, when she looked at the front, She could see that this equipment was very different. After looking at the drawing paper and listening to Xia Jinyuan's explanation, Yi Qian didn't have much of an idea about this set of equipment. After putting on the equipment, she strapped on the sensor armor around her legs, then put it on her waist and back and put on the backpack. She could really feel the difference in this set of equipment. Just from the weight alone, it was a lot lighter. General Electric started developing kinetic skeletons as early as 1960, but they only developed one hand at that time. In 1983, the Massachusetts Institute of Technology also started research. Our country developed it later than them, but now that the trial period is over, we have entered the improvement and finalization period. During the march, if there is anything that you think is not reasonable enough or needs to be changed, Qing Niao, you have to write it down. Desha was in charge of putting on the equipment for her. Took him less than 2 minutes to put on the entire set of equipment. After putting on the equipment, Yi Qian put on the helmet. Desha took 2 steps back and nodded with satisfaction. He smiled and asked Yi Qian, "Have you seen an American sci-fi blockbuster? You look a bit like an actor in this blockbuster." He told her the title of the movie. It was a sci-fi blockbuster that was released in the second half of 1984. Yi Qian knew she hadn't seen it before, but she had seen other sci-fi blockbusters, so when Desha mentioned it, she felt the same way. "I haven't seen the movie, but now that you mention it, it does feel a bit like it. You can see the age gap between the two of us," Desha joked. Then he said, "But ours is more complicated than the T-600 and requires more technology. We are the first batch of soldiers to use it, so our suggestions are very important. You have to pay attention at all times during the march." Yi Qian was never a careless person, so she was even more cautious when it came to the country's military power. While Xia Jinyuan was discussing the training with the Navy commander, they had already changed their equipment. Following the rapid whistle, the members of the 2 teams walked out of the barracks at the fastest speed to complete the assembly. The 2 teams are divided into groups AB and AB. There are a total of 4 groups. Line up and board the vehicle. The armored vehicles were already in place. With the order of the Marine commander, the 2 teams quickly formed a 4-team formation. In the slogans of the comrades at the front of each group, they carried their rifles and boarded the vehicles. The armored vehicles would only send the 2 teams to the periphery of the Gobi Desert. After that, they would have to enter the desert on foot. At 5:30, it was still pitch black on the border. The camp they were staying at was located in the suburbs, so there was not a single bit of light around. Yi Qian was the first to jump onto the armored vehicle and sat in the innermost part of the vehicle. Then, a few strong figures jumped onto the armored vehicle one after another, and the 4 groups of comrades finished pedaling at the same time. Li Jinyan and Yi Qian sat across from each other. After getting into the vehicle, he turned on the night light on his helmet and handed a set of training materials to Yi Qian. "There are 15 days of training arrangements. Finish reading them before we arrive at the periphery of the Gobi Desert. If you have any questions, ask them as soon as possible." Yi Qian took the training materials from Li Jinyan and only read the first page. His eyes narrowed slightly. The more he read, the more serious his expression became. At this moment, she was really thankful for the brand new equipment she was wearing. How could she outrun well-trained military dogs with a few dozen kilograms of weight? That's right, on the first day they entered the Gobi Desert, they would have to go through 2 days of being tracked and searched by military dogs. Chapter 17:23. Military dogs were all highly intelligent and had undergone special training. Yi Qian happened to be afraid of dogs. Looking through the entire training plan, no matter how difficult the latter parts were, they were not as frightening as the military dog tracking and search section on the first page. It was said that once bitten by a snake, twice shy. The saying was true. The difference was that it was not a snake that bit her, but a dog. When she was 6 years old, Ying had taken a fancy to a puppy from the neighbor's house. The neighbor's wife did not have a good relationship with Sun Dongxing. The more Ying wanted the puppy, the more the family refused to give it to her. Sun Dongxing could not bear to scold her own daughter, so she scolded the neighbor for being stingy. The neighbor's wife was also a shrew. When she heard that, she scolded back, saying that Ying could not bear to see other people's good things. She wanted everything back when she saw it. Her heart was as sharp as a needle, and she did not give or make a fuss. She had no manners at all. How could Sun Dongqing, who had always been protective of her family, allow Yi Ying to be scolded? She took a broom and rushed up to fight. The two families even fought over a puppy. The two families completely turned against each other, but Yi Ying did not stop. Sun Dongqing could not appease her, so she thought of a way. As the car swayed, Yi Qian touched the outside of her thigh, and the corners of her mouth tightened. When she was young, she was afraid of Sun Dongqing. She was so afraid of being beaten that she listened to Sun Dongqing's orders and stole a puppy from the neighbor's house for Yi Ying. In the end, she had just picked up the puppy when a female dog rushed out from the side and bit her leg. From then on, she was afraid of dogs. She was afraid of dogs until now. Yi Qian, who had secretly adjusted herself, handed the training plan back to Li Jinyan. She smiled bitterly and said, "I'm a little worried. I'm afraid of dogs. And the military dogs this time are large dogs. I haven't even started yet, but my palms are already sweating." It was more than -10 degrees Celsius, and there was a thin layer of sweat on her palms. Li Jinyan was not surprised. He looked at her and said calmly, "Sea Anemone was afraid of dogs. He was so afraid that no matter what kind of dog he saw, even if it was a pet dog, he would avoid it. But now, after becoming a scout, he is no longer afraid of dogs. Are you as scared as he is?" He didn't think it was a big deal. Everyone had things that they were afraid of. Some people could choose not to touch the things they were afraid of, but some people had to face it until they won. Yi Qian belonged to the latter category. As a soldier, she had to face and win. Yi Qian's bitter smile deepened as he sighed. "I'm almost as scared as Sea Anemone. I'm scared of both big and small dogs. I was bitten when I was young, and I'm still scared." He didn't think of hiding it. This kind of thing couldn't be hidden even if he wanted to. Moreover, he would have to face it soon, so he needed to report it to his captain in advance. Psychological trauma? Li Jinyan, whose gaze had been calm all this while, said indifferently, "Just as well. Let's see if we can overcome it this time. Just follow me, there's nothing to be afraid of. Military dogs have received professional training and will not bite you directly. They will only track and search. Also, the more scared you appear, the more closely the military dogs will follow you. Relax and just think about how to avoid being tracked and searched." She could only do so now. If she was really targeted by military dogs, she wouldn't panic. The year she came back, when she went to look for Uncle Jen, the Tibetan Mastiff, Haiga, pounced on her and put its forelimbs on her shoulders. At that time, her reaction was quite calm. Chapter 17:24. Thinking of this, Yi Qian calmed down a lot. When that time came, she probably wouldn't have the time to think about whether she was scared or not. Instead, she would be thinking about how to get out of this predicament. After some mental preparation, Yi Qian gradually calmed down. Li Jinyan didn't take it seriously either. She wasn't the only one who was afraid of dogs. If she was bitten by a dog when she was young, she would more or less be afraid when she grew up. She just had to overcome it. Back then, Sea Anemone was so afraid that it only took her half a day to deal with it. When Yi Qian first joined the Storm Commandos for training, she went through the C-02 test. She could even pass the test that tortured her body and mind. It wasn't difficult for her to overcome her fear of dogs. During the 3-hour break, Li Jinyan went to look for Xia Jinyuan and told him about it. To his surprise, Xia Jinyuan didn't know about it. "You didn't know that she was afraid of dogs? You never noticed before?" Xia Jinyuan, who heard it for the first time, frowned slightly and answered with certainty, "No, I've never heard her mention it. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be possible. Old Man Jen had a Tibetan Mastiff. She wasn't even afraid of the Tibetan Mastiff, so why would she be afraid of dogs? I'll keep an eye out." Li Jinyan didn't ask any more questions. He came over to find out how afraid Yi Qian was. Xia Jinyuan looked around and found Yi Qian moving her limbs. He asked, "How did she react when she saw the training plan? Did she have a big reaction?" "I didn't notice any reaction. She only mentioned to me that she was afraid of dogs after reading the entire training plan. I'll keep an eye out." They only had 10 minutes to rest and adjust. After saying a few more training-related words, Li Jinyan led the team to the car. Yiqian was still in the same car as him. She didn't mention that she was afraid of dogs all the way to the destination. After 6 hours of driving, they arrived at their destination. It was the Zhuositoin Elisen Desert in Beijiang. It was surrounded by high mountains and the terrain was isolated. Choosing this place to complete the training was mainly related to the terrain. There were mountains, hills, alluvial gravel gobi, hidden basins and sandy deserts. The two teams first completed their training in the gobi before entering the desert to complete their training. They set off at 5:30 in the morning and rested for a total of 20 minutes on the way. At 10:30, the armored vehicles arrived on time. The members of the two teams, who were already prepared, jumped out of the vehicles and quickly assembled. The four team leaders led the teams into the Gobi Desert. Without a compass, they only had a satellite tracker. This was to make it easier for the helicopter to provide quick backup if any of the team members were to meet with an accident. Let's have the first group explore and see what's waiting for us inside. The other group will cover up the pathfinding group in the dark, while the other two groups will advance from the left and right. Xia Jinyuan was in charge of the two teams. After entering the Gobi, the two teams did not immediately move forward. Instead, he arranged the deployment. All the military dogs are excellent military dogs selected from the military dog base. Every military dog has a special person in charge. They are only responsible for tracking and searching. As for who will deal with us after we are found, the military has always liked to keep it a secret, so I am not too sure. So, brothers, take it easy. Do not walk alone. Dogs have a strong sense of smell and hearing, especially trained military dogs. Although they won't bite us, if we are targeted by them, our physical strength will be depleted faster. The purpose of entering the desert for training was to strengthen the combat capabilities of the special forces. The military would definitely not just arrange for military dogs to chase after them. There must be a big move. Chapter 17:25. All the team members agreed with this point. Faced with such a complicated environment, how could the military only use a few small tricks? However, the plans that were written in the training plan were all small tricks, while the ones that were not written in the plan were all big tricks. The eyes of the water demons of the storm assault team were all shining. This was the closest, longest, and most extensive training that they had gone through. The conditions, environment, and program were harsh. The more they could discover their shortcomings, the more they could improve their combat abilities. Since we're here, we'll just wait for the military to use their big tricks. They're still not happy to give us some small tricks. The large whale grinned. Only the set of white teeth on his tanned face stood out. They were eerie, like the fangs of a beast. The other water ghosts nodded. They were already rubbing their fists and preparing to enter the training. The two teams were divided into 4 groups, with 2 people in each group acting as partners. Once there was a mission that required 2 people, they could take turns moving forward. Yiqian was naturally still in the same group as Li Jinyan. Their military boots stepped on the gravel of the Gobi Desert as the dry, cold wind blew. They walked closer to this desolate land that was so desolate that it made people feel awe. This was a place where even the colors were monotonous. The sky was blue, while the ground was gray. The remaining hills and low ridges stood between heaven and earth, constantly being eroded by the wind. Yiqian could not help but tread even more lightly as he walked in. Yiqian, who was moving forward with his spear, switched places with Li Jinyan and signaled to the team members behind to quickly pass through. She and Li Jinyan were in charge of scouting ahead to see what was waiting for them. It had been 2 hours since they entered the Gobi Desert. From 10:40 a.m. to 12:40 a.m. they had not discovered anything along the way. The more it was like this, the more nervous everyone became. It was as if there were countless eyes staring at them from behind the low ridges that looked like broken rocks. No matter where they went, the eyes followed them like shadows. There was a faint smell in the clean snow wind. Yijian, who was at the front, suddenly narrowed her eyes and made a gesture to disperse. The team members behind her all dispersed with a hula sound. Woof, 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 woof. The sound of dogs barking could be heard. Following that, several military dogs that were running so fast that their limbs were covered in dust ran over in an awe-inspiring manner. They actually came from the front. There were a total of 12 military dogs. After they ran to where the team members were scattered, they lowered their heads and sniffed around. 2 of the military dogs were so excited that they wagged their tails and roared all the way to the side. The soldier in charge of taking care of the 2 military dogs saw this and immediately reported, "Target found. All right, keep a close eye on the target. Let's see how far they can run." An extremely stern voice came from their wireless communication. It was the voice of the Army Major General who had arrived in the Gobi ahead of time. Soon, the other 10 military dogs also found the target and began to spread out in all directions, chasing after it with all their might. Yi Qian and Li Jinyan were running very fast. They needed to shake off the dogs as soon as possible, widen the distance between them, and let the wind blow away their scent. They also needed to break off the dog's scent detection. With the new device, running speed would indeed increase, and it wouldn't be affected by the combat equipment. "We're being watched. Brothers, let's go." The voices of the Snowfield Brigade members came from their earpieces. They were being watched by another group of military dogs. There are numbers on the military dogs. The one that's chasing us is number 24. Fuck. Don't tell me that this is the 24th dog. If that was really the case, the military was really ruthless to send out so many military dogs at once. Chapter 17:26. Immediately after, another 2 team members contacted their comrades while panting. "The one chasing us is number 17. It's very likely that he's a numerical number. He's very fast. We're now in a race with them." Although they had already dispersed, the atmosphere suddenly became extremely tense. Because no one could guess what the military was planning. They couldn't figure it out at all. Xia Jinyuan and Li Jinyan were the same. They couldn't guess what the military was planning to do either. The only thing they were sure of was that there was definitely a big move, and it wasn't just any big move. Dozens of military dogs were deployed, and they happened to be in a team of 2. Even if there were only 24 military dogs, there would only be 22 people in a team with 44 team members. Each of the 24 military dogs would be chasing 2 people, so there would still be 2 left. Yi Qian thought about it in his mind and whispered to Li Jinyan, "Is the military planning to split us up? Do they want to test the storm commandos?" As soon as she finished speaking, Li Jinyan narrowed his eyes slightly. He crouched on the gravel and contacted his comrades nearby. "All teams, take note. After splitting up, there's no need to look for each team member. Head straight to the final assembly point." Since they couldn't figure out the military's plan, they could only take one step at a time. Their goal was to reach the final assembly point and deal with the first day of training in the Gobi Desert. Mix the 2 teams. Demon King, send me your coordinates. Xia Jinyuan, who also couldn't figure out what the military was planning, immediately voiced his opinion. "Based on my past experience, there's a 90% chance that we'll enter the Gobi Desert for hunting and long-distance assault training. It's not appropriate for the storm commandos to head to the assembly point in pairs." There was no time to be tactful. Xia Jinyuan directly voiced his opinion. As for whether they believed him or not, it was up to Li Jinyan and the others. Yi Qian looked sideways at Demon Kingly and said softly, "King Q and the others are from the Army Special Forces. They have much more experience than us. Demon King, I think we can mix them up. All teams, send your coordinates and quickly complete the mix." Li Jinyan's consideration only took the time for Yi Qian to say one sentence. After giving his instructions, he said to Xia Jinyuan, "King Q, if we're going to use elimination points this time, there's a high chance that you'll be disqualified if you mix with us." The military had already made it clear to them that the quota for next year's overseas tournament was quite limited. Whoever could go overseas to fight for glory would depend on whether their results were good enough. The Shuiyu team was part of the Special Forces, and they had a huge advantage in training in the highlands, deserts, and Gobi. If they wanted to fight for a spot, the Storm Commandos had a very low chance of qualifying. It would be considered a high probability if 3 to 5 of the 22 members could qualify. Xia Jinyuan located Yi Jian's position. After hearing the Demon King's words, his thin lips curled up slightly. The pair of dark eyes under the black goggles flashed with a smile. Demon King, our two teams are now one team. It's normal to have mixed teams. It's not normal to have mixed teams. Why did he say that? Because there would be members from both teams going overseas next year. It definitely wouldn't be just the members of the Snowfield Brigade. Otherwise, there would be no point in combining the two teams for so long. Li Jinyan reacted quickly and understood why Xia Jinyuan wanted to mix them up. Thank you for the reminder. Demon King, who didn't realize it earlier, immediately apologized and ordered his team members again. Complete the mix and advance quickly. Report any situation immediately. No matter what happened along the way, reaching the destination was their goal for the first day. Chapter 17:27. For the military headquarters, it was also a challenge to send all 44 special elite soldiers to the desolate Gobi Desert. However, achievements were obtained through repeated challenges. How could they shoulder the responsibility without experiencing the ups and downs of life? The command center of the two teams soon received the news. The tense expression on the Major General's face finally eased a lot. If the two teams were to continue operating separately, he would temporarily put the training aside and give them a good political lesson. The Navy commander, who arrived later, had a gloomy expression on his face. However, he was still slightly colder than the Major General. It was obvious that the Snowfield Brigade's Q King was the one who proposed the mixed team, and the Storm Commandos only implemented the mixed team after they realized it. Q King's ability to fight on the spot is very outstanding. He has very sharp judgment and is able to complete combat adjustments quickly. After so many days of observation, the Navy commander had a very good impression of Xia Jinyuan. He should have already realized that this training has been integrated into the mountain competition and has added a mixed mode of completing the training while fighting at the same time. The mixed team is undoubtedly the best choice for the two teams. For the Storm Commandos, it's an even better choice. When the two teams completed the training together, they naturally had to learn from each other's strengths and overcome their own weaknesses. If the two teams moved forward separately, they would lose the purpose and meaning of the joint training. The reason why the two senior generals had a bad expression was because the two teams actually moved forward separately after entering the Gobi, instead of moving forward as a mixed team. The 15-day training in the Gobi was to improve the combat skills of the Storm Commandos, who were used to fighting on the water in an unfamiliar environment. Secondly, it was to strengthen the cooperation between the two teams. After all, once they went abroad, they would no longer be divided into two teams, but soldiers representing the country. They would be comrades in the trenches. The training range was large, so the command center could only determine the specific location based on the positioning signal device on each team member. Seeing that the red and green teams were being mixed, the Major General gave the first order. The mixed team is in progress. All military dogs are to be deployed. Once there's any movement, immediately send people to capture them. This order was obviously not given to the two teams that were completing the mixed team, but to a special forces team that had completed their training here. Roger! A figure wearing a desert camouflage suit moved slightly. Then, he quickly lowered his head and pointed the black gun in his hand to the front. His eyes were cold and sharp as he stared straight ahead. Yi Qian, who had finished mixing, suddenly stopped running. Even though there were faint barks behind her, she did not stop running. Something doesn't feel right. There are military dogs behind me and there are ambushes in front? She stopped talking and looked at Li Jinyan. Then, she looked at Xia Jinyuan, who had finished mixing with them 10 minutes ago. She wanted to see how they would react. Both of them had cold expressions on their faces. Yi Qian's intuition had always been accurate. Now that she had said that, they had to be more careful. Fighting in the Gobi Desert is your weakness. It's not impossible for the military to join the combat program. Xia Jinyuan was the first to speak. His voice was so cold that every word seemed to be wrapped in the dry wind of the Gobi Desert, as cold as ice. Military dogs tracking, searching, and then hunting. This is the style of the military. Chapter 17:28. Li Jinyan had already spread out the topographic map of the entire Gobi Desert. After finding their current location, he fixed his gaze on a certain spot on the map. 5 kilometers ahead is the remaining hilly terrain, which is suitable for an ambush. Xia Jinyuan took a look and his eyes darkened. Attention, everyone, attention. Move forward with a carpet search. 5 kilometers ahead is the remaining hilly terrain, which is suitable for an ambush and capture. We have to take care of these military dogs first. Otherwise, if we search from here and the military dogs follow us from behind, we won't be able to do anything. The members of the Storm Commandos were panting after being chased by the military dogs. They could only continue moving forward after taking care of the military dogs. They had run at least 10 kilometers by now. If they ran another 5 kilometers and encountered an ambush, as long as the military dogs were still behind them, they would be sitting ducks waiting to be captured. Guys, I agree that we should take care of the military dogs first. Running consumes too much energy and we don't have enough food and water. Once we run out of food, we'll end up in a worse state. The members of the Snowfield Brigade voiced their opinions. Xia Jinyuan looked at Yi Qian. You're afraid of dogs. Are you ready? He wanted to take care of the military dogs first. Just enough time, Yi Qian answered. We're 5 kilometers away from the hills. Before we enter, take care of the military dogs behind you, Xia Jinyuan ordered. He wanted every team to take care of the military dogs behind them before moving forward. All the team members immediately took action upon receiving the order. Yi Qian was asked to take care of the military dogs alone while the rest of the team secretly protected her. Yi Qian did not have any objections to this arrangement. She really needed to get rid of her fear of dogs. It was just a shadow left over from her childhood. Now that she had lived 2 lives, how difficult would it be to get rid of it? The important thing was whether she was willing to face it and solve it. The military dog was right in front and behind it was a soldier in desert camouflage. When the soldier saw a figure suddenly jump out from behind the boulder, he immediately ordered the military dog to stop and confront it. Then, Yi Qian's footsteps moved slightly, and the soldier ordered the military dog to approach. It was a German Shepherd. It was tall and strong and had a strong attacking ability. However, it was still inferior to the Tibetan Mastiff. Haga facing the dog, Yi Qian clenched his fists and asked the soldier, "How can this be considered a military dog? Take off the serial number on its body. I'll leave with the soldiers. It's very aggressive, but its mouth is covered, so you don't have to worry about being bitten," the soldier explained. After that, he shouted to the military dog named Big Soldier, "Go, Big Soldier!" The muscular military dog barked all the way and directly pounced on Yi Jian. The speed was extraordinarily fast. It was like a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of Yi Jian's eyes. Yi Qian used the rifle in his hand to block the dog's attack. Because he couldn't bear to hurt the dog, he used the rifle horizontally to block the dog's attack. Yi Qian didn't use his leg to kick the dog. Instead, he pushed the rifle forward and pushed the dog away. The military dog let out a low whimper and jumped lightly onto the boulder. Then it pounced on Yi Qian again. This time, its target was Yi Qian's calf. A dog's attack was much more flexible than a human's. Yi Jian didn't have much time to hesitate. When the dog was about to bite her calf, she held the dog's head with both hands, and then kicked up with both feet. She actually did a saddle jump, and her body was as light as a swallow as she jumped from the top of the dog. Xia Jinyuan, who was secretly protecting her, only saw the slender figure flying across the blue sky like an eagle avoiding the enemy's attack. When she landed on the ground, she knelt on one knee. Her posture was so beautiful that he focused all his attention on her. Chapter 1729. The military dogs had quick reflexes. If it wasn't for Yi Qian, they could have easily subdued a criminal. Yi Qian, who had just landed on one knee, did a few somersaults forward to avoid the dog's attacks. These German shepherds that had come out of the military camp had been trained by the soldiers so that every time they pounced, there would be a murderous aura. Attacks from the back were more dangerous than attacks from the front. Yi Qian dodged quickly and fiercely. She knelt on the uneven gravel and supported herself with one elbow. After a technical roll, she used the momentum to do a few more rolls. Even so, she still couldn't avoid the dog's attacks. A violent barking sound came from behind her, and the unique smell of the beast rushed directly to the back of her head. Yi Jian, who felt a chill in her heart, knew that it was impossible for her to avoid it, nor did she have time to stand up. Her eyes suddenly darkened, and she turned her body around. This action made Xia Jinyuan, who was secretly on guard and protecting her, hold his breath. The little fox was going to fight the military dog's head on. Li Jinyan, who had a cold expression on his face, clenched his fists. He glanced at Yi Qian and quickly looked away. He was in charge of guarding the front, so he couldn't keep an eye on her for too long. I can't feel that she's afraid, Li Jinyan whispered to Xia Jinyuan, whose back was facing him. If she hadn't said it in advance, you and I wouldn't have noticed. Yi Qian was very thoughtful. At the age of 20, she had already reached the realm of not showing her emotions. As she grew older and more experienced, she would become even more unfathomable. Xia Jinyuan, who was looking forward, nodded gently. She's been like this since she was young. It's hard to tell if she's afraid or not. She's very calm and won't let others easily discover her flaws. The environment she grew up in didn't allow her to be afraid. He thought that there was no fear in her dictionary, only facing it. No matter how tough, tiring, or difficult it was, she had to face it. Li Jinyan didn't look anymore. With Xia Jinyuan watching closely, he wouldn't let anything happen to Yi Qian under his watch. They didn't show up, not because they couldn't, but because they wanted her to overcome her psychological trauma. The comrades of the Snowfield Brigade, who were responsible for guarding the left and right, also quickly glanced at the figure who was fighting with the military dogs. They held their rifles tightly in their hands, and their sharp eyes completed their vigilance. Their comrades were fighting for their lives at the front, so they couldn't drag her down. Yi Qian, whose back was in pain from being hit by the uneven gravel, looked at the huge dog that seemed to have descended from the sky. Her pupils contracted rapidly, and she clenched her teeth. As the military dog pounced on her, Yi Qian fiercely and accurately hugged the forelimbs of the military dog. The soldiers standing at the side saw this and immediately shouted, "Be careful!" Appropriate reminders were necessary. Although military dogs were trained, they would still retain their bestial nature during the training process. The most primitive bestial nature of beasts was to pounce on the most vulnerable and fatal part of the neck. Yi Qian realized that she had made a mistake. Her original plan was to grab the dog's front leg, then shake it off and get up on her own. Now, that was completely impossible. Military dogs pounced with great strength, and trained military dogs had undergone long-term, targeted training for this kind of pouncing action. At the same time, the soldiers would also train with them. At this moment, she was grabbing the dog's front leg with both hands. The training base definitely had similar training. Wrong judgment. Instead of grabbing its front legs, he should be grabbing its neck. Chapter 1730. The soldier was already close to Yi Qian. This was training, and the military dog wasn't facing real enemies or criminals. It was facing its comrades in the Brotherhood Company, and it had the responsibility to protect its comrades. Be careful. He didn't remind her too much, and only reminded her enough. Although they were comrades in the Brotherhood Company, it was still training, and there was no room for pretense. The sharp, ferocious canine teeth glowed above her head. They were even sharper than the knives made from animal bones. Once bitten, it would be more than 3 inches deep. It would definitely be so deep that the bone could be seen. Woof, woof, woof. The military dog growled again and again. Saliva with a fishy smell flowed down from the tip of its long tongue and dripped onto Yi Jian's face 1 drop or 2. Yi Qian, who was particularly sensitive to smells, resisted the nausea in her stomach. She remembered the year she was bitten, and the smell that remained on her pants was exactly the same. Her heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. Panic grew like wild grass, wrapping around her until she felt like she was suffocating. Her hands didn't seem to have much strength left, and her wrists were weak and trembling. Woof, woof, woof. The smart military dog pounced even harder, and the sharp animal dog seemed like it would soon bite down on her neck and completely subdue her. Yi Qian's pupils constricted, and she began to breathe heavily. She couldn't lose. How could she lose? Steady. She had to steady herself. She had to find a way to hold the military dog's neck, and then she would have a chance to pin it down. Xia Jinyuan, whose thin lips were tightly pursed, didn't move. He couldn't see her expression, but he could feel her undetectable fear. Yi Qian was indeed afraid of dogs. The more afraid she was, the more she had to face it. He stared coldly at the canine fighting in front of him, and his expression was quite calm, as if he wasn't worried at all. "Face your fear well, my little fox," the young major said in a low voice. The young major said in a low voice that only he could hear. "After you face it, you'll realize that it's nothing." The soldier next to him also had a tense expression. From close observation, he noticed that the female soldier's arms were trembling, which was a sign that she was still trying to hold on despite her exhaustion. "There's still a little bit left," he reminded her again. Yi Qian did not seem to hear her. Suddenly, her slightly bent arm began to bend. It looked like she was struggling to straighten it and was being suppressed by the military dog bit by bit. His comrades from the snowfield brigade turned their heads to take a look, and their faces immediately darkened. "Q King, Qing Miao can't hold on any longer. She needs backup." "It's not time yet," Xia Jinyuan replied coldly without moving. "Her hands are already bent. It's time." His comrade's voice was a little hurried. If he didn't go over to help, he would have rushed over. However, it was Q King who was in charge of supporting Qing Miao, and he was in charge of security. It was impossible for him to change the deployment without permission. Xia Jinyuan remained unmoved, and even the expression on his handsome face did not change. The only change was that his unfathomable black eyes were surging with darkness, as if a storm was coming. He wanted to see how Yi Qian would deal with it. He wanted to see if she would persist or give up. Naturally, Yi Qian would not choose to give up. Her hands continued to bend slowly until they reached an angle where she could reach out. She suddenly released her right hand, and before the soldiers at the side could see her movements clearly, her right hand had wrapped around the military dog's neck in the blink of an eye. The tables had turned. Yi Qian, who was as fast as lightning, quickly wrapped her left hand around the dog's neck. Woof, 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 woof. The military dog, whose neck was wrapped around, struggled even harder. Its entire body was restrained, and its brown fur stood on end. This aggressiveness was at its peak. Chapter 1731. Even though the dog struggled even harder, Yi Qian didn't let go. Instead, she held the dog's neck tightly and pressed it down to one side of her shoulder. This action was to prevent her neck from being bitten by the dog. Although Yi Jian's arm strength was a little weaker than her leg strength, she was stronger than the average female soldier. She clasped the military dog's neck with both hands, making it impossible for the professionally trained military dog to escape from her hands, no matter how hard it struggled with its limbs. Not only was she holding the dog with both hands, but she was also holding the dog's lower body with both hands. Hearing the dog's growls, Yi Qian clenched her teeth and took a deep breath. Then she turned over and pressed the dog against the gravel as if she was subduing an enemy. Her eyes were more ferocious than a beast's, full of hostility as she stared at the dog that was still struggling. She tore off the number 16. She raised her head and stared at the soldier who had been standing next to her. "Did you already take care of a dog?" "Yes." The soldier with a gloomy face rushed over. He was worried that his beloved dog would be hurt. So he squatted down and said to the female soldier who took less than 5 minutes to finish off the soldier, "I'll take it from you later. You can relax a little. The gravel is uneven, and it will hurt its back." The soldiers at the military dog training base had a deep relationship with the dogs they trained. After a long time, they treated the dogs as their comrades. Therefore, when the soldier saw Big Soldier being restrained by Yi Qian until it was whimpering in pain, his heart ached. It was just following orders. "If it wasn't for my command, it wouldn't have attacked you." Yi Qian, whose ferocious eyes were gradually calming down, heard this and loosened her grip a little. When the soldier tied the dog up with the dog chain and stroked the dog until its brown hair was no longer standing, Yi Qian was completely relieved. Big Soldier quickly got up and sat down on its hind legs. It obediently squatted beside the soldier and stuck out its long tongue. Although it was still fierce, it was no longer aggressive. This is a military dog that has done meritorious service. It once killed 2 armed insurgents when it was patrolling the border with us. It is quite aggressive. Once it pounces on you, most people have almost no chance of winning. The soldiers who were tanned by the sun in the north squatted down together with the military dog that had made military achievements like brothers. They gently scratched the dog's head, and the tough man's eyes were exceptionally gentle. "You did well, brother." After saying this, he raised his head and smiled at Yi Qian. "Pull down the numbers. Then I can lead the troops back to the army." When the military dog licked the soldier's palm, the squatting soldier stood up and saluted Yi Qian. The military dog at his feet, Soldier, sat obediently. Soldier treated it as a brother, so why wouldn't it treat Soldier as a brother and protect him? After watching the loyal border guards leave, Yi Qian, who had been standing upright, suddenly sat down on the cold gravel and shook his arms. "Too nervous. The muscles in your arms are twitching." Xia Jinyuan, who had walked out, squatted down on one knee and massaged Yi Qian's arms as he asked calmly, "Are you still afraid?" He used a lot of strength, and the twitching muscles in his arms relaxed. Yi Qian smiled bitterly and replied, "Of course I'm afraid, but it's useless to be afraid. I have to face it. After you face it, you'll realize that what you're afraid of is nothing." Xia Jinyuan, who was staring at her deeply, slowly smiled. There was a smile and affection in his eyes. "Everything is nothing, only pride." Chapter 1732. As long as they faced it calmly, everything was indeed nothing. Yi Qian stood up and smiled at the young major who was walking towards her. Then, the major walked over and gently hugged the brave female soldier. He smiled and said, "Good job, Qing Yao. Good job, his little fox." In the gray Gobi Desert that stretched for an unknown number of miles, the young female soldier smiled gently. Her smile was like the only scenery with bright colors in this monotonous world. Her comrades who were approaching her couldn't help but smile as well. "Good job, Qing Yao. Good job, my comrade." As the sound of "take care of the military dogs" kept coming from their earpieces, the two teams advanced deeper into the Gobi Desert faster and faster. 5 kilometers wasn't a short distance, but it was an extremely short distance for the two teams of special forces. They hid 2 kilometers away from the remaining hills that were suitable for ambushes and hunts and waited quietly for the scouts they sent out to report back. It was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The cold wind blowing in the Gobi Desert was like a knife cutting through flesh. Yi Qian, who had disguised herself as one with the Gobi Desert, gently rubbed her nose that was so cold that it seemed like it could be broken with a light pinch. She exhaled a breath of hot air very softly. From where she was, she could already see the undulating hills. The path into the hills was wide and open. If they marched directly, if there was really an ambush in front of them, they would definitely be able to kill one person with a single shot if the enemy had a sniper waiting for them. The terrain was wide and there was little vegetation. Even if the scouts confirmed that there was no problem in front of them, as the team leaders, Li Jinyan and Xia Jinyuan, would not march too far. After being chased by military dogs for so long, they would never believe that the military would only send military dogs to chase them and exhaust their stamina. Training in the Gobi Desert was something that the members of the Snowfield Brigade were used to, and for the members of the Storm Commandos who were used to fighting at sea, this was a rare opportunity for them to improve themselves. The mixing of the members was undoubtedly the best decision. It allowed the Storm Commandos to clearly see the strengths of the Snowfield Brigade, which belonged to the Army Special Forces. Xia Jinyuan gently slid down from behind a pile of gravel. Holding the gun, he turned around and squatted on the ground with his slender legs. He handed the binoculars to Li Jinyan and said, "I'm afraid it'll be a little difficult to cross the front during the day, and I'm afraid it'll snow tonight. Either we cross before or after it snows." Snow? Although the weather was a little gloomy, there was no sign of snow. Li Jinyan, who took the binoculars, did not ask immediately. He observed the weather first. Entering the Gobi Desert to train and observing the changes in the weather was a type of daily training. Their daily training was mainly to familiarize themselves with the characteristics of sandstorms and weather changes. To the storm commandos, these were their weak points, even for someone as strong as Li Jinyan. He scanned the sky with his binoculars and did not see anything strange. Then he asked Xia Jinyuan, "How do you know it's going to snow?" The direction of the wind, the changes in the clouds, and the change in the direction of the dust accumulated in the Gobi Desert with the wind. Xia Jinyuan, who was speaking, secretly glanced at Yi Qian, who was about 2 meters away from him, who was repairing the rifle for the pigeons. He did not hide anything from Li Jinyan. The people of Beijiang who live near the Gobi Desert all know how to observe things. You can ask them for advice when the time comes. She was really fast at disassembling the rifle. In her hands, the rifle was no different from a toy gun. She finished disassembling it in just a few minutes. Chapter 1733. Fine sand got into the throttle valve and the manual safety. The rifle is stuck in both positions, which is why it can't move forward. We just have to brush out the fine sand. After careful inspection, Yi Qian told them the reason for the malfunction of the moray-eel rifle. However, he did not notice that Xia Jinyuan was looking at him countless times. While avoiding the pursuit of the military dogs, the moray-eel fell into a sand pit. Caught off guard, the rifle in his hand was also filled with fine sand, causing the safety bolt to be unable to move forward. The member of the Storm Commandos, codenamed Moray-eel, did not look too good. A gun was a soldier's life. His mistake had caused the rifle to malfunction, and he would be punished when he returned. The attentive Yi Qian could tell that he did not look too good, but it was not easy to comfort him. Failing to protect the rifle in his hand was equivalent to failing to protect his own life. It was normal for him to be in a bad mood. Yi Qian, who had brushed out the fine sand, reassembled the rifle. On the other side, Xia Jinyuan was exchanging his experience with Li Jinyan. The desert is much more dangerous than the Gobi Desert. If you don't prepare in advance or lack of experience, you will be the one to suffer in the end. The desert winds are strong, the ground is soft, and sandstorms can even cause desert whirlpools. How can you familiarize yourself with the characteristics of the sandstorm and the changes in the weather? The only way is to walk into the desert and the Gobi Desert and accumulate experience. Training in the Gobi Desert mainly includes daily life, mobility, technology, tactics, and logistics training. This time, we can skip the logistics training. The rest of the training is essential. Familiarizing themselves with the characteristics of the sandstorm and the changes in the weather was part of daily life training. It was also the weakness of the storm commandos. They urgently needed to understand and improve not only daily life training, but also mobility, technology, and tactics. Li Jinyan listened very seriously, and Xia Jinyuan explained in great detail. The mobility training this time mainly focused on how to march through gravel and loose sand areas as quickly as possible, how to deal with the changes in the environment, and how to deal with unexpected situations. For example, the military dogs tracking and searching were considered to be unexpected situations. Tactical training was to master the characteristics and principles of the Gobi Desert's offensive and defensive battles, and to improve their ability to fight together. For example, the mixing of two teams was considered to be a cooperative battle. The two of them conversed for about 5 minutes before Yi Qian's voice came through the earpiece. "Everyone, please check if there are any problems with the rifles in your hands. I suspect that the guns that the military gave us were purposely distributed. I already have 3 rifles that have entered the sand." During the development of every rifle, strict tests were conducted to prevent wind, sand, rain, and other harsh environments. The rifle in their hands was one of the most advanced rifles in China. When the design was completed, they used a wind tunnel to simulate wind above level 12 for testing. Moreover, it was not once or twice but countless tests. Now, they were just running around the Gobi Desert with rifles in their arms, and 3 rifles had actually entered the sand. The probability of this was extremely high. How could a rifle that had gone through strict tests be so easily penetrated by fine sand? Thus, Yi Qian could not help but be suspicious. As soon as she finished speaking, a minute later, there were several responses. Without exception, their guns were all faulty. How ruthless, they even gave us some broken guns. There's no need to guess. There must be an ambush ahead, J5 said with a smile. Even his voice was full of laughter, but the expression on his painted face was slightly cold. Chapter 1734. There were broken guns and dogs. The military really wanted to train the two teams to death this time. They could do whatever they wanted. J5 counted the number of broken guns, and when they finished counting, they couldn't help but sneer. All 12 guns were broken. When they received their equipment, the Navy commander said with a smile, "Except for a GPS and a compass, the rest of the equipment is the best." Yes, the equipment was indeed the best. When they saw the combat training equipment list, no one was not surprised. The helmet was Kevlar. Not only could it resist bullets and shrapnel, but it could also become a soldier's second brain. It contained a miniature radio, a microphone, and a pair of headphones. There was also a radar equipment on the top of the helmet. This equipment allowed the commander to know the exact location of the soldiers at any time. The weapons in their hands were main battle weapons, but unfortunately, all 12 rifles were broken. There were also self-defense weapons, a handgun, and a combat dagger. The accompanying equipment was goggles, combat uniforms, bulletproof vests, and other equipment. All of them were the latest equipment. It was even more advanced than the equipment they carried with them when they secretly carried out missions in Hong Kong. There were also a lot of auxiliary combat equipment, from survival signal lights to anti-reflective equipment, thermal imagers, special glasses, everything. Looking at the expensive equipment, the members of the two teams looked at each other. There was only one expression on their faces. The equipment was too good, so good that it made them panic. It was a bit tricky. One who was unaccountably solicitous was hiding evil intentions. Although it was not very kind to say that to the military, but the military was already doing something unkind. Xia Jinyuan weighed the broken rifle in his hand. His thin lips slightly curved up and said leisurely, "It seems that the ambush in front of us is not simple. Devil King, we are going to have a big fight." Devil King, who was right next to him, maintained his only cold expression all year round and replied faintly, "Let's wait and see." The channel was boiling, especially the wild wolves of the Snowfield Brigade. They were all rubbing their hands, and their eyes were shining with a fierce light. "Just in time, we are waiting for a big fight. I like it. You two arrange it. They want to annihilate us. Let's annihilate them." According to the training arrangements, there were anti-war and anti-annihilation. As the commander, Xia Jinyuan was not anxious at all. When he heard the discussion in the channel, he tapped the microphone with his finger, and the channel returned to silence in a second. "Calm down, all of you. The scout has already left for an hour and 7 minutes, and there's still no news. Even if I want to go all out, I won't fight a battle that I don't have confidence in." A brother Special Forces team has been active in Beijing all year round. Now is the time for winter training where they can withstand the cold and fatigue. I'm guessing that if there's an ambush ahead, it's very likely to be this Special Forces team. Li Jinian slightly restrained the light in his eyes and said in a deep voice, "The Blue Wolf Special Forces were the first special forces that we sent to deal with Beijing. From the 1970s to the early 1980s, the world-class ace sniper codename Kuei came from this unit. A world-class ace sniper. For some reason, when Yi Qian heard this, his eyelids couldn't help but twitch a few times. For some reason, an inexplicable sense of panic rose in his heart. Soon, this unexplainable panic was suppressed by an even bigger question. Chapter 1735. Kuei was a one-legged monster in ancient Chinese myths and legends. It was shaped like an ox with a white body and no horns. With only one leg, it would rain whenever it went in and out of water. Its light was like the sun and the moon, and its sound was like thunder. For some reason, when she heard Li Jinian mention a world-class ace sniper, she actually thought of Uncle Chin. "Yes, I suspect that it's the brothers from this Special Forces team waiting for us." Xia Jinyuan nodded, and there was a hint of sharpness in his calm voice. The wolves from Beijing are not easy to deal with. Everyone be careful. You didn't come all the way here to embarrass yourselves. This was the home ground of the Snowfield Brigade. The Storm Commandos listened quietly. They had to listen quietly because this was the time to absorb valuable experience. Even the Devil Legionnaire did not speak easily. If it was really the Blue Wolf Special Forces, the Gobi Desert and the beach were their home ground. In this area, they had probably trained to the point where they could walk out with their eyes closed. Li Jinyan once again admired Xia Jinyuan's ability to command and deploy. He was always one step ahead of others in every battle arrangement. It was this one step that determined the outcome of the entire battle. 2 kilometers away from them, a soldier wearing a camouflage uniform similar to the Gobi Desert put down his binoculars and whispered to his comrade beside him, "They won't not come, right? It's been a few hours. If they wanted to come, they should have come long ago." From his tone, it was obvious that he was still a soldier who was not mature enough and lacked training. There seemed to be no one beside him, but there was indeed someone who whispered, "Pulling you guys here to train is simply making you live targets. New recruit, do you think that head of yours is too heavy? Do you want someone to give it a big blow? Lie down tight." A cold and ruthless voice came from under a pile of gravel. This was a perfectly disguised veteran of the Blue Wolf Special Forces, leading a group of new recruits for winter training. The day before they were ready to return to the team, they received orders from their superiors that a group of brothers from the south had entered the Gobi Desert to complete their winter training. They were to guide the soldiers from the south. The soldiers from the south were afraid of the cold. The soldiers of the northern frontier all knew. Running to the Gobi to complete the winter training, he was really worried that they would freeze into human-shaped popsicles in the middle of the night. There weren't many of them, only 40 or so. They didn't know who they were and what their strength was. The only thing they knew was that their superiors told them that the brothers who came were all strong characters. It was the words, "tough character," that ignited the fighting spirit of the entire troop. To be honest, they had seen a lot of tough characters from the south come to the north to train. However, when they arrived at the north, they were scared by the temperature at night. They didn't see that tough anymore. Hopefully, the tough character that came back this time was really tough and didn't soften after running to the northern border. After training the new recruits, the veteran continued to lie motionlessly on a high ground. Looking down from where he was, everything within a kilometer in front of him was under his surveillance. About 900 meters away from him, Long Hawk, who was also in perfect camouflage, was quietly contacting the team. "After 2 hours of waiting, I finally see people. They're 920 meters away from me. There are 2 whistles. 100% veterans leading the new recruits. Only the new recruits couldn't help but move their bodies from time to time. As for the veterans, they could endure it. They could lie down for a day and a night without a problem. According to Q King, Qing Niao could lie down for 3 days and 3 nights without drinking a mouthful of water or eating dry food. In the end, they could still complete a precise snipe." Chapter 1736. Qing Niao, a very interesting female soldier. If she were to keep watch, she would definitely not be discovered. 2 kilometers away, Xia Jinyuan finally received the information from the Scout Eagle. He knew that there was an ambush, but there was no way to estimate the exact number of people. It was hard to predict and impossible to measure. Waiting for the sky to turn dark. Fighting in the Gobi Desert could only wait for the sky to turn dark. When the sky was not dark, they would directly go over. Xiao, a series of blank rounds would kill the entire group. The entire team would obediently go back with their tails between their legs and return to training. He did not want to lose face. Since he was here, he wanted to have a good fight with his brothers from Beijing. After that, they would talk about the food in the army and how he felt every time the chief talked to him. Then they would talk about life, ideals, and ambitions. That was the only way to not lose face. Xia Jinyuan was unusually patient. He was so patient that he whetted the other party's appetite. All of them stretched their necks and waited wholeheartedly for the tough guy from the south. If I didn't know that they would definitely pass by here, I would really want to send a few soldiers to the front to see if there's a detour. The Blue Wolf troops had been discussing in private for several rounds. It had been hours since the military dogs were destroyed. If the company commander had not personally confirmed that the tough guy from the south would definitely pass by here, they would have almost thought that he would not come. From the looks of it, they're planning to wait until nightfall to take over the sentries. The sentries at the front are all set, especially the recruits. Keep your heads down. If anyone can't hold it in any longer, wash all of our brothers' combat uniforms. The company commander who was leading the team gritted his teeth. His eyes were wide open and bright, and his eyes were full of excitement. It was the first time that he had encountered Southern soldiers who dared to fight at night in Beijing. They were really bold. They were so bold that he wanted to cut them a few times and let them have a taste of the power of the veterans from Beijing. Someone replied, "The other party is probably used to fighting at night. Commander, we have to take it easy. We can't be careless." Did you all hear that? Keep Mr. Zhuge's words in mind. The company commander, who was wearing a ghillie camouflage, took a bite of the steamed bun that was so hard that it hurt his teeth. Then he grabbed a handful of snow and put it into his mouth. The snow was mixed with the steamed bun that was as hard as a rock. When he chewed it in his mouth, he made a caca sound. He sounded like a hungry wolf gnawing on a human bone. Mr. Zhuge was the star of wisdom in the company and the only college student. He had a high IQ and many ideas. When he first came, he was arrogant, but in less than 2 months, his arrogance was gone. After 2 years, his arrogance had turned into a wolf's nature. He was even more ruthless than the company commander. Therefore, the new soldiers were not afraid of the company commander, but Mr. Zhuge. With his reminder, the old soldiers and new recruits in the company all became extremely alert, not daring to relax at all. At this time, the sky was already dark. Mr. Zhuge said to the company commander alone, "The temperature is dropping, and it's snowing heavily at night. They either don't understand the weather or they understand it very well. Company commander, I'm afraid this time the tough characters are really tough characters. We have to be careful." Of course, I don't think of them as cowards. At night, the company commander, who had fought countless outlaws, blinked his eyes and stared at the front with an extremely sharp gaze. If they really understand the weather in the Gobi Desert, then they are really a group of men. The Grey Wolf Troop, which had produced countless heroes and had countless heroic deeds, only respected real men and real soldiers. The knife-like wind blew on their bodies, but it didn't have a trace of warmth. The heavy snow fluttered freely and came with the wind. Not only was there snow and wind, but there was also wind and sand. After walking a few steps, their goggles were covered with a layer of dust. Erasing, moving hand gestures, 1, 2, 3, several figures approached the remaining hills one by one. The anti-annihilation training had entered the active period. Chapter 1737. The wind that blew in the Gobi was different from the wind that blew in the mountains, plains, and grasslands. When it blew, it felt like there was an invisible barrier in front of them. If they walked with momentum, it seemed like they would hit the barrier and bounce back violently. Even such a strong wind did not blow away the heavy snow. The wind carried large snowflakes that covered the sky and earth, affecting the entire march to a certain extent. The major general in the command center heard the howling of the wind outside. He could not sit still anymore. He stood up and walked out of the tent with a frown. There were 2 sentries standing guard outside the tent. When they saw the major general come out, they immediately saluted. Their military boots hit the ground, and a piece of crystal-clear ice fell from their heels. After a few hours of standing guard, even their eyelashes were covered with a layer of white fluffy snowflakes. Needless to say, their bodies were covered with snow that was almost as deep as a pinky finger on their left and right shoulders. The major general glanced at the 2 sentries, nodded slightly, and raised his hand to pat off the snow on their shoulders. After patting them, he walked a few steps away without saying a word. Old Dong. He walked to the side of the Navy commander who came out 3 to 5 minutes earlier than him. The 2 stood side by side and looked into the distance together. It's already started. Let's see if we can take down the small hill in 2 hours. The Navy commander was still holding an infrared telescope in his hand. Before the heavy snow, he could still see clearly into the distance. Now, the infrared telescope was not of much use. He turned his head to look at the Major General standing with him, then looked at the weather. He said with some worry, "The weather is unusually bad. I'm a little worried about them." The Storm Commandos had never been to the Gobi for training since they were formed. Now that the wind and snow were heavy, all the members of the Southern soldiers might not be used to it. The Major General could understand his feelings, but this was a step that had to be taken. Our Special Forces team's goal is to be 3 amphibious. After nearly 5 years of hard work, we have basically achieved it. Old Dong, the Storm Amphibious Frogmen Commandos, have only been established for a little more than a year. The difficulties that you have to overcome are not just 1 or 2. There are more difficult peaks ahead for you to conquer. It's normal to be worried. No one wants any accidents to happen. However, Old Dong, we have to be mentally prepared. There will be a certain casualty rate when arranging such training. This was to give the Navy commander a heads-up. Since the establishment of the Snowfield Brigade, there had been accidents during training. Even if this was a special force, there were still casualties. The Storm Commandos were still inexperienced. If an accident were to happen, it would be within the normal casualty rate. The Navy commander's voice was low and hoarse. These are things that they have to go through. As soldiers, they have no choice. They were his soldiers. Every one of them was an unyielding man with a common belief and a common goal. They could live and die for this common belief. Such a group of soldiers, a group of indomitable soldiers, he did not want any accidents to happen to any of them. This was because, to them, once an accident occurred, it would definitely not be a small accident. It would be an accident that concerned life and death. The Marine commander raised his hand and patted the snow on his shoulder. In the snowy wind, there was a very light and shallow sigh mixed with the wind. Chapter 1738. The Navy commander raised his hand and patted the snow on his shoulder. In the snowy wind, his soft and shallow sigh mixed with the wind could be heard. However, Major General Liu seemed to have heard it. He patted the Navy commander, who he had known for more than 10 years, and said half jokingly and half seriously, "Old Dong, you have a problem. You like to complicate things. Since you know in your heart that this is the path you have to take as a soldier, what's the point of worrying about it? In such bad weather, even if I know that my soldiers have experienced similar weather, I will still be worried. However, although I am worried about them, I believe in the abilities of the 2 commanders more. I believe that they have enough ability to deal with the bad weather. The worse the environment, the more it can temper their combat ability. I believe that they will complete the counterattack perfectly. Let's go, let's talk inside. The wind is so strong that I can't even open my mouth." The battlefield was ever-changing. Even if they were deployed in advance, there would still be new accidents and new situations. The purpose of training was to let all soldiers have enough ability to deal with the ever-changing battle situation. Major General Liu was never afraid of throwing Xia Jinyuan and the other elite special forces into dangerous places to train. He would send them wherever it was difficult. The footprints of the Snowfield Brigade were left behind in the north, south, west, and east of the country were all dangerous places. Old Dong was also a soldier who could rise and fall. He was decisive and never sloppy when doing things. It was normal for him to be worried when he saw such bad weather. Because the Storm Commandos had only been established for a short period of time, so short that the military was sometimes afraid that something would happen to this team. This was a secretly established Marine Corps. Although it had been established for less than 2 years, it had a very strong and tough Demon King. In the face of doubts, he gritted his teeth and endured it. He trained the Storm Commandos to be a soldier among soldiers in the Marine Corps. Although the Demon King was young, his military quality, ideological style, willpower, and personal ability were all first class. How could the soldiers trained by such a soldier be bad? Therefore, even if the weather was bad, he believed that with the Demon King's ability, there would be no accidents. In addition, there was also Xia Jinyuan. He believed that at this moment, they had already started fighting with Blue Wolf. The Marine commander walked into the tent with cold air and saw that the Major General of the army was calm. There was no worry on his face. He couldn't help but sigh. Li Jinyan was right. Their water special forces were still too inexperienced. compared to the Snowfield Brigade, which had decades of history, there were still too many areas that they needed to learn and strengthen. To be honest, the Storm Commandos were the ones who benefited the most from the joint training. Compared to the Shuayu Special Forces, the Shuayu Special Forces was much weaker. Thinking of Li Jinian's report, the Navy commander's eyes darkened. Li Jinian said that 1 month of training with the Snowfield Brigade was equivalent to half a year of training for them. He had learned too many things. This time's anti-terrorist training would definitely benefit them greatly. Thinking of this, the worry in the Navy commander's heart lessened a little. The Storm Commandos, known as the Fierce Tiger on land and the Dragon of the Sea, definitely lived up to their reputation. Chapter 1739. The counterattack had already begun. The first sentry post was destroyed by the 4 assault teams of the Storm Commandos. They were all barehanded and did not use any high-end weapons. Satisfying. This is so satisfying. The one who was lying motionless in the snow was a veteran of the Grey Wolf Troop. In the end, he was captured by the counterattack and had his neck slit. The recruit beside him got up and wanted to help the defeated veteran up. He said, "Company Commander, you have waited for a long time. It will definitely be a satisfying fight later." His neck was slit from behind. It was silent like a rattlesnake hiding in the desert. Killed him with 1 strike and would not attack again. The veteran did not let him help him up. He stood up and laughed. Of course, they are really tough characters. Every single one of them definitely had unique skills and were proficient in all 18 types of martial arts. Compared to our Beijiang troop, they are definitely not inferior. Naturally, they would not be inferior. The Grey Wolf Troop was a company of the Beijiang military region. They were famous in the Beijiang military region and were also famous among the special forces of the few military regions. However, compared to the 2 special forces of the country, there was still a gap in strength. One had to know that the members of the Snowfield Brigade were all selected from the special forces of the various military regions. They were also selected from the elite soldiers of the various military regions. It was the same for the Storm Commandos. The elites of the elites naturally had no problem fighting against the elites of the military region. As the famous combat force of the Beijiang military region, the Grey Wolf Troop had always been the one to fight against others. They had never been beaten by others. When the company commander lost contact with the 1st and 2nd sentry posts, he knew that they had really encountered a tough character this time. They were a field unit, and field units were the least afraid of tough characters. Since you are here, just use your fists. Don't dawdle like a girl. The brothers in the south have already shown their sharp knives. We can polish them even brighter and sharpen them. Don't embarrass the Beijiang military region. Do you hear me? The company commander was from Black River and was a native of the north. He had a retroflex accent when he spoke and could usually scold people. After the entire company was trained, there was no repetition. When he opened his mouth, the entire company's soldiers tensed up. Mr. Zhuge opened his mouth. "We are familiar with fighting in the desert. Our brothers in the south are not familiar with them. We have the advantage in terms of territory. Also, we have about 100 people lying on the ground while they only have about 40 people. In terms of numbers, we have the advantage. There is still a possibility of winning." But the first part of the speech boosted the confidence of the Grey Wolf Troop's recruits. However, when they heard the "but" at the end, their hearts instantly. "So, brothers, this is going to be a tough battle." The company commander was speechless. Was there a need for this guy to explain everything? After Yi Jian finished listening, she quietly returned the earpiece to Whistle, who was in the 4th position, and said softly, "The person talking inside is your military counselor, right?" The veteran soldier who was knocked down kept his mouth shut. He swiped his hand across his neck, indicating that he was dead and had no comment. However, he was anxious in his heart, and it wasn't just ordinary anxiety. Did a group of female soldiers come? Did a group of female soldiers come to fight? Chapter 1740. The fallen veteran watched as the figure that was obviously slimmer than the male soldier gradually disappeared into the wind and snow. He was so anxious that he grabbed a handful of snow and stuffed it into his mouth. A female soldier came to the Gobi for training? Which military region was this female soldier from? Why did they arrange for a female soldier to come over? They had never met a female soldier who was sent to the Gobi for training. What he couldn't accept was that he was defeated by a female soldier. She defeated him quite easily. What he couldn't accept was that he didn't know that she was a female soldier until she opened her mouth. He didn't know that she was a female soldier when he was fighting her. He didn't expect that the person he was fighting with would be a female soldier. A female soldier coming to the Gobi for training. It was the first time that a female soldier was involved. We are the 4th sentry post. Are the sentry posts in front all taken care of? The recruit who was defeated first crawled over. He didn't realize that the one who defeated him was a female soldier. The wind was too strong and the snow was too heavy. He couldn't even hear clearly when he was close. What's more, when Yi Qian defeated the recruit, he didn't even make a sound. The old tradition of the Grey Wolf Troop was that the veteran led the new in every training session. The veteran led the new recruits in training, on duty, and through the wind and rain. When carrying out normal tasks such as patrolling, the veteran led the new recruits. It was the same for sentry posts. They were all veterans leading the new recruits. The new recruits who didn't realize that something was wrong with the veteran were a little nervous. When we return to the team, will we be skinned alive by the company commander? Recruit, be mentally prepared. Being skinned alive is considered light. I'm afraid that even your bones will be torn apart by the company commander. The veteran got up and looked in the direction where the female soldier disappeared. He turned his head, grinned at the new recruit, and patted the new recruit's shoulder heavily. The one who defeated us was a female soldier. Yes, a female soldier. She's a female soldier who killed 2 of our male soldiers with one move. Don't look surprised. I'm very surprised too. I didn't make a mistake. The female soldier was talking to me just now. She's a real female soldier. She took care of both of us. The veteran rubbed his face and looked at the new recruit whose face was pale under the light. He couldn't bear it, but he couldn't sympathize with the new recruit. He was the same, or even worse. The veteran soldiers were all taken care of by the female soldiers. How would the company commander deal with him? After the 4th sentry post was taken care of, the company commander of the Grey Wolf Troop naturally had no way to contact them again. The company commander, who did not receive a reply, knew that the 4 sentry posts he had arranged had all failed. The tough characters from the south had infiltrated their positions. The wind, snow, and darkness were the natural concealment colors. The members of the 2 teams braved the wind and snow and began to enter the middle section of the hill. This section was also the most dangerous section. The slopes on both sides were excellent cover. If someone were to hide on top of them, they would not be discovered for a while. However, on both sides of the slope, someone had already carried out a carpet search and cleared the area. 4th sentry post cleared. Yi Qian's cool voice came through everyone's earphones. It was very low and soft, but it carried a calm and firm tone as it entered everyone's ears. Xia Jinyuan, who was waiting for her, smiled and said to her, "Enter the next search area and complete the mission. I'll wait for you in front. I'll be there in 10 minutes. He had already completed his search and found nothing, so he could have Yi Qian assemble according to the original route. Chapter 1741. They completed the search in a triangular formation. Every time they cleared an area, they would gather at a certain point and conduct a large-scale search. This was a type of search that did not disperse. Once a comrade was in trouble, any comrade at the triangular point could immediately provide support. Yi Qian and another member of the Storm Commandos completed the clearing together. The 2 of them received orders from Xia Jinyuan. One of them was responsible for guarding the surroundings while the other was responsible for the assault. They quickly rushed to the rendezvous point. The 2 teams would not give the Grey Wolves a chance to fire bullets. Since it was a counterattack, it was better to let them decide how to attack. Besides, it would be a waste of bullets in the heavy snow. They could not even aim accurately. It was better to use cold weapons or bare hands to complete the counterattack. From the conclusion that the remaining forces in the hills could be the Grey Wolves, Xia Jinyuan did not plan to engage in a direct confrontation. Among the special forces of the major military regions, only the Grey Wolves were the strongest. Their marksmanship was even better. Each of them had the eyes of an owl. Their marksmanship was impeccable. Completing a sniper in such a heavy snowstorm was not a problem for them. Xia Jinyuan would not do such a stupid thing unless he was out of his mind to let them fight against the famous Grey Wolf troop, with rifles that could malfunction at any time. Devil, how's the situation on your side? While waiting for Yi Qian to arrive, Xia Jinyuan contacted the devil. The devil was in charge of outflanking them. They needed to take a detour to the front to attack. As a true southerner, Li Jinyan had only encountered such a heavy snowstorm since he was a child. After he was assigned to the Navy, he had never encountered such a heavy snowstorm again. Now that he had bumped into her, it had more or less affected him. For example, the tips of his ears had been frozen to the point of frostbite, and the flexibility of his hands and feet had decreased. However, as a Special Forces soldier, these effects were nothing. No matter how heavy the snowstorm was, it could not stop him from leading his team forward. Fortunately, we are about 400 meters away from our destination, he replied calmly. At the same time, he raised his hand and gestured for his team members to lie down. There was a situation ahead. It was already 6 o'clock in the evening. The operation had started 2 hours ago. The success of their counterattack depended on whether all of their members could successfully pass through the hills. Not a single person could be missing. If they lost even one person, it would be considered a failure. This was the military's request. Li Jinyan led a total of 8 members, including himself, to provide support at the front. Their main purpose was to save time for the members coming from behind. It was also equivalent to clearing a path for the members coming from behind. After discovering the situation, he instructed his team members to hide and then spread out to approach the enemy, giving them a heavy blow. The snow was heavy, but it only fell for a short period of time. The snow on the ground was not very thick, and when people fell from their shoulders, they would feel a lot of pain. When fists collided with fists in the temperature of who knew how many degrees below zero, it seemed that the collision could cause the bones to shatter into pieces. Quick! Contact the company commander. He's already here. Someone held back Li Jinyan and the others so that their comrades could quickly contact their company commander. These were all soldiers from the Blue Wolf unit. Each of them was skilled in martial arts. The strength of a punch was enough to knock someone down a few steps. Li Jinyan aimed at the soldier with the communication device. His slender and tall body suddenly leaped into the air. Like a snow leopard pouncing from the snow, he instantly hugged the soldier and completed a continuous roll on the ground. His movements were smooth and fierce. He did not give the soldier a chance to contact their company commander. Chapter 1742. When the company commander of the Blue Wolf Troop could not contact the 4th team, he immediately carried out the annihilation plan. Nearly 100 soldiers were divided into groups to search for the enemy and engage them in battle. Yi Qian and Xia Jinyuan were already engaged in battle with them. The entire anti-annihilation training had entered a white-hot stage. The Blue Wolf Troop was all too familiar with the Gobi Desert. Every year during summer and winter, they would come here to complete their training. They knew exactly where was suitable for ambushes, where was suitable for exchanging fire, and where was most likely to be exposed. However, even so, the company commander of the Blue Wolf Troop knew that their chances of winning tonight were not very high. As the recruits and veterans were eliminated one by one, it was as if they were pulling out radishes. After a while, one would be pulled out and another would be pulled out. By the time 27 soldiers were all killed without anyone noticing, the company commander of the Blue Wolf Troop was sweating profusely on such a cold night. It's not easy to deal with them. I don't know which military district they are from. Company commander, I'm afraid they will go over tonight. The veteran contacted his company commander. His voice was low and cold in the wind and snow. The other party is quite strong. They are not easy to deal with. They could not figure out the other party's background. They did not even know which military district they were from. Just like that, they lost contact with 27 soldiers and were swiftly eliminated by the other party. Defend the position well. Send 2 squads to the entrance of the calabash mouth as reinforcements. The company commander quickly adjusted the battle deployment and focused on the last checkpoint that the southern team had to pass through. The mission that the Blue Wolf troop received was to defend the remaining hills and complete the annihilation plan. Now that the soldiers were being eliminated one by one, the other party was already doing their best to annihilate them. Then, as long as the last checkpoint was defended, the annihilation would mean failure. The Gobi Desert was their home base. Now that their home base was destroyed, it was really embarrassing. They had to fight for their revenge. Following the company commander's order, the 2 squads of soldiers immediately supported their comrades at the last checkpoint. Meanwhile, the members of the Snowfield Brigade led the Storm Commandos and marched firmly towards their final destination, the Calabash Mouth. This was their campsite for the night. It was the only place in the Gobi Desert that could shelter them from the wind and rain. The battle had entered the most critical moment. The soldiers of the Blue Wolf troop waited until they had cleared out their comrades from the south. They immediately brought out the enthusiasm of the men of the northern borderline and entertained them with their fists and empty cartridges. Li Jinyan was supposed to go to the front to support, but in the end, he was blocked by Blue Wolf's deputy company commander and Mr. Zhuge. A fierce battle unfolded in the heavy snow. They managed to hold back a portion of Grey Wolf soldiers and immediately informed Xia Jinyuan to cut off the enemy's connection and complete the counterattack. Eagle Scout was the first to arrive at the mouth of the calabash. Dressed in camouflage, he felt his way to the highest point and crouched between a pile of rocks. Rubbing his hands together, he set up the bone-chilling rifle. Exhaling into his palms, he aimed his eyes at the crosshairs. Once the target appeared within close range, he would shoot. Q King occupy a high vantage point. The snowstorm is too strong, so it won't be of much use. Try to kill as many as you can. Send a few brothers over. Attack from the front, back, left, and right. Take down the position as soon as possible. This damned weather was too cold. The earlier we complete the anti-annihilation mission, the earlier we can crawl into our sleeping bags for warmth. Chapter 1743. Xia Jinyuan and Yi Qian cooperated seamlessly. The 2 of them made a bloody path for the brothers behind them. Hearing Chongying's words, Xia Jinyuan laughed and said, "You can guard it alone. Occasionally you can shoot from behind. You can also hide your tracks in the heavy snow. But you have to be careful. The soldiers in Grey Wolf are all good gunmen. Some of them are even sharpshooters. Be careful of being shot from behind." They really didn't have any extra men to send out as reinforcements. All the soldiers in Grey Wolf had gathered in front of the mouth of the bottle gourd. It was obvious that they were not going to let them pass. If the defense was too tight, the difficulty of breaking through would increase. Chongying's mouth twitched slightly. Their young captain had always been a sly old fox. Why would he send reinforcements when he knew that they were safe? One had to know that his favorite phrase was self-reliance. There wasn't much sound coming from the earpiece. Only when they were completely hidden would someone flick their earpiece 3 times to indicate that they had entered the original deployment position. Finally, the sound of someone entering the deployment position was heard. The Snow Region Brigade and the Storm Commandos surrounded the entire Grey Wolf troop in a circular formation. Fire! As Xia Jinyuan's cold, metallic voice sounded, gunshots were heard all around the Gobi Desert. After 3 hours of deployment, Xia Jinyuan successfully completed the final counterattack and didn't get caught by Grey Wolf. The company commander of Grey Wolf heard the gunshots around him and his heart tightened. This group of soldiers from the south actually climbed up the heavily weathered hills to complete the encirclement. He concentrated his forces while they spread their forces out like a net to complete the encirclement. How dare they? Weren't they afraid that they would roll down the hills and break their bones? I'm not afraid of being surrounded. Let's take a few more bites of meat. Even though they were surrounded, the company commander of Grey Wolf didn't panic at all. Unyielding soldiers wouldn't easily admit defeat until the very end. Yi Qian didn't expect to face the company commander of Grey Wolf. The company commander of Grey Wolf also didn't expect to see a female soldier. The appearance of the female soldier stunned him for a second. A thought flashed through his mind. Don't tell me it's a group of female soldiers surrounding us. There were very few female soldiers in Beijing. Other than the signalers, there were only 7 female soldiers in their unit. It was pitifully few. Therefore, it was impossible for female soldiers to enter the Gobi Desert for training in the heavy snow. Which military region are you from? You should at least tell me where you are from. The company commander stretched his muscles. Although he was facing a female soldier that he always thought would be vulnerable, at this moment, he couldn't be too careless. This was a female soldier who dared to come to the desert for training. Who knew how many soldiers she had killed on her way here? He didn't dare to underestimate her. Yi Qian, whose hands were aching, knew that she had encountered the company commander of Grey Wolf. She carefully took a few steps back and pressed down on her headset to contact Xia Jinyuan. Q King, I've encountered the company commander of Grey Wolf. She spoke in the public channel so all the team members could hear her. J5's voice came first. You're too lucky. You can't stop him. Come on. Qing Miao. Kill the company commander. I believe you can do it. Company commander. How satisfying would it be to defeat the company commander? Qing Miao Go. Chapter 1744. For the members of the Snowfield Brigade, if they encountered such a situation and were certain that they could handle it, they would have to deal with it alone. Anti-annihilation was a combination of individual and team combat. As a member of the anti-annihilation training, Yi Qian had no choice but to face it head-on. It wasn't that they were being sarcastic or that they weren't afraid of being put on a good show. It was because this was something that they had to face. Xia Jinyuan waited for his comrades to say a few words before he said in a low voice, "There's a 95% chance that there will be ambushes around him. I'm about 6 meters away from you. You lure the enemy, and I'll deal with the ambushes around him." Okay. Yi Qian didn't do anything else other than reply with a single word. Over the earpiece, her comrades all cheered her on. Good luck, Qing Miao. Qing Miao. Show your true colors as a soldier and kill the company commander. Don't be afraid of injuring the company commander. If you really injure him, the devil and Q King will take care of it. Hearing her comrades' humorous words of support and encouragement, Yi Jian held her breath and took a deep breath, gradually isolating herself from the suffocating murderous aura of the other party. She had carried out missions and killed people with the gun in her hand and the dagger at her waist. People who had killed people had a murderous aura around them. This murderous aura wasn't usually obvious, but once she encountered an opponent or was in danger, it would faintly show through her expression and actions. Thus, it would unknowingly intimidate the opponent. At this moment, the company commander of the Blue Wolf Brigade, who was standing less than a meter away from her, was exuding a murderous aura. What's wrong? Can't you even tell me your unit number? Or do you think that I don't have the right to know? The company commander, who was dressed in a combat uniform, was not very tall. He was estimated to be around 176 centimeters, but his aura was very strong, so strong that people directly ignored his height. They only felt that he had a majestic military posture, with the temperament of a Chinese soldier like the mountains and seas. Yi Qian's hand reached for the dagger at his waist. He raised his voice and said, I know you're the company commander of the Blue Wolf unit. If you didn't write my unit number in the document you received, I'm sorry, company commander. I really can't tell you. They did not receive any documents. They only received a phone call from the commander-in-chief of the military region, Lieutenant General Xia. They also did not know the number of the southern troops. Since the female soldier did not want to say anything, then so be it. She would not stand in front of him and say anything else. You're quite tight-lipped. The company commander naturally raised his hand and patted the snow on his shoulder. His sharp eyes swept over as he raised his hand and a dark murderous aura flashed past. A faint sneer appeared on his resolute face that had been stained with wind and frost. The sound of gunfire suddenly came from an unknown direction. Bang! The empty shell directly shot into the snow. Suddenly, the snow mixed with the dust splashed everywhere. As the gunshot rang out, the firm sneer in the company commander's eyes suddenly disappeared after he saw the female soldier's actions. The murderous aura around him suddenly multiplied. The female soldier actually dodged it. She dodged the bullet. She dodged it perfectly. Yi Qian, who had been observing him, did not dare to let his guard down. He saw every move of the company commander. As long as he moved a little, she would definitely complete her dodging action. Whether there was an ambush or not, she would complete her dodging action. There was not only one gunshot but continuous shots. Chapter 1745. Bang, 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 bang. A row of blanks flew over and a row of craters appeared in the snow. The dense firing caused snow and dust to fly everywhere and formed a snow fog. Yi Qian, who was rolling continuously, saw a snow bump. He propped himself up with one elbow and did a backflip to hide behind the bump. Captain, the target has disappeared. The gray wolf soldier who had stopped firing shifted his gaze away from his night vision goggles. From his direction, all he could see was the wind and snow, and the female soldier was nowhere to be seen. Xia Jinyuan, who had snuck over, was like a snow leopard stalking its prey. When he was 5 steps away from the soldier, he leaped into the air with his long limbs. The soldier who was communicating with his captain and searching for the target felt a gust of wind even fiercer than the north wind. He held onto his gun, but before he could complete his role, he was killed by the owner of the gust of wind. Gray Wolf is famous for its marksmanship. Brother, I'm sorry, but I can't give you another chance to shoot. The elegant yet dangerous Major Xia took the soldier's gun and removed his earpiece. He spoke very politely. Captain Jiang, your bodyguard has been taken care of. With the bodyguard taken care of, the anti-assault training was almost over. Since he had failed to shoot, Captain Jiang faced the female soldier who had unbelievably fast reflexes. His fist was held by the female soldier's hands, which were obviously smaller than the male soldier's. An unfamiliar male voice came through the earpiece. He said that his bodyguard had been taken care of, which meant that the veteran soldier who had shot the female soldier had been taken care of. The calabash mouth position had been lost, and the troops from the south had successfully counterattacked. However, he hadn't taken care of the female soldier yet. In close combat, if one wasn't careful, one would be hit by the opponent's fists or boots. The former would be weaker, while the latter would feel like one's bones would be crushed if the boots kicked. As the captain of the Grey Wolf unit, he was exceptionally skilled. Every punch was filled with strength, and he didn't hold back at all. As long as there was a chance, he would hit Yi Qian. Yi Qian was suppressed by him a few times and had to roll around to avoid it. When she counterattacked, she almost didn't use her fists, but only her legs. Her long legs swept left and right, and Captain Jiang dodged to the left and right. He used his hands to block the attack, and his arms were slightly numb from the force of her legs. Both of them were covered in sweat. After a heavy kick, both of them fell into the snow. When they got up in a half-squat, they did the same action again. They took out their pistols and fired. Bang, bang! 2 gunshots rang out. The close-range shots were all aimed at the bulletproof vests to prevent any accidents. This time, their actions were surprisingly similar. They were so similar that Yi Jian's heart couldn't help but beat wildly. In order to maintain the accuracy of shooting while kneeling on one knee, every part of the body had to be stable, coordinated, and relaxed. When she was practicing the kneeling position, Uncle Chun had added weights to her hand. Over time, she had the habit of slightly raising her elbow to better control the strength of her arm muscles. And Company Commander Jiang was the same as him. He also raised his elbow slightly. Uncle Chun had personally told her that this kind of shooting needed to be trained from the very beginning. In other words, she had to start when her shooting level was 0 and couldn't change halfway. It was also a set of pistol shooting essentials that he had personally discovered. Chapter 1746. Since it was a person, why did Company Commander Jiang know how to do it too? The answer was obvious. When Company Commander Jiang saw the female soldier take out her gun and complete the shooting action, he did not hide his surprise. It was a little strange. The female soldier was not a female soldier in their troop. Why was her shooting action the same as theirs? Company Commander, the enemy's counterattack was successful. We've lost. Company Commander Jiang, who was about to look at the female soldier's shooting posture, heard the soldier's voice. He stood up and put away his gun. You won, female soldier. The entire counterattack training lasted 8 hours and was completed at 7:23 p.m. When the members of the Storm Commandos came back, they all supported each other. Some of them were so cold that their lips turned purple. Some of them were so cold that their bodies were stiff. When they walked, their knees were straight. Cold, it was too cold. It was so cold that it was as if they could become one with the snow at any time and could never return to the beach. Li Jinyan kept rubbing his comrade's cold and swollen fingers. Although his cold and handsome expression was indifferent, his brows were furrowed. Move your legs and stomp on the spot. On the other side, Company Commander Jiang spoke quickly and anxiously. Quick! Help them sit by the fire. Water. Bring water over. The few of you use Mao coins to wrap snow and roast it by the fire. The few of you heat up the wine and give it to the brother whose lips are purple from the cold. How to resist the cold. Company Commander Jiang had his own set of methods, which were quite effective. After stuffing a few bottles of burning knife wine into their stomachs, they used a towel that was so hot that it was emitting steam to cover their faces and hands. It was more or less enough to let them breathe. Come, come, come. Stick the radish slices to the part where the frostbite is. Stick them until they're not hot anymore. Then, roast them on the fire and stick them repeatedly. Mr. Zhuge in the Blue Wolf troop picked out the hot radish slices and gave them to the southern brother who had frostbite on his hands. He said enthusiastically, "This is an indigenous method. It's condensed from the 5,000 years of living experience of our people. It's definitely effective." This group of brothers from the south, they were really hard-working. They could still endure the cold. Look, this person's toes were so cold that they were bleeding, but he could still endure it. He was a man. This was a man-made underground cave in the calabash mouth position. The Grey Wolf troop would rest here at night during their training in the Gobi Desert. Once the fire was lit, the cave would be warm and could eliminate the fatigue of the day. But this fire was not something that could be started just because he wanted to. If it were not for the fact that he had to take care of his brothers who had just come from the south, he really would not have a fire to keep himself warm. Everyone had a mouthful of Shoudao wine and a bowl of boiled snow water. Everyone leaned against each other. Dozens of people crowded around the only 2 bonfires, and the warmth of their bodies returned. Yi Qian was in a much better state than the members of the Storm Commandos. She had experienced a similar cold before, so her body had a certain level of resistance to it. She drank 2 bowls of warm snow water in a row before she saw Sergeant Jiang walking towards her. Xia Jinyuan, who was applying frostbite ointment to his frostbitten comrades, narrowed his eyes when he saw this. "You must be tired tonight. How are you? Can you still hold on?" Sergeant Jiang looked at the young female soldier whose skin was as delicate as a peach. The doubts in his heart grew bigger and bigger. The sun in the northern Xinjiang was very strong. Even the most beautiful female soldier's cheeks would turn red in less than half a year after coming here. But this female soldier was obviously not a female soldier from the northern Xinjiang. If that was the case, how did she know the unique posture of holding a gun in the Blue Wolf troop? Chapter 1747. Commander Zhang's arrival didn't surprise Yi Qian much. On the contrary, she was actually waiting for him to come over. Hearing this, Yi Qian, who was about to stand up to speak, was patted on the shoulder by Commander Jiang. He motioned for her to sit back down with an undeniable authority. "You're welcome. Let's sit down and talk. We've been running for half a day. Let's relax a little during the break." He noticed that there was only 1 female soldier present. The only female soldier who followed the male soldiers into the desert for training. Just from this point alone, he could see that this female soldier was exceptional. He had only met a few female soldiers in his 15 years of service in Beijing. He had never met a female soldier who dared to follow the male soldiers and trained as hard as the male soldiers. There was a gentle smile on his resolute face, and even his gaze seemed to have lost some of its sharpness. "Don't be so formal. I'm just curious about your posture. I'm sure you've also noticed that our posture is different from other people's. Our gun posture started from the day we joined the Grey Wolf unit. If you're not a soldier from our unit, your first reaction when you see our posture would be to think that we're not qualified. But only we know that once we learn this posture, we'll be able to shoot more accurately with pistols, rifles, and sniper rifles. Of course, not everyone is used to this posture. The soldiers under me are in this situation. They can shoot very well with the standard posture, but they can't shoot with the unique gun posture of the Grey Wolf unit. Yi Qian knew this. When she was learning how to snipe, Uncle Chun told her that not everyone was suitable for the gun posture that he created. In fact, at this time, Yi Qian already had an answer in her heart. An answer that knew which unit Uncle Chun came from. She knew the answer she wanted to know, but Commander Jiang still didn't know why she knew the gun posture that was unique to the Grey Wolf unit. Yi Qian pursed her lips and smiled. We need to practice this gun posture from day one. I also started using this training method from day one. The results are very good. That's right. As long as we learn the essentials and grasp the essentials, our shooting accuracy will be even more accurate than the standard posture. However, I want to know, how did you, who came from the south, learn the unique posture of the Blue Wolf troop? At this point, Company Commander Zhang's voice was somewhat cold. This is my question. I still need you to answer it. Company Commander Jiang. I can answer her question. A low and powerful male voice came from behind. Xia Jinyuan, who had been paying attention to the situation, walked over and said, Only I, the team leader, can answer your question. Yi Qian was a soldier trained by Uncle Chen. Since her posture was unique to the Grey Wolf tribe, then Uncle Chen must have retired from the Grey Wolf tribe. There was no need for Yi Qian to be questioned by Company Commander Jiang on such matters. He would answer for her. Go help the other comrades. Leave this to me. Xia Jinyuan walked over calmly and lightly patted Yi Qian's shoulder. He was telling her to leave everything to him. Xia Jinyuan saw Yi Qian's hesitation. He knew that Uncle Chun retired as a sacrifice. This meant that the unit he was in, like Company Commander Jiang, would think that the senior who created the unique Grey Wolf unit had died. They wouldn't think that he was still alive. Chapter 1748. If she couldn't answer the question, she would just leave it to him. Company Commander Jiang looked at the young major who was even more powerful than himself. He knew very well that this was a soldier who had been to the front line and killed enemies. He immediately stood up. This is a serious matter. I need to understand it clearly. I know. It was unique to the army and could not be replicated or spread easily. Xia Jinyuan understood Company Commander Jiang's cautiousness. Yi Qian smiled apologetically at Company Commander Jiang, then got up and left. Xia Jinyuan was naturally better at handling this kind of matter than she was. With Xia Jinyuan's ability, he could easily hide the fact that Uncle Chun was still alive and give Company Commander Jiang a reasonable explanation. She believed that he would handle this matter well. However, this matter also gave her a wake-up call. When she returned, she needed to learn the standard gun stance to prevent similar problems from happening again. Uncle Chen's identity could not be exposed. Even if he had been sacrificed for more than 10 years, she still needed to continue hiding it. She could not let others know about Uncle Chen. About 10 minutes later, Company Commander Jiang found Yi Qian again. The 36-year-old man looked at Yi Qian with a gaze as gentle as the May wind in Beijiang, bright and warm. I was rude just now. You are a very outstanding female soldier. I look forward to seeing you on the training ground again. Yi Qian saluted the company commander who was about to leave and return to the army. This was an unyielding soldier. Even the heavy snowstorm didn't make him bend his waist. This was a soldier from the northern border. He was like a white poplar facing the wind and sand, using his straight body to guard the border. He was also a respected soldier. He had dedicated his youth to this barren land, but it was still part of our country's territory. For decades, he was so loyal, and used an eternal heart to protect the country without any complaints or shame. The wind and snow covered their departing footsteps, and the figure at the front had completely disappeared from sight. The figure at the back, carrying a rifle, fearlessly followed the footsteps of his comrades in the wind and snow without looking back. The people of the northern borderline who live here say that they are the guardian gods in their military uniforms. Only with their existence can life be peaceful. Yi Qian, our existence is to protect the peace of the people of our motherland. This is the belief of all the officers and soldiers of the Blue Wolf unit, and it is also the direction they have been persisting in. Company Commander Jiang asked me to pass on a message to you. Stick to your original beliefs, use the gun in your hand to guard this territory, and complete your mission as a soldier. The belief of all the officers and soldiers of the Grey Wolf Troop was a kind of inheritance. Uncle Chun walked out of this troop, leaving behind a legend and the dedication of a generation of soldiers. It was passed down from generation to generation. Even if their bodies disappeared, their beliefs would remain as eternal as steel. When they gathered at 5 o'clock the next morning and walked out of the cave, the entire Gobi Desert was pure white, like a forgotten world. It was so quiet that it did not seem like the human world. Today, they had to walk 40 kilometers into the desert. After a night of rest, the members of the Storm Commandos saw that the wind and snow had stopped, and they could not help but smile. They were not afraid of wind and snow, but it was good to have good weather. The weather is good, suitable for a walk. There's also the sun. Let's walk and scatter the sun. Do you still have any burning knives? It's better to drink some wine before walking. A new day had arrived, and a new training had arrived. The team members, who were happy in the midst of hardship, were so optimistic. Chapter 1749. The weather was good and suitable for training. The white snow rose and fell, stretching for thousands of miles. The light from the snow shone through the clouds, illuminating the pure white world. After checking their equipment, the members of the two teams quickly lined up under the cold gaze of Captain Xia Jinyuan. There was no need for them to line up. They were already in a straight line horizontally and a straight line from side to side. All of you. The young major at the front of the line stood upright, and his command was like a hot knife through butter. Everyone's attention was instantly focused on him. Yi Qian had always known that Xia Jinyuan was a very charming man. He had the majesty of a soldier and the elegance of a man. When they were in the sun, the Xia Jinyuan she knew was a gentleman. When they were in the dark, the Xia Jinyuan she knew was a man whose gaze was like a bullet, with a frightening sharpness. At this moment, Xia Jinyuan, who was standing in the sun, was looking at his comrades. Although his eyes were sharp, they were full of encouragement. He was like a beacon for the whole team and a guide for the whole team. With him around, they felt that all difficulties could be easily solved. He briefly talked about the main training program for the day. The 40-kilometer walk was the beginning of the day, followed by tactical training, mainly for the desert attack. It's still like camping. There's no so-called balance between work and rest, and there's no logistical support. As for frostbite and other minor injuries, they'll be dealt with by themselves. No other opinions, right? Okay, no objections. Line up and set off. Xia Jinyuan said everything in one go. He asked his comrades if they had any opinions, but his actions directly stopped them from voicing any. He was just being polite. Don't take it too seriously. At this point, you still have any opinions? What are you going to say? Don't say anything. Just continue with the training. When they set off, it was still the same mixed team as yesterday. 44 figures carried rifles and backpacks, advancing into the depths of the desert in a single team. From afar, they looked like dragons in the snow, majestic and visually stunning. Training in the desert was even more difficult than training in the Gobi Desert. They had to roll in the sand, crawl in the sand, and sometimes rush down from high sand slopes. At the same time, they also had to complete shooting. At the end of the day, it was as if their bones were disassembled and needed to be reassembled at night to maintain their integrity. Yi Qian gritted her teeth and endured all this. There was only one belief in her heart. Since I'm here, I won't be worse than anyone else. As the only female soldier in both teams, she worked so hard to stimulate the fighting spirit of the male soldiers. Every day, she put 200% of her energy into completing the training. They were so engrossed in their training that they seemed to have forgotten the time and the date. When the sun rose, they were already training. When the sun set, they were still training. Not only was there overload training during the day, there was also training in the middle of the night. On the fourth day of training, it was the time when the whole team was at their most tired. A sharp whistle sounded from outside the sandpit. All the members woke up from their deep slumber and put on their equipment as quickly as possible to complete the assembly. If you don't arrive within 3 minutes, be prepared to be punished. Stripping naked and running in the snowy desert was my way of punishment. The Devil King's punishment is a little different from mine. Those who are late will go to the Devil King to receive their punishment. Xia Jinyuan, who was waiting for the team to assemble, said this while counting the time with a stopwatch. His comrades who heard what he said felt their hearts turn cold. Chapter 1750. Compared to Q King's punishment, the Devil King's punishment would only be harsher. The purpose of an emergency assembly was to maintain the combat effectiveness and discipline of the team. They had to be vigilant at all times so that they could fight as soon as the order was given. Most troops required the members to be dressed and equipped with the relevant weapons and equipment within 5 minutes. However, the Storm Commandos and the Snowfield Brigade were required to assemble in 3 minutes for no other reason than that they were special forces. A sharp whistle sounded and the members of the two teams appeared in front of Xia Jinyuan and Li Jinyan as fast as they could. Yi Qian, who was sleeping alone in a corner, woke up with a start from a nightmare. She didn't even realize where she was for a few seconds. She had a nightmare. She dreamed of her previous life. She dreamed of the moment before she died. She dreamed that she received a glass of water from a colleague who was on good terms with her. After she drank it, she went to the hotel manager's office. She clearly dreamed that she was pinned down on the office table by that bastard. His filthy hands pulled up her shirt and burrowed into her clothes. What happened after that? The sharp whistle sounded again, and it seemed to be more urgent than the previous one. Yi Jian's body suddenly twitched, and she blinked her eyes lightly. She was a little confused, a little helpless, but more than that, she was sad. 1 more minute, the last minute. Xia Jinyuan's voice came from an empty space. His gaze was directed to the 2 o'clock direction where Yi Qian was. It was a little strange that she, who always acted quickly, hadn't shown up yet. Yi Qian suddenly woke up with the second whistle. She completely woke up from the dream that she didn't want to remember. She wasn't the Yi Qian from her previous life who woke up too late. She was now a soldier. She was now in training. She still had to go overseas to fight. After waking up, Yi Qian stood up. There was no sadness, confusion, or helplessness in her dark eyes. There was only coldness that was clearer than the moonlight. She put on her equipment as fast as she could and picked up the rifle that never left her hand. With the helmet on, she looked like a proud soldier, calm and confident. Do your best, Yi Qian, she encouraged herself in her heart. Her expression was cold as she ran towards the assembly point. The time on the stopwatch changed quite quickly. The faint blue screen light reflected on the face of the young major holding the stopwatch, making his handsome eyebrows and eyes even colder than the crescent moon in the sky. There were still 25 seconds left. He looked at the 2 o'clock direction again, but it still hadn't appeared. Li Jinyan obviously noticed it as well. He said calmly, "She will be late, and my punishment this time will be very heavy." "Your punishments have always been heavy." Xia Jinyuan pursed his lips. He was not afraid of the Demon King's punishment, but he was worried about Yi Qian. Yi Qian was never late, but he was late today. Was there something wrong with his body? She shouldn't be. When he was tutoring her last night, he didn't find anything wrong with her body. Her mental state was also good. After a day of training, other than the fatigue between her eyebrows, there was nothing wrong with her. Xia Jinyuan's gaze turned cold. Since it wasn't a problem with her body, it meant that her vigilance wasn't at its peak. Once she relaxed after high-intensity training, even her vigilance would drop. My punishments are indeed heavy, but they are all on the spot. The indifferent Li Jinyan glanced at the stopwatch in his hand, then looked around. His cold eyes narrowed slightly. Chapter 1751. Their current location was a semi-solidified desert, not a vast expanse of yellow sand where not even a blade of grass grew. Some vegetation grew, but the color of the vegetation was a little dull. These vegetation were not to be underestimated. They were all covered in sharp thorns that could directly pierce into the flesh. Over the past few days, the two team members had been pricked by these thorns. Fortunately, their combat uniforms were thick and they were wearing thermal suits inside. Even if they were pricked, they would only suffer small wounds. Li Jinyan said to punish them on the spot. Then, Xia Jinyuan looked around, then looked at Li Jinyan and pointed at the vegetation. Here? Yes. At the same time, Li Jinyan pressed his stopwatch and looked at the figure running over. His thin lips moved slightly and he said coldly, "You're 5 seconds late." Xia Jinyuan pressed his stopwatch and looked at the figure running over. His thin lips pressed even tighter into a straight line. He knew that she was in good health and she was in good spirits. Ha! She was supposed to rest for 2 hours and assemble at 1 in the morning. She was still late. 5 seconds had passed since the 3 minutes had passed. Before Yi Qian could run over, she felt Xia Jinyuan's gaze sweep over her like a bullet. It was so cold that it made her heart turn cold. "You're late." After saying that, he stepped aside and gave his seat to Li Jinyan. Li Jinyan was the one to decide what punishment would be given to the soldiers who were late. Punish them on the spot, then she'd have a good time. The devil's punishment was always in line with his code name. It was full of demonic nature and couldn't be more harsh. Being 5 seconds late was nothing to an ordinary person who hadn't been late before. It was normal. But for a soldier, being 5 seconds late on the battlefield was equivalent to delaying the battle. A bullet's firing speed was 3 seconds. If you were 5 seconds late, the enemy's bullets would have already swept over. Yi Qian took a deep breath and walked to the front of the team to report. No one looked at Yi Qian, and no one wanted to ask why she was late. Even though they all knew that Qing Niao was a very punctual and strict female soldier, she was late this time, so she was late. There was no reason or explanation. She was just late. Everyone else is dismissed. Qing Niao will stay. After the emergency assembly was completed, Li Jinyan opened his mouth, and the team members quickly left to rest. Yi Qian, who was late, stayed behind to await Demon King Li's punishment. A minute later, Xia Jinyuan was the only one left in the empty desert. He stood tall and straight, looking solemn. "Get out of here." Demon King Li never liked to talk nonsense. He pointed at the sand slope with thorny vegetation and said indifferently, 3 rounds. After rolling, go back and sleep." Rolling 3 rounds in the thorny vegetation sounded easy, but in reality, Yi Qian thought that she would never want to be punished like this in her entire life. Yi Qian, who was rolling with his head in his hands, used his body to crush the thorny vegetation. The sharp thorns pierced his clothes and then into his flesh. It was like 10,000 swords piercing his heart. Moreover, she couldn't roll to the same position. She had to climb up from the bottom of the sand slope, walk to the top of the sand slope, and then roll down from another position. After the 3rd round, Yi Jian's body was covered with countless tiny and dense blood holes. Her punishment for being late was considered light. If there is a next time, Qing Niao, your punishment will only be heavier. Li Jinyan looked coldly at the female soldier whose face was bleeding from the thorns. His tone was indifferent as usual. "I hope there won't be a next time." Chapter 1752. The first punishment was engraved in her heart. How could there be a second time? Despite the pain from the thorns all over her body, Yi Qian still stood up straight and replied, "There won't be a second time. Remember what you said." Li Jinyan lowered his eyes and quickly glanced at Yi Qian. As he turned to leave, he glanced at Xia Jinyuan, who hadn't left yet, and left with a cold aura. Xia Jinyuan, who had been watching the whole process, waited until he was a little further away before walking over. He looked at Yi Qian, who hadn't moved for a long time, and sighed softly in his heart. He reached out and held her hand. His slender fingers caressed it, and after a long time he said, "Sit down and remove the thorns in your clothes." She rolled 3 times in a row, especially honestly, towards the thorny trees. There were a few times when he saw that she couldn't roll over, so he stopped for a while and forcefully rolled over in a very barbaric manner. Yi Qian touched her buttocks and smiled bitterly. "I can't sit down." There are thorns all over my back. Xia Jinyuan turned sideways and glanced at her buttocks. He asked her again, "Can you touch it yourself?" Yi Qian took a deep breath and pursed her lips. "I'll try." After trying, he realized how difficult it was. Some of the thorns had pierced through his combat uniform, so he had to take off his pants. Major Xia never thought that he would be able to observe his girlfriend's buttocks up close in such a way. It was really quite unique. "Don't move. They're all in your flesh." Major Xia, who maintained a cold expression, held a curved needle in his hand that was used to sew up his wounds from his medical kit. He slowly picked out the thorns, and his eyes focused on the thorns. He didn't look away at all. Yi Qian, who had taken off her pants, was so embarrassed that her delicate face was redder than an apple. She couldn't control herself when he told her not to move. Major Xia, who was picking out the thorns, was still relatively calm. After he finished picking out the second thorn, he saw a bead of blood seeping out of the thorns in front of him. He raised his hand and wiped it clean. After he was done, he felt Yi Qian's body suddenly stiffen. He also reacted. In other words, he had touched his girlfriend's buttocks. It was an unintentional move, but because he had touched the wrong spot, it was a little awkward. Dark red beads of blood seeped out of her snow-white skin. It was too eye-catching, and it was impossible to ignore. "I don't mean anything else. I just wanted to wipe the blood off the wound where I picked out the thorns earlier," Xia Jinyuan explained calmly, lest his thin-skinned girlfriend be embarrassed. Yi Jian, who had buried her head in the pillow of the sleeping bag, replied with a muffled, It sounded like there was nothing wrong with it, but even her waist was turning red. It was obvious that she was shy again. His buttocks were the landing point. There were 4 places where the thorns had pierced into his flesh. After picking them all out, Xia Jinyuan was sweating profusely. After punishing Yi Jian, he was the one who suffered in the end. Next were his left and right shoulders. Xia Jinyuan secretly adjusted his breathing and managed to suppress the rolling qi and blood. "Uncle Chun said that you've never been late. I've been training with you for so long, and I've never seen you late. You've always been very vigilant, but you're late today." Despite the training, her skin was still as white as snow and glowed like pearls. It was so tender that it was like a peeled egg. It was as smooth as silk to the touch. The small black spots on her shoulders were a little dazzling. Xia Jinyuan's gaze was attracted to the thorns even without chatting. Chapter 1753. When Yi Qian heard his words, waves of bitterness welled up in her heart. After a while, she said softly, "Captain Xia, do you believe that people have a past life?" She had kept those things in her heart for too long. She thought that she would forget them with time and after she was reborn, but she realized that the hatred and humiliation would not be forgotten. Instead, as time passed, it would only ferment and mold. In the end, it would be like a parasite attached to a bone that could not be removed. In that case, would it be better if she said it out loud? But would he believe her if she said it out loud? Xia Jinyuan, who had picked out the thorn in her heart, answered her. "You want to tell me that you were late today because of a dream?" She looked up slightly. The searchlight on her helmet shone on her beautiful face. Xia Jinyuan's deep black eyes seemed to be able to see through people's hearts, but he could not see through the deepest secrets of the person in front of him. "Tell me what kind of nightmare you had first." Yi Qian, who had restrained her thoughts, looked at the man who had lowered his head to pick out the thorn in her heart again. She pursed her delicate lips and said softly, "I dreamed that I was being molested." Xia Jinyuan, who had stopped what he was doing, frowned. He looked up at Yi Qian again and asked calmly, "Was it me?" "No." Yi Qian shook her head. The bitterness in her heart only increased. If it had been him, Yi Qian felt that she could still accept it. After all, he was so pleasing to the eye. But she did not know him in her past life, so if it had been him, she would have resisted as well. Xia Jinyuan frowned even harder. He stopped what he was doing and stared at the girl he loved without blinking. "If it wasn't me who molested you, then who was it?" The major, who did not know the truth, only focused on one thing. She did not dream of him molesting her, but of another man. Those memories were very painful. It was so painful that just thinking about it made her stomach churn. It was so disgusting that she wanted to vomit. A very disgusting guy. No matter how capable Xia Jinyuan was, there was no way he could have guessed that Yi Qian's dream was something that had happened in her previous life. Therefore, he raised his hand and flicked his forehead. If it weren't for me, Qing Niao, you could have just taken out your dagger, silver wire, pistol or rifle and killed him directly. After that, he asked worriedly, "Did you kill him? If not, continue dreaming in the second half of the night and drag me into your dream as well. Let me kill this guy with my own hands. How dare you molest my girlfriend? You're courting death." Even if it was just a dream, Major Xia still spoke with a murderous aura. The sad Yi Qian was amused by him. Looking at his handsome side profile, he replied with a smile, "I killed him. I stabbed him in the heart and pulled him out. I killed him. That's right. That's how it should be. There's no need to be afraid in the dream. We can deal with it however we want." Major Xia's heart immediately felt at ease. Looking at him, the smile on Yi Qian's beautiful face deepened. Everything was so beautiful when she was with him. At this moment, Principal Chun, who had been hospitalized for a few days, only had one thought in mind. Get discharged. Why can't I get discharged? I know my own body best. Don't tell me I don't know if there's anything wrong with it. Old Yen, you have to listen to me on this matter. After being hospitalized for a week, Principal Chun could not stay any longer. Whenever he thought of the matters in the army, he was anxious to return home and did not want to waste even a second. Chapter 1754. After retiring from the army for more than 10 years, Principal Chun had never let himself rest. The army arranged for him to be the principal in Fujian town, and he had been guarding the oil depot in the middle school. Later, he met Yi Qian, and almost spent all his time teaching Yi Qian. He had never rested for a day, and he had never let himself relax. Even if he could not wear the green military uniform openly, he still regarded himself as an active soldier. After staying in the hospital for so many days, it could be said that Principal Chun had rested for the longest time since he joined the army. Therefore, to let him stay in the hospital now was more uncomfortable than being tortured. However, he had been a middle school principal for more than 10 years, and he had the elegance of a scholar, so he spoke more gently. Seeing that Commissar Yen, who was sitting in the ward, was unmoved, Principal Chun could only persuade and reason with him. There are a few good seedlings among the new recruits this time. If we train them well, they will definitely achieve something. I have to hurry up. Look, I've been in the hospital for a week. If I don't go back soon, they will relax. How can this work? Training has to be done day after day. We can't give up halfway. I won't joke about my body, and I won't treat my body lightly. I've been in the hospital for so long, and I really can take it seriously. It's just a stomach hemorrhage. It's not a big deal. The surgery has been done, and I've recovered. Let's go through the discharge procedures today. No matter how well he said, it did not move Commissar Yen. You have to continue to recuperate. We're not doctors, so we don't understand. But the doctor said that your stomach hemorrhage this time was very dangerous. If you were sent here half an hour later, you would have died. You cherish the new soldiers, but you have to think about little Yi. She just sent old uncle away. Don't tell me you want her to send you away again? Brother, you have to think about little Yi. She's a girl, and she has to send away her closest relatives one after another. It's more painful than cutting a piece of flesh from her heart. We won't waste time with the hospital. We'll listen to the doctor and leave the hospital after 20 days. As long as you cooperate well and recover well, we'll leave immediately after 20 days. When Headmaster Chun fell, even Commander-in-Chief Xia was alarmed. He gave them a strict order. No matter what, they had to take good care of Headmaster Chun. They could not be careless. This was a call that Commander-in-Chief Xia had personally made to him and old Lu, yet no one in the provincial military knew about it. Not many people knew about Principal Chen's special identity. Even the leaders in the provincial military did not know about it. Only the regiment commander and political commissar of the troop station deep in the mountains of Fujian town knew about it. Since Commander-in-Chief Xia had personally called, Political Commissar Yen and Regimental Commander Liu would definitely not allow Principal Chun to leave the hospital. When Principal Chun, who wanted to leave the hospital, heard Yi Qian's name, the cold expression on his face softened. After the operation, his complexion did not look too good. He was a little pale and had lost a lot of weight. It made his masculine face look more angular, and it made the military prestige between his eyebrows look a little pale. When he thought of Yi Qian, Principal Chen's gaze softened a lot. Old Yen had said so much. He had finally caught his weakness. He was right. If he really left suddenly, how could little Yi, who valued friendship and loyalty, accept it? What's more, her mother's sacrifice was full of doubts. He still had to help her. Half of his desire to leave the hospital disappeared, but the other half continued to bargain. Chapter 1755. Of course, it didn't work out. How was it possible for him to cut the 20 days of hospitalization in half? Brother, you don't have to mention this again. It's useless to mention it again. I'll say it again. 20 days, not a day less. After Yen Jingtuan finished speaking, he looked at Principal Chun, who was still restless on the hospital bed. He sighed and said, "Brother, talking to you is more tiring than talking to 10 new recruits. Don't insist on being discharged. We've already talked to the hospital. You have to stay in the hospital for 20 days. As for..." There was a knock on the door. Then someone pushed the door open and came in with fruits. "Yen Jingtuan is here too. Principal Chun, are you feeling better?" The person who came in was not very welcome. It made Political Commissar Yen and Principal Chen's faces turn cold. Principal Chun said calmly, "Thank you for your concern, Director Yi. My body is fine. There's no big problem." How could Yi Jifan not see their indifference? However, he wanted to repair his relationship with Principal Chun, so he had to put in a lot of effort. He put the fruits on the bedside table. Without inviting him, he sat down and asked with concern, "Gastric bleeding is not a small matter. Principal Chun, you have to take care of yourself. Little Yi is close to you. If she knew that you were lying in the hospital now, I don't know how anxious she would be." Principal Chun sneered at his intention to get close to him, but he wouldn't make it too stiff on the surface. Hearing this, he sneered and said, "Of course she would be anxious. Little Yi is a righteous child. She knows who is good to her and who is bad to her." This was a warning to Yi Jifan not to play any tricks. He shouldn't think that others would forgive him just because he wanted to get close to him. Yi Jifan, who pretended not to understand the meaning behind his words, sighed softly and said somewhat sadly, "That's right. So, since my family treated her like that, it's only right that she doesn't forgive me, her uncle." His cowardly and timid niece grew up overnight. After that, she didn't give him any chance. He didn't even know where to start. The more she acted like this, the more he feared her. In his heart, he was even more certain that, if he did not get rid of her, she would definitely become a huge problem. She would definitely become the biggest obstacle to his daughter Yi Ying's future. But now, it was even more difficult to get rid of her. But even if it was difficult, he had to think of a way. She started with the people closest to her, making them stop helping her and turn to help Yi Ying instead. Was she someone who valued relationships? Let her have a taste of what it feels like to be betrayed by the person closest to her. Yi Jifan was a scheming person. Not only did he want to use Principal Chun to let Yi Ying enter the military in the future, but he also wanted to use this opportunity to suppress Yi Qian. Therefore, Yi Jifan was a person who calculated every step he took. It was because of this that he could rely on the jade pendant to get to where he was now. Principal Chun did not want to talk about Yi Qian with him. After hearing his hypocritical words, he changed the topic and said to Political Commissar Yen, "Old Yen, you go back first. I will definitely take good care of my body for the sake of that girl. You go back first. I will rest for a while." "All right, you rest first. I will go with Director Yi." Political Commissar Yen stood up and pulled Yi Jifan with him. "Director Yi, let's go first. The patient needs more rest to recover faster." Yi Jifan, whose eyes were slightly dim, knew that they were chasing him away. He didn't feel awkward at all. He stood up and said calmly, "Then, Principal Chun, rest well. I will visit again next time." Chapter 1756. He stood up, lowered his eyes slightly, and said somewhat condescendingly, I originally wanted to ask Principal Chun about little Ye's recent situation, but it seems that I came at a bad time. I can only come another day. Ask about little Ye's recent situation? Principal Chun and Political Commissar Yan's faces darkened. He was like a weasel paying a New Year's visit to the chicken. He was up to no good. The two didn't answer and just looked at him indifferently. They were both soldiers. As long as they focused a little, even their eyes had a real texture, which made them feel disgusted and afraid. Yi Jifan, who had been an official for 20 years, was very natural. He maintained a decent smile and naturally continued to say, When my sister-in-law died, she left behind some relics. I originally gave them to my wife at home to take care of, but later she told me that she lost them. A few days ago, I went home to clean up the old things and found these relics in a big closet. I wanted to personally give them to her. How about this, Principal Chun, when you are better, I will give my sister-in-law's relics to you. At that time, I will trouble you to give them to little Yi. If he drove him away today, he wouldn't be able to do it next time. After Yi Jifan finished speaking, he quietly looked at Principal Chun with a smile, waiting for a reply. He didn't think that Chen Dongfeng would drive him away next time if he mentioned these things. Indeed, Headmaster Chun wouldn't chase him away. Therefore, he said calmly, So it's not that they threw it away. It's just that Director Ye's family is too casual. They can even casually place a martyr's relic. Although his voice was faint, his gaze became increasingly sharp. He coldly stared at the dignified official. Gradually, a mocking expression appeared on Headmaster Chen's face. There's an idiom called ungrateful. Director Yi, you really deserve it. Martyr Sun Xueqing used her life to get an official position for Director Yi. She wanted her daughter to be taken care of by both her uncle and her uncle. In the end, Director Yi got the benefits but forgot the kindness. I don't know if Director Ye's conscience is uneasy, but I think Director Yi has a clear conscience. Otherwise, why would he casually place Martyr Sun Xueqing's relics? Yi Jifan's originally indifferent expression suddenly turned cold and gloomy. There was even a trace of ruthlessness that flitted across his face. Did Chen Dongfeng know something? Before Uncle Zhen passed away, did he mention something to him? There must be. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to say something like, forgetting gratitude after receiving benefits. He must know, that's why he dared to say it. That's right. His niece knew that he had Sun Xueqing's jade pendant. How could Chen Dongfeng not know? His gloomy expression only lasted for a few seconds. In the blink of an eye, he was once again the refined and honest chief of a bureau. Yi Jifan sighed. The misunderstanding can only be cleared up if I personally explain it to little Yi. President Chun, I won't disturb your rest. I'll come and visit you next time. He was indeed a character. He spoke so straightforwardly, but it only took a few seconds for him to change. Principal Chun, who felt a chill in his heart, nodded and said, Have a safe trip. I won't see you out. He had to remind Yi girl not to take Yi Jifan lightly. Before he left, Principal Chun even asked him to take away the fruits he brought over. In the end, it was Political Commissar Yen who took the fruits with a smile and distributed them to the nurses outside the ward. He smiled and said to the nurses, This is Mr. Ye's treat. Don't be shy. Yi Jifan, who was next to him, almost couldn't hold it in. But when he thought of Yi Ying's future, he could only endure. Chapter 1757. None of them gave him any face. Just you wait one day. One day I'll make them beg me for mercy. Yi Jifan's eyes flashed fiercely, but he didn't leave immediately after getting in the car. He thought about the conversation in the ward just now, and the fierceness in his eyes became stronger and deeper. There was even a hint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. After a long time, he seemed to have made a decision. He took out his phone and rubbed the keys for a long time. When the murderous intent in his eyes overshadowed his viciousness, he found a private number in his contact list and made a call. As the call connected, Yi Jifan's elegant face looked like it was covered by dark clouds. There was even a hint of viciousness rolling out. I can handle your matter, but you need to solve a problem for me. At 11 o'clock p.m., Commander Liu received an emergency call from the soldiers on duty. Principal Chun had an accident during the foredrip and was in critical condition. Commander Liu was shocked and immediately drove to the hospital. Yi Qian, who was far away in Beijing, was reviewing her textbook knowledge. She didn't know why, but she felt a surge of panic in her heart. Then, she felt a sharp pain that made her bend over and her lips turn pale. Xia Jinyuan was drawing an experimental model for her. As he was deep in thought, the pen in his hand paused. When he looked up, the pen slipped from his hand and he held Yi Jian, who was in a bad mood. Her body trembled and her lips lost their color. Her pulse sped up, but her body temperature was normal. Qing Niao, open your mouth. Take deep breaths. Xia Jinyuan didn't panic. He calmly dealt with the emergency. However, his handsome face was tense. Listen to my command. 1, 2, 3. Take deep breaths. At the same time, he turned on the wireless communication and immediately contacted K7. K7, there's something wrong with Qing Niao's body. Come over quickly. Then, he placed one hand on Yi Qian's chest and said in a deep voice, Take deep breaths. Qing Niao, catch my rhythm. He did not help Yi Qian stand up. Instead, he quickly laid her flat on the ground and turned on the portable oxygen tank that he had brought with him when he entered the highlands. He pulled out a breathing mask and covered Yi Qian's mouth and nose. 1, 2, 3. Inhale, exhale. K7 rushed over and saw Yi Qian lying flat on his back while Xia Jinyuan performed a simple breathing technique. He rushed over and knelt down on both knees. He immediately performed a simple check on Yi Qian and asked Xia Jinyuan, What's the situation? I explained the problem to her, and everything was normal. However, when I was drawing an experimental model, I noticed that her body was trembling. Xia Jinyuan quickly told K7 what he saw. 2 minutes ago, everything was fine. Hearing that, K7 narrowed his eyes. Why does it feel like I'm suffering from angina? Does Qing Niao have heart disease? His gaze fell on Yi Qian's chest. Xia Jinyuan seemed to know what he was thinking. He said in a deep voice, No, her body is very healthy. She doesn't have any congenital diseases, let alone heart disease. I'm fine, I'm fine. Yi Qian, whose 6 senses were gradually recovering, grabbed Xia Jinyuan's hand. She took deep breaths and her eyes lit up. Q King, can you contact home? The feeling of panic was too similar to the feeling when Grandpa Zhen was seriously ill. She was scared. She was very, very scared. Xia Jinyuan grabbed her hand. Where else do you feel uncomfortable? K7 is here. Tell him. We can talk about other things later. Chapter 1758. She didn't feel any discomfort. After her heartbeat suddenly accelerated, she took a deep breath and gradually suppressed the unfounded panic. However, it was as if a piece of her heart had been gouged out, leaving a big hole. It was so empty that even her fingertips couldn't help but tremble. K7 put away his stethoscope and said to Yi Qian softly, Does your condition continue? Or is it sudden? Or should I say it happened before but it's very rare? He still needed to confirm if Yi Qian had any heart disease. If it continued, then it definitely meant that she had some hidden disease. Xia Jinyuan had always been confident in Yi Qian's health. He was certain that she didn't have any heart disease. He held Yi Qian's hand tightly and said in a very steady voice, K7 is the military doctor in our team. Answer his questions properly. Don't hold back and don't hide anything. Actually, he should be a forensic doctor. However, he was someone who liked to make breakthroughs. He could be both a forensic doctor and a military doctor. It only happened once. Before my grandfather fell seriously ill, he had a similar heart attack. Other than that, there were no other problems. Before I entered the military academy, I did a detailed checkup. I confirmed that there were no hidden diseases in my heart. With a pair of strong hands holding Yi Qian's hand, she felt as if there was an unshakable mountain that she could rely on. Even her voice was much calmer than before. K7 stood up and gestured to Xia Jinyuan to help Yi Qian up. There was no need for her to lie down. After the two of them stood up, he said, There are no problems with your body. However, to be safe, you should go to the hospital for a health assessment after training. Also, you must be very worried about your family and haven't contacted them for a long time. That's why your heart raced and you felt a series of emotions. Xia Jinyuan agreed with K7's explanation. However, he knew that Yi Qian's sixth sense had always been sharp. When her uncle was critically ill, he happened to be by her side. He pursed his lips and put his arm around Yi Qian's shoulder. He said in a low voice, "I'll contact the Major General first. Sit with K7 for a while. Put your studies aside for now." They couldn't contact their family directly. They could only go through the command center and see if they could get any information from the command center. Yi Qian knew that her request was against the rules. However, just as K7 said, she was indeed very worried about Uncle Chen. She hadn't contacted Uncle Chen ever since she started training. Now that she had a bad feeling, she couldn't calm. She just wanted to know if Uncle Chen was okay. You don't have to just stand there and wait. K7 saw that she was just standing there. Her eyes, which were usually as calm as water, occasionally flashed with anxiety. He was not good with words, so he comforted her simply. When Li Jinyan came over, he saw Yi Jian squatting and jumping on the spot. Beside her was K7 from the Shuiyu Brigade, who was both a forensic doctor and a military doctor. Xia Jinyuan asked him to come over to tutor Yi Jian and also mention the situation just now. Only then did he hurry over. Looking at it now, the situation wasn't too bad. K7 saw the devil's arrival and heaved a sigh of relief. He really didn't know how to get along with a female soldier. He didn't know what to say either. Yi Qian didn't feel anything, but K7 himself felt uneasy. Li Jinyan, who also graduated from the National University of Science and Technology, was also a famous person in the school. It wasn't difficult for him to tutor Yi Qian. After seeing Xia Jinyuan's experimental setup, he slowly spoke in a cold voice and began to tutor Yi Qian. Chapter 1759. Although Li Jinyan was a cold person, he was the same type of person as Xia Jinyuan. As commanders, no matter what kind of problem they faced, they could handle it calmly and steadily. He didn't ask Yi Qian what happened just now, since she was so flustered that even Xia Jinyuan's face darkened. Asking again would only make Yi Qian, who was already focused on studying, panic again. Building and formulas are equivalent. Before the experiment, you have to list all the formulas and possible accidents. If you fail halfway through, you can immediately find the problem in the completed steps and formulas. It's not advisable to skim over it like you did. The reason why quantum entanglement was called ghost-like operation by Einstein is because of the phenomenon obtained in the experiment. The most common form of quantum state in a multisystem system is the entangled state. So you made a mistake. Li Jinyan's professional knowledge was quite strong. Not only that, but his knowledge was also quite broad. Yi Qian's experiment construction was done step by him. A large number of formulas were listed from the tip of his pen. In a short while, both sides of 3A4 papers were filled. The concept of entangled state first appeared in 1935 in Schrödinger's paper on the cat state. You can borrow a copy of this paper in the National University of Science and Technology's library. It will be of help to your quantum communication. Li Jinyan, who was tutoring her, was as strict and serious as he was during training. He was full of a cold aura that prevented people from getting close to him. Sometimes, when Yi Qian asked him a question, she had to observe his expression first to avoid being glanced at with a "you're not very smart" look. Since her rebirth, Li Jinyan had only looked at her like that. She had to admit that her self-esteem was still a little hurt. She thought that she was good at all subjects, but in front of Li Jinyan and Xia Jinyuan, she was somewhat inferior. Facing Li Jinyan, who had graduated many years ago and had such strong professional knowledge, Yi Qian paid 120% attention to his explanation. Yi Qian had always been reserved in front of this young major, whose aura was cold and aloof. He was not as relaxed and comfortable as when he was with Xia Jinyuan. Yi Qian, who was immersed in the sea of learning, seemed to have forgotten what had just happened. Following Li Jinyan's train of thought, she occasionally raised her own opinions. She did not notice that the clock had quietly pointed to 10 o'clock in the evening. What she didn't know was that Xia Jinyuan had specifically instructed Li Jinyan before he came over. Devil, use your professional knowledge to stall Qing Niao. No matter what, you have to hold her back. When I get a definite answer, I'll come back immediately. Therefore, Li Jinyan really tried his best to recall everything he had learned to stall Yi Qian. Fortunately, Yi Qian was in the same school as him and was in the same command faculty. Otherwise, no matter how capable he was and how broad his professional knowledge was, it would be impossible for him to stall for a few hours. Moreover, quantum mechanics was one of his best professional courses and he had won many awards. Therefore, at this moment, Li Jinyan felt that he could still successfully complete the task Xia Jinyuan gave him by scaring Yi Qian, who had just learned the basics. In a quantum system, the orthogonal polarization state of photons, the spin of electrons or nuclei, the energy levels of atoms or quantum dots, and so on can all be used to create an entangled state. Do you know who came up with the idea of an entangled state? Not only did he explain, but he also asked Yi Qian questions from time to time. This made Yi Qian, who had just learned the basics of professional courses, even more alert. He was afraid that he would miss a single word. Chapter 1760. Hearing this, he calmly replied, Schrödinger was the first to propose the term entangled state. It refers to a superposition state of a multi-particle system or a multi-degree of freedom system that cannot be expressed as a direct product. Fortunately, she had a good memory. Although she was only a beginner, when she entered the laboratory, the senior brothers and sisters would occasionally test her, so she had no problem answering these kinds of questions. Also, he had mentioned that Schrödinger's 1935 paper on cat state had mentioned it. Why did it feel like he was teasing her when he asked her about it now? Li Jinyan looked at the female soldier who looked particularly serious from the side. He couldn't help but smile. She was indeed listening very seriously. She didn't get distracted even after nearly 2 hours. Just as Yi Qian guessed, Li Jinyan did want to tease her. No, it couldn't be considered teasing. He wanted to ease the tension between the two of them. It was clearly just a discussion of knowledge and experiments, but her expression. It was as if she had entered a training state. Not only was it like this now, but every time she interacted with him, her entire body would tense up, as if he would do something evil to her in the next second. All of these actions puzzled him. Xia Jinyuan was clearly more ruthless than him. Why was Yi Qian able to get along with him so easily? As for him, other than being a little harsh during training, he didn't treat her harshly. Why was she so tense when he interacted with her? Yi Qian didn't realize that Li Jinyan had asked her to ease the tension. She only felt more pressure. Seeing her tense expression, Li Jinyan couldn't help but furrow his brows. He was certain that he hadn't said a single harsh word just now. It seemed that it wasn't his problem, but Yi Qian's own problem. She wasn't used to interacting with him. Thinking of this, Li Jinyan stopped thinking about it and didn't want to ease the tension. He continued to write a series of complicated, abstruse formulas that laymen wouldn't understand. Yi Qian turned his head to the side and focused all his attention on the conversation. He did not expect the cold and indifferent Li Jinyan to make fun of him in order to ease the tension. After waiting for nearly 2 hours, Xia Jinyuan finally received a call from Commander-in-Chief Xia. It was this call that made his expression turn cold. The little fox's sixth sense was accurate once again. Uncle Chun was still being resuscitated due to a problem with his foredrip. His fate was unknown. The nurses and pharmacists who administered the medicine have been arrested. The military has sent people to guard the place. At the same time, the police are also investigating closely. Whether or not this incident was intentional or accidental, we will only know the exact result after the police investigation is completed. Xia Jinyuan did not hide anything from Yi Qian. He told Yi Qian everything he had just heard. Uncle Chun was hospitalized because of gastric bleeding. Before this, he had instructed Captain Liu and the political commissar to keep this a secret from you. Yi Qian was a person who sought results. Once she knew the outcome, she would be able to remain calm and not lose her composure because of the sudden news. Yi Qian, whose face was drained of blood, stared at Xia Jinyuan with eyes as bright as the moon. When he asked the question, his voice was very calm and there wasn't even a trace of trembling. It has been more than 2 hours since he entered the operating room. It seems that the situation is not normal. A problem with the foredrip would directly cause the various organs in the body to fail, and there would be complications. Uncle Chen's life is at stake this time. Chapter 1761. That's right, so I won't hide it from you. At the same time, I also need to tell you that our training is a military secret. You can't choose to withdraw. This was the military. They had to give up their family for the sake of everyone. For the sake of the country's peace, the sacrifices that a soldier had to make were not something that ordinary people could imagine. If an accident happened to one's wife and child, the soldiers protecting the country would not be able to appear in time to protect their family. If their parents died, as long as they were still carrying out their mission, they could not be both loyal and filial. They could only choose to be loyal. Hearing that the life and death of her closest family member was uncertain, Yi Qian, as a soldier, could not abandon her training and mission to rush over. She could not even contact the outside world. This was the military, a military unit with iron-like discipline. They had to sacrifice themselves. Yi Qian could not do anything other than stand under the cold moonlight and worry about the safety of her family thousands of miles away. Li Jinyan flipped open the entire training schedule. He listened to Yi Qian's seemingly calm, but in fact, every word she spoke was filled with grief. He pursed his lips and glanced coldly at the schedule. He looked up at Yi Qian. After the desert training, you will head to the plateau. There are 29 hours of flexible time in between. If you can make it to the plateau training within 29 hours, Qing Yao, I agree to give you the freedom to arrange these 29 hours. Then, there were still 8 days until the desert training ended. Yi Qian, who had studied in medical school in her previous life, knew very well that if she could be saved this time, she could wait until the training ended before going back to visit Uncle Chin. If she could not be saved, then she could go back 8 days later. She suppressed the trembling in her heart and looked steadily at Li Jinyan. Although her voice was soft, her words weighed 1,000 pounds. No, there's no need. Uncle Chun did not forget to remind platoon leader Lu and the political commissar not to tell her when he was trying to save his stomach from bleeding. From this, she could see Uncle Chen's attitude. He did not want her to break the military's discipline. Her 2 closest relatives, who had taught and raised her, had told her that discipline was the military's order and could not be violated when she walked the path of the military. Whether it was in the era of bitter war or the current era of peace, the military had always been strict with political discipline. Military orders must be obeyed, and military discipline is not to be taken lightly. This was what Uncle Chun had told her on the first day of training. If she rushed back now, Uncle Chun would definitely be disappointed. She didn't want to disappoint her family. Li Jinyan didn't try to persuade him because he saw a trace of relief flash across Xia Jinyuan's hawk-like eyes because of her words. He really knows Yi Qian very well. Li Jinyan nodded slightly as this thought flashed through his mind. Okay, that's all for tonight. Rest early. Thank you for your hard work tonight. Yi Qian thanked him sincerely. Even though she had just received such bad news, she still maintained the dignity of a soldier. Li Jinyan couldn't help but cheer for her. She wasn't even 20 years old, yet she was able to maintain her composure after hearing that her family was on the brink of death. If he hadn't heard her calm words, he would have mistaken her for a female soldier who was indifferent to her family. She wasn't. It was just that she knew her own identity. It was too cruel for someone like her who wasn't even 20 years old, but she held on to the spirit of a soldier. Xia Jinyuan had already hugged his little fox tightly in his arms. He tightened his iron arms so that she could completely snuggle into his embrace. He wanted her to have someone to rely on and feel at ease. Chapter 1762. Not all soldiers could do this when their loved ones' lives were at stake. Soldiers were humans too. They had blood and flesh, and there were times when they would lose control. Facing Yi Jian, who didn't even let out a sound of pain, he didn't hear her cry or complain, but her hands clutching his clothes tightly were as if she was clutching his heart, making his heart ache so much that it was throbbing. Everything will be fine. Believe me, everything will be fine. My dad already knows about the situation. He has sent a top specialist from the 301 General Military Hospital to the southern province on a private plane. They should have arrived in the southern province by now. The top specialist and the top team. Little Fox, believe me, Uncle Chun will get through this. He hugged her tightly. He wanted so much to be able to share her sorrow. He wanted to bear all the pain and sorrow alone. He wanted so much, but he could not. He could not bear the pain and helplessness in her heart. He could only comfort her with his heart and accompany her with his heart. Yiqian did not speak. She was afraid that she would cry out loud if she opened her mouth. She had cried too much in her previous life. In this life, she really hated the feeling of tears. She especially hated the feeling of helplessness in the face of difficult problems. She hated the feeling of having nowhere to vent her sorrow. Don't forget, Uncle Chun is a soldier. He is an indomitable soldier. He is also a world-class sniper. He is respected by soldiers from many countries. He has seen too many deaths like this. He has encountered too many difficulties like this. You have to believe that there is no obstacle that Uncle Chun cannot overcome. There is no difficulty that Uncle Chun cannot overcome. We can't go back because the responsibility on our shoulders is too heavy. Uncle Chun will understand your choice and will applaud your choice. That's because he knew that the girl he personally groomed had really grown up and become a qualified soldier. She's even a qualified Special Forces female soldier. Do you still remember what old uncle said? He said that wearing the military uniform is equivalent to shouldering the responsibility of the country and its people. Loyalty and filial piety cannot be achieved at the same time. If it is for the country and its people, as soldiers we can only choose loyalty. There is no other choice. Uncle Chun won't blame you. On the contrary, he's happy for your growth. Xia Jinyuan's voice was very low. Every word he said reached Yi Qian's ears and her heart. She gradually loosened her grip on his uniform. In front of them, Li Jinyan and a few other comrades stood quietly, silently watching the two people hugging in front of them. Seeing the tall male soldier like a towering mountain protecting the female soldier whose breathing was filled with sorrow, they all heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts. The whale retracted his gaze and sighed softly. Just as his gaze fell on Li Jinyan, he seemed to have thought of something. Then he let out a heavy sigh. The two sighs made Li Jinyan look over. She's very strong. Yes, Qing Niao is indeed very strong. Even the male soldiers may not be able to do this, J5 added. The only ones who knew what had happened were him, the whale, and the two captains. The whale wanted to rub his chest. His first sigh was indeed because of Qing Niao. As for the second sigh, it was because he had discovered a secret. The two of them hugged each other so tightly. He gave her protection like a mountain, and she gave him tenderness like water. He felt that it would be unnecessary for them to persuade Qing Niao. With Q King around, no matter who went over, it would be unnecessary. Chapter 1763. Big Whale was a married man. His life was rough, but it was not so rough that he could not see what was going on in front of him. They were clearly a couple. Qing Niao and Q King were clearly a couple. It seemed like they had been a couple for more than a day or two. Couples who had only been together for a day or two would not be so intimate. They had definitely been together for a long time, so there was no Demon King. His second sigh was because there was no Demon King. Qing Niao and Q King were a couple, so the Demon King had to step aside. Q King will take care of Qing Niao, so we don't have to go. J5 did not pay any more attention to it. Some things did not make people happy as more people tried to persuade them. Qing Niao was a female soldier who was used to being alone. If too many people went over, it would make her feel uncomfortable. Big Whale, who had originally proposed to go and comfort Yi Qian, nodded. We can leave now. Leave it to Q King. I believe he will enlighten Qing Niao. In the future, he would definitely not mention pairing Qing Niao and the Demon King together again. Li Jinyan took the lead and left. As he walked past Big Whale, he said calmly, Now you know how wrong you were in the past. He had tried to pair himself with Yi Qian many times in front of Xia Jinyuan. Xia Jinyuan did not throw a tantrum at Big Whale on the spot. He was considered well-mannered. You already knew? Big Whale was shocked. How did he know? Know what? Li Jinyan glanced at his shocked comrade under the moonlight. He did not say anything to ease his comrade's doubts. His slender legs strode away, and he returned to his unit to rest. As for when Xia Jinyuan and Yi Qian would return to camp, no one knew except for the sentries. The next day, Yi Qian went into training with the other male soldiers as usual. Other than his eyes being slightly red and swollen, there was nothing else out of the ordinary. They had arrived at the entrance of the desert. It seemed that even the satellite signal was not good. Yi Jian did not receive any more news about Headmaster Chen. It was as if the news of Headmaster Chen's critical condition 2 days ago was just a nightmare. How she wished that it was just a nightmare. When she woke up, nothing would happen. Now, other than seriously completing her daily training, she would quietly wait at night, waiting to see if the military would bring her any more news. For days had passed. Other than that night when they learned that the military had arranged for top experts to lead a top medical team to the southern province, there was not a single word about it. It was as if they had forgotten about it. Yi Jian looked up at the starry sky in the desert. It was so bright that there was not a trace of haze. Every star emitted a pure and untainted light. Looking at the vast sky, Yi Jian could not help but smile. Uncle Chen, you can definitely pull through. I believe you can definitely pull through. No more news from the military was the best news for her. Xia Jinyuan quietly looked at the slender figure standing not far away. When he saw her looking up at the starry sky, he couldn't help but look up as well. It was beautiful and vast. Standing in the desert and looking at the starry sky seemed to make one forget all their troubles. He didn't know if she had forgotten all the troubles and sadness in her heart. Xia Jinyuan didn't go over to disturb her. He gave her some space and waited silently. The starry sky in the desert was always more beautiful than the starry sky in the city. There were too many hustle and bustle in the city with flashing neon lights. There were also too many sins. No one could see clearly in the colorful lights. Everyone was wearing a mask, and no one knew what they looked like under the mask. Chapter 1764. Walking to the smoking room of the hospital, Yi Zhifan took out a cigarette box with trembling hands and took out a cigarette. When he took out the lighter again, the lighter fell to the ground with a pa sound. However, he didn't seem to notice it as he continued to take out the lighter in his pocket, doing completely unconscious actions. There were other people in the smoking room. Seeing this, the bent cat kindly picked up Yi Zhifan's lighter and said, "You dropped your lighter. Here." The kind-hearted man reached out his hand for a long time but didn't see any reaction from Yi Zhifan. He couldn't help but pity him and comforted him. "Calm down. Don't panic. Here, I'll light a cigarette for you. My wife is still giving birth and I'm very nervous. I ran over here and smoked a few cigarettes to calm down." Yi Zhifan then realized that someone was talking to him and lighting a cigarette for him. He quickly said, "Thank you." He lowered his head and lit the cigarette. However, he didn't have any interest in talking to a stranger whose wife was giving birth. He lit the cigarette and stood in the corner. It was obvious that he didn't want to talk. He wasn't in the mood to talk. After returning from a meeting in another city, he didn't even go home and specially ran to the hospital. He first saw Grandmother Yi lying on the bed, then ran to Chen Dongfeng's room. Only then did he find out that Chen Dongfeng was no longer in the hospital. However, he didn't know anything. He didn't receive any news from the hospital at all. Even the people who worked for him didn't give him any news. After such a big thing happened, if the people who worked for him didn't give him any news, then there was a problem. He couldn't get through to the people who worked for him because their phones were turned off. He then called the director in charge of Grandmother Ye's treatment. The call went through, but the other party didn't know the situation. It wasn't until just now that he called the director that he found out that Chen Dongfeng was transferred to another hospital that night. The top experts from the 301 General Military Hospital came with a medical team. The higher-ups of the provincial hospital were all alarmed. Then, they took Chen Dongfeng and left on a private plane. What was Chen Dongfeng's background? What kind of background did he have? It wasn't an exaggeration to say that this was the treatment of the highest leader. For the first time, Yi Zhifan regretted his decision. He regretted that he acted too hastily. He didn't expect Chun Dongfeng's background to be even more powerful than Uncle Jen's. He thought that Uncle Jen was already the best. After all, even the commander-in-chief was here. Who would have thought that Chun Dongfeng was even more powerful than his uncle? He had even asked the 301 General Military Hospital to bring a medical team to Southern Province just to save Chun Dongfeng's life. Yi Jifan's smoking speed became faster and faster. He finished one cigarette in less than 2 minutes. When he wanted to light another one, he had to use his lighter several times before he could light it up. The police were involved in the investigation, and all the relevant personnel were under control. The military also stepped in. The more he thought about it, the more flustered Yi Jifan became. He was so flustered that he could no longer stay in the hospital. Our hospital is in big trouble. The police and the military are involved in the investigation. All related personnel are under control. All the records of the medicine used that day have been retrieved. Yi Jifan, who was walking quickly, thought about every word the director said. He walked too quickly and almost tripped over his own feet. He needed to know if Chun Dongfeng was out of danger. It would be best if he didn't lose his face. Since the trouble had already appeared, it would be even more straightforward. Unfortunately, he was only thinking about it. Xia Jinyuan, who received another call from the satellite, looked at Yi Qian, who was still standing in the distance and looking up at the starry sky. A faint smile appeared on his handsome face. He could foresee how beautiful and delicate her smile would be. It would definitely be like the national peony in full bloom. Chapter 1765. Yi Qian didn't know how long she had been alone. She only knew that when she heard the sound of military boots stepping on the sand, she turned around and saw Xia Jinyuan's deep, dark eyes gently gazing at her with a faint smile. She had always known that there was a gaze silently watching her from not too far away. It was a gaze filled with pity and tenderness, deeply gazing at her and encouraging her. Although he didn't walk over and she didn't turn around, she knew who the owner of this gaze was. Because no one could gaze at her as tenderly as he did, and no one could know when to give her space to be alone like he did. He understood her so well and could always give her just the right amount of support and encouragement. Yi Qian turned around and looked at the young major who was approaching her. Her gaze was locked on his gentle, dark eyes. Gradually, Yi Qian smiled slightly. Just as Xia Jinyuan thought, that blooming smile was like a peony in full bloom under the moonlight. She was so beautiful that it made people bow down to her. She thought that she already knew what kind of good news he wanted to tell her. The cold moon was like a curved hook, pouring out cold and lustrous light. Under the moonlight, his comrade, his lover, was looking at him with curved eyebrows. Her eyes were like crescent moons. Xia Jinyuan walked in front of her and lowered his eyes slightly to look at this female soldier who had always been so strong that it made his heart ache. He bent down slightly, took the helmet from her hand, and put it on for her. Uncle Chun has never let anyone down. This time it will be the same. How can he be defeated so easily when he has someone he cares about in his heart? Wearing a combat helmet and a combat desert uniform, the female soldier stood tall and straight. She was even taller than the proud pine tree in the snow. Her eyebrows were as beautiful as a painting, and there was a tenacity that even the best master could not draw. After fastening the buckle of her helmet and adjusting her collar, the young major, who was as handsome as jade, looked at the female soldier who had won his heart. His voice was low and deep like the sound of a guqin. The things you have experienced, the hardships you have suffered, and the pain you have suffered are the obstacles you must go through on your path of growth. Step over them, tame them, and you'll be baptized. Qing Niao, you look like a soldier now. From you, we can see the temperament and awareness that a modern soldier should have. Good female soldier. There was no smooth sailing on the road to growth. Only by smoothing out the bumpy road and blazing through the thorns and thistles could a soldier's true military career. Congratulations, you've taken another big step towards joining our Snowfield Brigade. His last sentence lit up Yi Qian's eyes, and they shone brighter than the stars in the sky. Xia Jinyuan's smile deepened. You don't have to be surprised. In all of our hearts, you are the best female soldier. This time, Yi Qian's performance could be said to have exceeded everyone's expectations. Even Major General Liu said to himself, "Give Yi Qian 3 days to come back and visit her family." However, he did not answer for Yi Qian. He only said, "I will tell Yi Qian the truth about the situation, and let her decide for herself. However, Major General, based on my understanding of Uncle Chen and Yi Qian, they will not choose to leave." Uncle Chen was the hero of the generation. He was not only a guide to Yi Qian's military career, but also a spiritual coordinate for Yi Qian to become a qualified soldier. His selfless dedication influenced Yi Qian constantly, and he allowed Yi Qian to follow the correct path that her senior had pointed her in. Chapter 1766. How could Yi Qian, who was under the influence of the two seniors, leave the secret training she was undergoing? How could she violate military discipline? If Yi Qian really chose to leave and go back to Uncle Chen, then Uncle Chen would be completely disappointed in Yi Qian. The child he had taught for nearly 10 years had actually abandoned the military and abandoned her responsibilities to come back for him. Uncle Chen would be heartbroken to see such a female soldier like Yi Qian. Therefore, when he told Yi Qian that there was a problem with Uncle Chen's foredrip, he quietly waited for Yi Qian to make a decision. Those few seconds of waiting were even more nerve-wracking than when he was on a dangerous mission. He had never been so nervous since he joined the military. Li Jinyan said that she would have 29 hours of free time after the training was over. At that moment, he almost gave up, but he endured it until his teeth almost broke. Qing Niao never needed others to make decisions for her. She was smart and knew how to make her own decisions. When he heard that she had chosen to stay in the end, he had the urge to cry. She made the choice that a soldier should make. This was the most correct choice. As for him, he didn't know how to feel anymore. Looking at the sadness in her eyes and hearing her teary voice, even though he knew that she had made the right choice, he didn't feel relieved at all. He only felt heartache for her and for the soldiers who had no choice but to make a choice for their country. There was no such thing as a peaceful life. It was just that someone had carried the burden for you and moved forward. Living in a peaceful era, you couldn't see the darkness because someone had blocked the darkness in a place you couldn't see. Yi Qian was the epitome of all soldiers. She had sacrificed herself for the sake of thousands of people. The desert was too quiet. It was so quiet that time seemed to have stopped. After a while, Yi Qian saluted the major who had always supported and encouraged her. She had experienced pain and knew how to hide her feelings. She said softly, "Thank you, Major. You're welcome. That's what I should do." Xia Jinyuan returned the salute. The two of them were only an arm's length away from each other. They were wearing the same military uniform and had the same temperament as they saluted each other. The moonlight stretched out, and the shadows of the two people were reflected in the desert, like two white poplar trees guarding the border. Uncle Chen was already out of danger yesterday, and we entered the depths of the desert the day before yesterday where even the satellite signals are not very stable. Even if the command centers of our two teams want to contact us, they won't be able to. Principal Chen's condition was indeed very dangerous, but he was discovered and rescued in time. After the combined efforts of the specialists from the People's Hospital of Southern Province and the 301 General Military Hospital, he was finally transferred from the ICU to the special ward after the 72-hour critical period. Due to Principal Chen's special identity, the military hid the fact that Principal Chen is out of danger for the sake of caution. The only people who know about this are Commander Liu, Political Commissar Yan, Commander-in-Chief Xia, and Major General Liu. In the army, only you and I know. Although the devil and the others know a little, they don't know about Uncle Chen's identity. The two of them walked side by side from the sand dune back to the camp. Xia Jinyuan did not hide what he knew and told Yi Qian in detail. The military has put pressure on the Southern Province Police and asked them to investigate this matter as soon as possible. This matter will be resolved by the military. We can't interfere at will. His life had just been out of danger, but he was sent to the ICU again because of an infusion problem. The military's main focus was on whether the infusion accident was man-made or a work mistake. Chapter 1767. Xia Jinyuan didn't tell Yi Qian about the military speculations. Since he had already said so, with her intelligence, she would definitely be able to make some guesses. In any case, whether it was man-made or a work mistake, it wasn't something Yi Qian could interfere with for now. Letting the military handle everything was the best way to handle it. As smart as Yi Jian was, she understood the military headquarters guess. She pursed her lips tightly as a cold light flashed across her eyes. The military headquarters was so cautious in their arrangements that they were more worried that this was a premeditated accident. Uncle Chun had a special identity as a retired soldier under the protection of the country. His identity and whereabouts could not be exposed. If this was a premeditated accident, Yi Qian's expression became even more tense, and the hostility in her eyes became more intense. A premeditated accident? A work accident? No matter what it was unforgivable. Uncle Chen's identity might need to be changed again. The military has already begun to make secret arrangements. I'm afraid Uncle Chun won't be able to return to Shuka village. Perhaps Uncle Chun might be sacrificed again to get rid of all the trouble. If that happened, then every time his little fox returned to Shuka village, there would be no one waiting for her to come home. Uncle Chun would no longer appear in the village where she was born and raised. His little fox would be the only one left in the empty house. The image of Yi Qian standing alone in front of the house flashed across his mind. Xia Jinyuan's heart throbbed painfully. Yi Qian, on the other hand, was very open-minded. As long as Uncle Chun was still alive, wherever he was home. Sensing the change in the man's emotions, Yi Qian said softly, I just need Uncle Chun to be alive. Wherever Uncle Chun is, that's my home. Perhaps it was because the villagers of Shuka village had misunderstood her in her previous life. But after being reborn, she didn't have much attachment to the village. If one day Uncle Chun couldn't return to Shuka village, then she wouldn't think about returning to Shuka village either. In her heart, a place with family was home. Her smile was still so gentle, and the determination in her eyes made Xia Jinyuan's heart flutter. He raised his hand and patted her helmet gently. Come back to Beijing with me in the future. I believe Commander-in-Chief Xia will welcome my future daughter-in-law with great enthusiasm. I will give you a complete family. You will have relatives who care for you and a husband who loves you deeply. In the future, you will also have a family of children who will dote on you. From now on, wherever Xia Jinyuan is, that will be your home. It was late at night, and the sentinel was standing guard with a steel spear in his hand. Behind him were his comrades who had fallen asleep. The desert training would end in 3 days. The closer it was to the end, the more they needed to conserve their strength. The night was still long, but the soldiers in training only had less than 5 hours of rest. It was almost the end of the year, and the pressure on the Southern Province Police was getting heavier by the day. The incident at the Southern Province People's Hospital made them feel even more pressured. It was originally classified as a medical accident, but the involvement of the military made things more complicated. Most importantly, they didn't even know the identity of the victim of the medical accident. The military only gave their director one sentence. Whether it was a man-made or a work accident, please investigate thoroughly. If it was a man-made accident, they had to find out if there was a personal grudge. They had to ask the person involved and understand the person's social network. Then, they had to go through the streets and alleys based on the person's oral account and go through a series of investigations to find the suspect. Now, they hadn't even met the person involved. They had to investigate from the hospital. Although the progress was a little slow, at least they had the latest results. Chapter 1768. The Southern Provincial Hospital heaved a sigh of relief because of the latest police investigation. The nurse in charge of dispensing the medicine was in a daze at work that day due to family reasons. Other than that, the nurse in charge of checking the medicine received a phone call midway and didn't check it carefully. In the end, the increased dosage of the 4-drip was sent to the ward. In other words, the police investigation result was a work error and not a human error. The military didn't immediately agree with the police investigation result. Instead, they conducted a more detailed and comprehensive investigation, combing through the entire hospital's network. They even investigated the family background of the janitor in charge of Principal Chen's ward. After all, it was the military. The information they obtained was so detailed that it made the Southern Provincial Police break out in cold sweat. It was so detailed that all the medical personnel who knew who the patient was on the phone with were printed out. These are the medical personnel's contact numbers that the military gave me. I need the Southern Provincial Police to investigate the family background of all the medical personnel who spoke with the medical personnel. In addition, the governor said that if we don't give the military a satisfactory answer, our Southern Provincial Police will be criticized at the National Assembly Hall in March next year. Xia Yiwei handed over the fax sent by the military to the director of the Southern Provincial Public Security Bureau. She said solemnly, "The victim is a retired soldier with first-class meritorious service. In 1986, he was received by the second-generation Corps leader of our country. Director Hong, now you know why even the governor is so cautious. The second-generation Corps leader followed the first-generation Corps leader to liberate our country. Being received by him was a great honor for a soldier." Director Hong had already heard it. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and cold sweat broke out on his back. As the director of the bureau, even if his heart was in turmoil, he didn't show it on his face. He took the fax from Xia Yiwei and said solemnly, "I've made the governor worry. Please don't worry. We will definitely give the military an explanation for this case." The governor believes in the Flood Bureau's ability, so he promised the military that we will definitely give them a satisfactory answer. Xia Yiwei said with a smile. She was gentle and polite the whole time, appearing to be very cultured. She was just passing on the governor's words, making Director Hong feel like he was in the middle of June in winter. He was so busy that his inner clothes were drenched in sweat. Giving the military a satisfactory answer meant that the military wasn't satisfied with the results of the investigation. 3 days. In 3 days, you must investigate the background of all the phone numbers on this list. If anyone is careless, immediately take off your police uniform and leave. In the conference room, Director Hong's voice was like a bell. He told all the police officers in the conference, "If anyone has any objections, say it now." Who would have any objections? No one dared to have any objections. Now, even the original police officer in charge of the investigation had been replaced by a criminal police officer. The person in charge had also been replaced by the most famous old criminal police officer in the southern province. It could be seen that the higher-ups attached great importance to this matter. Since no one has any objections, then investigate this matter thoroughly. Old Ma, you're the signboard of the Southern Province Public Security Bureau. I'll leave this case to you. Chapter 1769. Old Ma had been engaged in criminal investigation for 23 years. From a young man of 22 years old to a middle-aged man of 45 years old, he had handled countless cases, both big and small. The serial murder case that shocked the country in 1996 was solved by him. After Yi Jifan knew that Old Ma was in charge of this case, he sat in the office and shivered from the cold. Even though the heater was on, he felt as if he had fallen into a cold lake. There was no news of Chun Dongfeng's life or death. Instead, news from the police kept coming to his ears, making him unable to work. "Little Dong, I'm going out for a while. Call me if there's anything." Director Yi, who was not in the mood to work, called his secretary, gave a few instructions, and drove away with his car keys. He needed to calm down, and think about what else he had not dealt with. It was not easy to get to where he was today. He did not want to suddenly lose everything. Everything had just begun. He could not fall. Yi Jifan, who was driving aimlessly, thought with hostility in his eyes. His expression was as gloomy as dark clouds, making people tremble. He drove to a park and lay quietly in the car, carefully thinking about whether he had made any mistakes. After thinking for at least an hour, Yi Jifan was sure that he did not make the police suspect anything. Then, a sneer appeared on his tense face. When Old Ma walked into his office with 2 policemen, Yi Jifan did not panic at all. He was very calm and received them in a very official manner. At that time, it was exactly 10 days after Principal Chen's infusion accident. Yi Qian, who had just finished training in the desert, sat with the male soldiers on the helicopter that flew into the desert to pick them up. They silently flew to the plateau and entered the final training. This was the last training stop. Although everyone's faces showed signs of fatigue, no one quit. No matter how tough or tiring it was, they would persevere. The word quit would never appear in the dictionaries of the two teams. At this time, the plateau had long been sealed by heavy snow. The soldiers stationed at the various outposts lived an isolated life. In order to ensure a smooth landing, the crew on the helicopter kept in contact with the plateau's main station. If the weather changed, the helicopter could not reach the landing site. This aircraft was sent out by a helicopter formation in our country's territory. The crew members were all soldiers responsible for patrolling the Northwest Plateau. They had rich piloting experience and could complete every patrol perfectly. This was the first time the members of the Storm Commandos had completed their training in the highlands. Everyone was worried about the lack of oxygen in the highlands. Fortunately, the training this time did not send them to a high altitude all of a sudden. Instead, they only completed their training at an altitude of about 2,000 meters. This was the military's arrangement. It was a reasonable arrangement made after considering the situation of the Storm Commandos. It was exactly 2 o'clock in the afternoon when they arrived at the landing site. The sky was clear and blue, and the snowy mountains in the distance stretched as far as the eye could see, as if a giant dragon was hibernating. The 4 helicopters successfully landed one after another. One just took off and the other just entered the landing point. Xia Jinyuan, who was the first to come down, stood in the distance with the members of the Storm Commandos and waited for all their comrades to gather. While waiting, he talked to them about Lu Hang, who was in charge of the air patrol at the northwest border. The places we entered were not no man's land. For example, Lu Hang's air patrol team needed to fly over No Man's Land, Plateau, and Tian Shan Mountain to complete their patrol of the northwest border. There were no ground navigation stations or radar stations along the way. Even the advanced satellite navigation system would be intermittent due to the refraction of the mountains. Without rich experience and a steady state of mind, it is very difficult to achieve a safe takeoff and landing safely. Chapter 1770. 2 helicopters had already landed, and the third had entered the landing orbit and was ready to complete the landing. Xia Jinyuan looked up at the Iron Eagle in the sky that could pass through no man's land and proudly told the members of the Storm Commandos beside him, "This is one of the most dangerous and difficult routes in the world. The Ali Plateau has been identified as a forbidden zone for rotorcraft helicopters, but the soldiers of the Land Air Corps have flown through it safely. Their courage is admirable. They and the soldiers of the highest outpost in our country are known as the Children of Stars and Snow by the border troops. They are accompanied by the stars in the sky and the snow all year round." Xia Jinyuan had stayed in the snowy plateau for nearly a year. Other than protecting the secretly built base station of our country, he spent the rest of his time either patrolling or understanding the troops of the snowy plateau and the northwest of the border. Therefore, he knew the history and heroic deeds of every troop here. No matter where they were, there were admirable soldiers guarding the country. Even Xia Jinyuan, who was a Special Forces soldier, admired them. The members of the Storm Commandos listened very carefully. Some of them were further away from Xia Jinyuan, and there was the noise of the propellers of the helicopter. Those who did not hear clearly asked the members of the Snowfield Brigade next to them. After asking, they found out that the members of the Snowfield Brigade were very familiar with the situation. While waiting, the members of the Storm Commandos learned a lot about the soldiers of the border. Even if they only picked up a few stories, it was enough to make the tough men's eyes turn red. The 3rd helicopter completed its landing, and the crew sent an order to the crew of the 4th helicopter through the radar. After they finished escorting the 2 troops that had entered the plateau training, they would fly to the Pulan Border Defense Company to refuel and complete today's air patrol. One of the Land Air Corps soldiers with a laptop operated the 3-dimensional navigation map that could help them fly on the plateau while contacting the crew of the 4th helicopter. "I can see the snow clouds gathering. Complete the landing quickly." "Roger, Roger. We are 370 meters away from entering the 2nd orbit route." A series of parameters about the flight speed, flight altitude, and so on were accurately reported by the crew technician, and the pilot of the helicopter began to enter the correct orbit to complete the landing according to the radar. Yi Qian's eyes were filled with admiration as he looked at the Lu Hang soldiers who were working together so well. The northwest of the border is a land of bitter cold, but it is also our territory. The north and south of the Heavenly Mountains, the Gobi Desert, the Snowy Plateau, the boundless Kunlun Mountains. These are all areas that even birds would not approach, but they were all conquered by the soldiers stationed at the border. In the sky where birds never flew, there were soldiers who were not afraid of death piloting iron eagles to guard the country through the wind and snow. It was because of their protection with their lives that the northwest border of our country was peaceful. Fasten your seatbelts. The storm is here. We need to avoid it. After entering the flight path, they were less than 10 kilometers away from the landing point. The storm that came out of nowhere swept over them, moving forward at lightning speed. There was a lack of oxygen in the air, and it was snowing all year round. The bright sun in June shone brightly on the snowy mountains, but in the blink of an eye, it could be covered by dark clouds. Suddenly, there would be soybean-sized hail and snow, and the temperature would plummet by more than 10 degrees. The weather was already like this in June, let alone in the cold winter. Xia Jinyuan, who was talking to the members of the storm commandos, stared at the appearance of the fourth helicopter. As he saw layers of snow clouds gathering on the other side of the snowy mountain, the darkness in his eyes deepened. Chapter 1771. K7 looked at his watch and then looked at the rapidly gathering snow clouds. His monotonous voice became slightly more serious. I'm afraid there will be a big snowstorm. This place is a wind gap. The landing point of the helicopter was indeed a wind gap. It was surrounded by mountains and looked like a canyon. Only the landing point of the helicopter was flat and open. It was suitable for patrol helicopters to land. What worried K7 more was that the wind gap was narrow. When the snowstorm came, it would squeeze through the narrow gap first. The power of the wind and snow would increase, and the helicopter would not be able to complete the landing. It would only cause the helicopter to fly away from the landing point. The soldiers of the Shuiyu Brigade were part of the special forces of the sea, land, and air. They knew very well that if the helicopter couldn't land, it would be like a leaf caught in a gale in the blizzard. Could crash at any time. The third helicopter had completed its takeoff. There was only one landing point, so it had to fly away and give way to the fourth helicopter. The crew looked at the accurate 3D map and contacted each other to report the latest weather situation. Find a landing point. Stop flying temporarily. Roger, Roger. 1,700 meters away from the landing point. Second landing completed. Prepare to land. Prepare to land. All crews, prepare to land. 2,164 meters away from the landing point. Second landing completed. Prepare to land. Over. The first two helicopters that took off found a suitable landing point and began their second landing. Such a situation was too common for the pilots and patrolling soldiers of the Northwest Airlines. Flying the Black Hawk, they would not panic because of this. They would find a suitable landing point as quickly as possible and complete the landing in the shortest time possible. Gather, gather. Before the third helicopter took off, Xia Jinyuan whistled and signaled for all the members to gather quickly. The weather changed. Large amounts of snow clouds rolled in from the other side of Tianshan Mountain. It was as if there was a snow demon in the dark clouds that started to wreak havoc on the entire plateau. The members of the storm commandos who were standing at the landing point less than 2,000 meters above sea level could already feel the power of the change in the weather before they even saw the snow. Wow, I've learned something new. I've lived for almost 30 years, and this is the first time I've seen snow on a whim. A member of the storm commandos, who had been with the sea since he was young, saw the snow falling from the sky. His tanned face was filled with surprise. Just a second ago, he could still see the crystal-clear blue sky, and in the next second, snowy clouds rolled in, covering the snowy mountains that seemed to reach into the 9 heavens. The wind was raging, and snow was falling. The temperature began to drop rapidly. In less than 5 minutes, frost had condensed on his eyelashes. Yi Qian had left school on the 12th of December for a 45-day joint training. A month had passed since then, and it was the coldest month in the border region, so it was normal for snow to fall at any time. Close your mouth. Be careful of a few hailstones falling down and knocking your teeth out. Sea Anemone reminded his comrade coldly in the face of the snowstorm that contained the great power of nature. Also, the Demon King and Qing Niao, a total of 10 people, haven't arrived yet. Can you temporarily put away your surprise? Yi Qian, Li Jinyan, 4 members of the Snowfield Brigade, and 4 members of the Storm Commandos were all in one helicopter. There was still 1 pilot and 4 crew members on board, making a total of 15 people who had yet to land. Chapter 1772. The soldiers on the 4th helicopter, who hadn't completed the landing and had been forced to fly away, made hand gestures with a relaxed expression. It was a very simple communication gesture. They pointed at each other, then pointed outside and said, "Are you afraid, brothers? We're in a snowstorm." It would be a lie to say that they weren't afraid. But seeing the relaxed expressions of the Liu Hang brothers, the Special Forces soldiers, who were shaking from the bumps, had nothing to be afraid of. J5, who was sitting in the same helicopter, laughed. He happened to be sitting next to the soldier who spoke, so he simply turned his head and leaned over to his ear. He laughed heartily and said, "Aren't there still Liu Hang's brothers here? You're the Land Navigation Regiment that obtained the first place in the military training of the entire army. In July 3 years ago, your regiment commander made a shocking move by piloting a new type of aircraft. He directly piloted the new aircraft to patrol the new road on the Northwest Plateau. This bold move opened up many new routes. Brother Liu Hang, you asked us if we were afraid. Of course we're afraid. But with you guys here, what else do we have to be afraid of?" No matter how loud his voice was, the noise in the cabin was quite loud. Although Yi Qian, who was sitting opposite him, didn't hear what J5 said clearly, she still knew what he said from the shape of his lips. Li Jinyan, who also heard it clearly, had a faint smile in his cold eyes. He lowered his head to Yi Qian and was about to tell her what J5 said, when he saw the corners of the female soldier's lips curl up slightly. He immediately understood that the female soldier knew as well as he did. The Special Forces members of the Snowfield Brigade seemed to be able to read lips. The soldiers of the Land Navigation Regiment who heard it clearly were quite shocked. Who was this person? How did he know so clearly? Looking at his expression, the smile in J5's eyes deepened. Coincidentally, when the regiment commander of the Land Navigation Regiment was patrolling in the new aircraft that year, a member of the Snowfield Brigade who was in charge of patrolling the base station was sitting next to him. This member was none other than J5. Moreover, he also knew what the regiment commander's next goal was, and what the next goal of the entire Land Navigation Regiment was. Because this goal was a half-joking and half-serious suggestion he had made to Q King. That year, in order to protect the construction of a satellite base station in the border, they assassinated the foreign spies who tried to enter the border to look for the base station. For nearly a year, their biggest regret was that there were no helicopters to complete the cross-patrolling from a single to a multi-helicopter formation in the northwest border. Later, when they were hunting down a spy who had obtained information about the base station, they had their first contact with the commander of the aviation regiment. After taking care of the escaped spy, he and Q King talked to the regiment commander about the Northwest Patrol. As they talked, they half-jokingly and half-seriously suggested to the regiment commander to see if it was possible to complete the cross-patrol from a single helicopter to a multi-helicopter formation. They were only half-joking because they had piloted helicopters before and knew how dangerous it was to cross the border to patrol. The reason why they were half-serious was because they really hoped that the aviation regiment would be able to overcome the difficulties in combat and cross the border to patrol. The north and south of the Tian Shan Mountains, the Gobi Desert, the Snowy Plateau, the vast Kunlun Mountains. If they wanted to complete the cross-patrol from a single helicopter to a multi-helicopter formation, they would need to fly over these places one by one. The Pamir Plateau, the Tibetan Plateau, the Karakoram Mountains, and other places had to be flown over. The average altitude of the flight was more than 5,000 meters, the patrol time would take about 14 days, the flight was more than 10,000 kilometers, and the flight intensity would be no less than 6 hours a day. All the data showed how difficult their suggestion was for the Land Navigation Regiment. Chapter 1773. The entire patrol was close to the physical limits of the helicopter's performance and the operators. If there was an accident midway, both the pilot and the helicopter would be buried in the depths of the vast snowy mountains. Not even their bones could be recovered. The soldiers didn't know that their goal in recent years was proposed by a member of the Army Special Forces in front of him. At this moment, he only felt that this soldier knew their regiment so well. The snowstorm seemed to be getting stronger. The helicopter passing through the snow clouds was like a leaf floating in the sea. Could crash into an unknown snowy mountain at any time. The pilot didn't remind everyone to fasten their seatbelts. He put all his attention on flying the helicopter and stared at the vast expanse of whiteness in front of him. Beside him, the co-pilot used a 3D map to guide the captain as they flew through one dangerous path after another. Fortunately, none of the bumps caused airsickness. As Marines, Li Jinyan and the others had long been used to the bumpy sea. Needless to say, the special forces of the Snowfield Brigade could all pilot fighter jets and complete several big revolutions before operating the aircraft smoothly. As for Yi Qian, although she hadn't undergone systematic anti-dizzy training like them, she had been tested before entering Li Jinyan's training. Bumps weren't uncomfortable for her. The helicopter flying in the snowstorm had long lost contact with the ground navigation station. Even the satellite system couldn't lock onto its movements. Even so, no one in the ground navigation center of the Army Special Forces panicked because of this. Continue to search for the Black 20. Contact the Black 24, 25, and 29. After the snowstorm, contact the Pran Border Defense Company's gas station. Push back the landing time today. The commander of the Army Special Forces ordered in an orderly manner. The commander, whose lips had turned dark purple from years of lack of oxygen, kept an eye on the entire radar system. However, the signal waves swept out still didn't reach the radar point of the lost Black 20 helicopter. At the same time, they didn't receive the radar point they sent back. A Land Air Force officer hurried over and made a report in a loud voice. When the commander turned to face him, he immediately reported, "Commander, we lost contact with the art troupe that went to the outpost at Immortal Bay to visit the soldiers. The original plan was to arrive at the military station at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, but the soldiers at the outpost didn't receive the art troupe. Find them. Find them. Call the platoon leader of the 4th platoon over." Bad things really came in pairs. The commander of the Army Special Forces frowned. He turned to a civilian and said, "Give me the map." Everyone in the Ground Navigation Command Center immediately tensed up. The atmosphere became especially serious. There were a total of 12 soldiers in the art troupe. 10 of them were delicate female soldiers and 2 of them male soldiers. At the same time, the leader who accompanied them, as well as 2 elegant men with unknown identities, as well as the soldiers who were escorting them, had all lost contact with them. Spreading out the map and glancing at the pencil handed over by the clerk, the regiment commander pointed at the first landing point of the Black 24. Then he slowly drew the route to the Immortal Bay outpost. His brows were tightly knitted together as he pursed his lips. Then, he raised his head and ordered in a deep voice, "Immediately contact the Black 24's crew and request for Army support." News. Chapter 1774. The regiment commander, who was fully focused on the map, suddenly turned around. His gaze was locked as if he didn't hear what the soldier had just said. He quickly asked, "What did you just say?" "Black 20 flew over Aruda Canyon 4 minutes ago. They are now preparing to fly to the military station to see if they can complete the landing." The soldier immediately repeated, "Aruda Canyon." The regiment commander quickly turned around again, bent down, and accurately pointed at Aruda Canyon with the pencil in his hand. Then the regiment commander's eyes lit up. "Contact Black 20 immediately and order them to fly over Kudi Dabin. After landing, do their best to search for the missing art troupe." Now, it was Black 20 who was closest to the direction of the art troupe's disappearance. Aruda Canyon was a canyon formed during the Ice Age. In summer, the river gurgled, formed by the melting snow. All year round, the river was bone-chillingly cold. In winter, the river's surface would form a thick layer of ice, and it was completely possible to walk on it. The helicopter would arrive at a military station after flying over Aruda Canyon. Further up was the only way to reach the Immortal Bay outpost, Dabin. To reach the Immortal Bay outpost, one would need to cross 3 Dabins, Dabin, Mazagang Dabin, and Black Charing Dabin. After crossing the 3 Dabins, one would enter the Kangziva Martyr Cemetery that was guarded by more than 100 heroes in their lifetime and laid to rest after their death. From here, one would only be less than 200 kilometers away from the Immortal Bay outpost. And the direction of the art troops' disappearance was the road from Dabin to the military station between Dabin and Mazagang Dabin. In January, the border was covered in snow. The wind and snow were fierce, and sometimes there would even be avalanches. The regiment commander didn't quite understand why the leaders would bring a group of delicate art troops to the Immortal Bay outpost to express their condolences at this time. It was said that they were going to celebrate the spring festival with the soldiers of the outpost, but at this time, there was still a month before the spring festival. There were strong winds, heavy snow, and avalanches. Every time the regiment commander thought about it, he couldn't help but think the worst. Were they here to express their condolences or to die? He thought so in his heart, but he couldn't say it out loud. Now that he couldn't contact anyone and had encountered a snowstorm, the regiment commander felt that his warm heart was about to freeze into an ice cube. The faces of all the soldiers on the Black 20 were extremely tense. Yi Qian took the parachute and looked at the cockpit with a grave expression. Then he asked Li Jinyan in a low voice, "If we jump, what about the pilot?" She had clearly heard the crew say that they had to save the helicopter. The Black 20 was not a plane produced by our country, but an imported plane. To the pilot, the plane was his life. It's not easy to train a pilot who can adapt to the Highland climate and has experience in Highland flying. I won't let him lose his life to protect the patrol plane. She was a little nervous. She clenched her hands so tightly that her knuckles turned white. Li Jinyan didn't think much of it. He patted the back of her hand gently. "Don't be afraid. The worst hasn't happened yet." Yi Qian shook his head gently. "I'm not afraid. I'm worried about the pilot." Just now, when the soldiers were discussing, they agreed that they could save the patrol plane as much as possible. "I'm worried that if the worst happens, the pilot will successfully jump." She didn't feel much fear. Wearing this military uniform, she was prepared to sacrifice herself at any time. Li Jinyan was slightly surprised by her answer. He thought that she was afraid, but he didn't expect that she was only worried about the life and death of her comrades. The female soldier was Qing Niao. She always surprised him inadvertently. Chapter 1775. Piloting a helicarrier on the plateau was already a challenge, and piloting in a snowstorm was even more of a challenge to the power of nature with one's life. However, ever since the Frontier Corps became the air patrol guards here, they couldn't remember how many times they had challenged the power of nature. Yi Qian was sitting second on the right. Therefore, from her point of view, except for the pilot's expression, she could see the expressions of all the other soldiers. In front, the crew and the pilot cooperated seamlessly. In the face of bad weather, they always remained calm and faced all the difficulties in front of them calmly. Exquisite flying skills, strong psychological qualities, and fearless performance in the face of danger undoubtedly gave all the comrades of the Storm Commandos and the Snowfield Brigade a deeper confidence. Because they believed in them, they never felt afraid. "It'll be fine, they're just preparing for the worst. The plateau's climate is changeable, and winter patrols are like 3 meals a day for the soldiers." Li Jinyan, who had been calm from the beginning, looked calm. Although his tall and stalwart body was shaking violently, he still had the steadiness of a mountain. As the commander, the situation in front of him was just a small emergency. There was nothing to be afraid of. During the bumpy process, they couldn't move at any time. The Black 20 pilot looked calm and kept heading in the direction given by the 3-dimensional navigation map. He flew the helicopter through the vast snowstorm and headed toward the military depot. Flying from a plateau 2,000 meters above sea level to a plateau 5,000 meters above sea level, Yi Qian didn't quite understand why they chose to fly with the wind and snow to a lower altitude, but why they chose to fly against the wind to a higher altitude. In the mind of a normal person, if they wanted to land safely, they would definitely choose a lower altitude, but neither the Black 20 nor the commander of the Frontier Corps chose a lower altitude. With this question in mind, Yi Qian thought that if she could ask for an explanation, she would definitely ask when she landed. Knowing that the Black 20 didn't successfully land and chose to continue flying, Xia Jinyuan looked at the snowy sky with blurred vision, and his thin lips were tightly pursed. Their wireless communication was completely interrupted, and there was no way to contact anywhere. The satellite of the snowy plateau had basically entered the final stage of testing. If the satellite connection was fully realized, it would probably be around June to July of the millennium. It was only January now, and there was still half a year to go. Xia Jinyuan's eyes darkened when he saw a figure walking out of the heavy snow. It was the great whale, leading the soldiers who were responsible for camouflaging the 3 helicopters back to the wind shelter. He strode into the cave. He didn't even have the time to pat off the snow on his body. With a dark expression, he said in a tense voice, "Q King, the Land Air Navigation Station has sent a message. More than 10 cultural soldiers, along with their leaders and soldiers from the military station, have disappeared. They are heading to Shunxian Bay to spend the Spring Festival with the stationed officials." At this time, there was a snowstorm in the northwest of Xinjiang, and the snow had sealed the mountains. They were a group of Special Forces soldiers, and they were here for training. However, wasn't it nonsense for them to come at this time? Do you still want to live? The whale thought to himself gloomily. Xia Jinyuan did not care about why the people from the art troupe chose this time to come over. He was more concerned about the purpose of the navigation channel. Who received the message? Tell him to come to me. With his thin lips pursed into a straight line, Xia Jinyuan turned around and strode towards the wind shelter. At the same time, he said to Z7 Hanzheng, "Give me the map of the northwest border, and show me all the detailed topographic maps from the military station at the foot of the mountain to Xinxian Bay." Chapter 1776. Here, as the captain, Xia Jinyuan was the supreme commander. His every word was binding and carried out by every soldier. No one could defy him. Even if Han Zheng was Xia Jinyuan's childhood friend, he had to listen to Xia Jinyuan's orders at this time. He responded with a yes, and immediately carried out Xia Jinyuan's orders. De Jing called the soldiers of the Land Navigation Regiment over and asked Xia Jinyuan to inquire about the relevant matters. Losing contact with 20 people was not a small matter. If something really happened, the relevant personnel would be held accountable. Therefore, when the soldier of the Land Navigation Regiment came over, Xia Jinyuan did not even let him salute first. He directly said, "What did your regiment commander say?" Reporting to Chief, "Our station received 2 messages from the ground navigation station. The first time, we need you to lead the soldiers over Karela and enter the road where the Arts and Crafts Regiment went missing. The second time, we received another message. As the Black 20 crew has already flown over Aruda Gorge, the regiment commander ordered the Black 20 crew and the 10 soldiers who have yet to land to search for the missing Arts and Crafts Regiment soldiers." Han Zheng had already pulled up the map he needed. Xia Jinyuan, who was about to take the laptop, narrowed his eyes slightly. The Black 20 was Yi Qian's patrol plane. Has the Black 20 completed its landing? The Black 20 is preparing to land at the military station. We don't know if it has completed its landing yet. The soldier of the Land Navigation Regiment answered truthfully. He was also quite worried about his brothers on the Black 20 patrol plane and hoped that they could land as soon as possible. De Jing, who was beside him, couldn't help but clench his fists when he heard this. There was still time until the snowstorm. Looking at his watch, De Jing couldn't help but secretly gasp. It had been more than 3 hours since the snowstorm. 3 hours and 21 minutes. Xia Jinyuan looked at the time displayed on the laptop and accurately calculated the time in his heart. With his gaze locked on the laptop, Xia Jinyuan's slender fingers quickly pressed the buttons and adjusted the satellite map to the detailed topographic map he wanted to see. Without looking up, he asked the soldier of the Land Navigation Regiment, "Which section of the road did the Arts and Crafts Regiment go missing?" With 20 people missing, the Land Navigation Regiment was mainly responsible for air patrols. The ground search was left to the Army. The soldiers of the Military Aviation Regiment did not answer immediately. They stood there awkwardly. The second time he contacted the ground navigation station, the regiment commander personally told him not to involve too many people in this matter for the time being. There were also different levels of accountability so as to avoid implicating the army brothers who came for training. After waiting for dozens of seconds, Xia Jinyuan, who did not hear a reply, raised his head and saw the embarrassed look on the faces of the soldiers of the aviation regiment. He said with a faint smile, "What's there to be embarrassed about? Now that I already know, do you think that if you don't tell me, I can pretend that I don't know? Continue to hide in the wind tunnel to avoid the wind and snow? Soldier, don't forget that my comrades are still on the Black 20. Your regiment commander has already sent them to assist the soldiers who went to search for the art troupe. Isn't it a little too late to worry about me taking responsibility? If it was a normal day, he wouldn't have to worry too much. However, with the snowstorm, he couldn't just stand there and do nothing." Xia Jinyuan curled his lips and smiled at the embarrassed soldier of the Land Navigation Regiment. He didn't make things difficult for the soldier and analyzed the approximate location of the art troupe. "Can't say. TSK, I've already said too much." The regiment commander of the Land Navigation Regiment was a clever person. Sometimes, even the instructor couldn't win against him and ordered the soldiers not to reveal the location of the art troupe. However, other than not clearly telling him the location of the art troupe, everything else was clear. Chapter 1777. Going up Aruda Canyon was the only way to get to the outpost of Shenzhen Bay. Further up was Kudi Daban. Further up Kudi Daban was Mazadaban. According to the characteristics of the patrol plane, it was impossible to fly directly to Mazadaban. Therefore, the military station where the patrol plane landed was Kudi Daban's military station. Originally, the commander of the military aviation regiment had intended for them to search for the missing art troupe. Now it had become Yi Jian. Xia Jinyuan's brain was working at high speed as he thought quickly. First, he pulled up his location. Then, he pulled up the Aruda Canyon that the Black 20 patrol plane had flown past. As his slender fingers flew across the keyboard, a triangle was drawn on the satellite map. After some adjustments, he locked onto the missing art troupe's location in less than 3 minutes. The soldiers standing behind him were nervous. Regiment commander, he really didn't say anything. After staring at the location he locked onto for a few seconds, Xia Jinyuan raised his head again. His gaze was extremely cold. His handsome eyebrows seemed to be covered with frost, making him look so cold that it was as if a mountain was about to collapse. People couldn't help but be in awe of him. He stood up so that the soldiers could be clearer about the location he locked onto. He said in a deep voice, "Is the missing art troupe's location on the road between Kudi Daban and Mazadaban?" The soldier was so nervous that his legs were tense and his back was straight. He quickly glanced at the satellite map on his laptop. He didn't dare to look at the young major whose face was as calm as water. He couldn't answer and he couldn't answer. He just stood there without saying a word, using his silence to refuse. He had no choice. The regiment commander had instructed him not to reveal too much. However, even if he didn't reveal too much, the young major accurately locked onto the missing art troupe's location in less than 3 minutes based on the locations he just mentioned. The soldier felt like crying. "Regiment commander, the things that you asked me to say were actually things that I couldn't say. Once I said it, the major would know the exact location. Then what does the major want to do next?" As he thought about it, the soldier suddenly shuddered, and he felt a little uncomfortable. The smile that the major gave him just now made him think of a possibility. No way. No way. Could it be that he wants to participate in the rescue? Isn't he afraid of being held accountable? The eyes of the soldiers of the Land Navigation Regiment widened in disbelief. Big Whale's furrowed brows relaxed a little. He bent down slightly and whispered, "Q King, the regiment commander still wants us to participate in the search. What are your arrangements?" "There are no other arrangements. Our brothers are all on the Black 20 patrol plane. For humanitarian reasons, they can't just stand by and do nothing. As for me, I can't just sit there and wait," Xia Jinyuan said calmly, his cold eyes on the triangular map. His eyes, cold and dark. Until now, the soldiers still couldn't guess what their regiment commanders. The regiment commander really didn't want Xia Jinyuan to be held accountable at that time. So when he knew that the Black 20 had flown over the Aruda Canyon, He immediately changed his mind and ordered the crew on the Black 20 to provide support. In this way, the army soldiers in the Black 20 would definitely not stand by and watch. They would join the search party together with the aircrew and the soldiers from the military depot. Chapter 1778. If something really happened to the art troupe, the higher-ups wouldn't be able to hold accountable the soldiers who volunteered to join the search. Instead, they would be rewarded for their responsibility. However, he still had to consider one more thing, and that was the captain of the army. He had to let this captain know that his soldiers were participating in the search. After all, he had indirectly borrowed his soldiers to join the search. This was an unexpected search that could happen at any time, so he had to let the captain know. After the captain knew about it, if he felt that he didn't need to lead his own troops to support, he could stay in the wind tunnel and wait for news. If he was worried or wanted to participate, then it would be considered a voluntary search, and the military wouldn't hold him accountable. The commander of the military aviation regiment had his own plans, but he couldn't tell his soldiers in such detail, much less tell the soldiers who were facing Xia Jinyuan one by one. Whether the captain of the army understood his intentions or not depended on how good the individual's comprehension ability was. After contacting the Black 24 crew for the second time, he instructed his soldiers to tell the captain of the army appropriately, but not to say anything else. When Xia Jinyuan told the soldiers that there were soldiers from the army on the Black 20 patrol aircraft, he vaguely guessed the intentions of the commander of the military aviation regiment. That was why he said that the commander was a wonderful person. When the triangular belt was drawn, he could confirm the intentions of the commander of the military aviation regiment. There were some things and some words that a commander couldn't say or do, and it was even more impossible for him to make arrangements as he pleased. The army's rules and regulations weren't just for show, and military discipline wasn't just for show. Whoever made a mistake would be severely punished regardless of their rank. It was precisely because the commander of the military aviation regiment had such high awareness that he had such a plan. Xia Jinyuan, who understood his intentions, naturally wouldn't make things difficult for a soldier who had received his orders. After asking the soldier whether the art troupe's location was the Tibetan route to Mazadakan, he didn't even need the other party to answer. He already knew the answer from his expression. "Okay, I understand. You can leave." Xia Jinyuan, whose handsome face was even colder than the snowy weather outside, signaled for the soldier to leave. It was easy to handle now that he knew. He had to make detailed arrangements. The soldier's expression was about to collapse. "Major, what do you know?" "I didn't say anything, so what do you know?" Were they really planning to bring so many Lu Jun brothers over the mountain range to join the search? From where they were, it would take at least half a day. Xia Jinyuan didn't have time to talk to the soldier, who was so embarrassed that his eyebrows were furrowed. He needed to calculate how long it would take for them to enter Kuti Dabin. Black 20 will try to land as soon as possible, and we don't have to enter the Tibetan line. We can move forward while searching the carpet to see if there are any lost art troop soldiers along the way. Xia Jinyuan was an excellent decision-maker. Once he made a decision, he would not put it off again and again. Instead, he would take action immediately and make careful arrangements at the same time. Time, weather, and location did not allow him to consider for too long. He had to make a decision as soon as possible. Kuti Dabin, in the Uyghur language, meant a snowy mountain that even monkeys can't climb. The slope was 27 kilometers long, and it was the lowest of the 3 Dabins in the Immortal Bay outpost. It was also the beginning of the toughest journey. Chapter 1779. The effect would not be too obvious on the plateau of Kuti Dabin, but the difference in air pressure was great. If one was not careful when climbing the mountain for the first time, it was easy to cause their eardrums to swell. It was similar to the sound of eardrums on a plane. In serious cases, it could cause their eardrums to rupture. Mazadaban was even more dangerous than Kuti Dabin. It was the longest Dabin of the Tibetan line. The continuous slope was almost 40 kilometers long, and the mountain was steep. It was a place where not even a blade of grass grew, and the mountain was covered in brown gravel. Mazadaban meant grave in the Uyghur language. From this, one could see how dangerous it was. A group of greenhouse flowers in the army had come to the border due to the strong wind and heavy snow. They even went to the Shinxian Bay outpost, which was known as the Forbidden Zone for Life, with only 48% oxygen in the planes. What kind of arrangement did the leaders of the rescue command have? As for the Spring Festival condolences, he did not really believe it. Now was not the time to guess why the leaders had made such arrangements. Xia Jinyuan carefully looked at the map and calculated the time they would arrive at Kudi Dabin before making further arrangements. There were no storm commandos in his arrangement. For safety reasons, they had even chosen to train at a low altitude. How could the storm commandos, who had just arrived, withstand the high altitude test? Perhaps they could withstand it. However, this time they were going to rescue the storm commandos. Time was tight. If something happened to one of the storm commandos midway, it would definitely bring trouble to the entire team. After considering all the factors, Xia Jinyuan did not allow the storm commandos to participate in this operation. De Jing and the others also knew that this arrangement was undoubtedly the most correct one. Although they wanted to advance and retreat together with their comrades in the Snowfield Brigade, they had to consider the current situation. Demon King said that every soldier in the Snowfield Brigade had undergone altitude training, and they had already adapted to the high-altitude climate. Watching their vigorous figures rush directly into the snow, De Jing once again realized how big the gap was between them and the special forces of the army. De Jing, compared to them, we are really too far behind, Sea Anemone said softly. His voice was a little depressed. Too far behind, too far behind. After getting along for a month, they clearly saw the strength of the Army Special Warfare Special Forces. They could really soar into the sky and dive into the ground. When they went into the sea, they were like dragons returning to the sea. They were clearly a Special Special Forces of the sea, land, and air. The Great Whale side as well. Yes, training with them has helped me see my own shortcomings more clearly, and I'm more aware of the gap between myself and the strong. Speaking of which, our storm commandos have benefited greatly from this training. Together, they would work hard for next year's overseas competition. Along the way, other than being better than the Shuiyu team at sea, they had also taught the Shuiyu team many new ways of fighting at sea. When they reached the desert and highlands, the Shuiyu team would be the ones teaching them. The commander had once said, being able to train with this Army Special Warfare Special Forces is equivalent to half a year's worth of training. He wasn't exaggerating at all. The blizzard howled all the way from the snowy mountains, and the blizzard seemed to be able to swallow the entire world. Yi Qian, who had alighted from the J-20 patrol plane, finally understood why they didn't go to the lower altitude. This place was a natural wind shelter that cut off most of the blizzard's power. After getting off the plane, they didn't rest. Instead, they immediately set off towards Mazadaban with the squad leader who had been waiting for them. Along with them, other than Li Jinyan, the rest of the storm commandos stayed at the military depot, which was more than 3,000 meters above sea level. Chapter 1780. Yi Qian didn't expect that his first mission after returning to the plateau would be a rescue mission. There weren't many soldiers stationed at the military depot. If there were, he wouldn't need their help. The regiment commander didn't ask them to join the search and rescue mission. Instead, he only ordered the Black 20 aircrew, including the pilot, to cooperate with the military depot to quickly search for the missing art soldiers along the Tibetan line. J5 understood the military strength of each military depot. He frowned after doing some calculations. In addition, he knew that the main focus of the military was air patrol, so he immediately discussed with Li Jinyan to see if they could participate in the search and rescue mission first. It was fine if he didn't know, but now that he knew, he couldn't just stand by and watch. When the squad leader of the military depot learned that 6 soldiers could join the search and rescue mission, he was so happy that his eyes lit up. But when he learned that a female soldier would join the search and rescue mission, there was obvious hesitation on his face. He wanted to ask Yi Qian to stay, but J5 didn't give him a chance to speak and went straight to the point. When the squad leader saw this, he glanced at the female soldier who was already sitting in the front passenger seat. He was still a little worried and reminded her implicitly, "There's a saying in the local area that Ku is dangerous, Maja Chong, and Hei Cha is worrisome. We're going to Maja Dabin. The entire Tibetan line is quite dangerous, so it might not be appropriate for a female soldier to sit in the front passenger seat. Actually, he wanted to ask Yi Qian to stay, but J5 pretended not to understand and said to Zhang Ying, "The squad leader is right. Let's swap her out. You can sit in the front passenger seat." At this time, he definitely had to take Yi Qian along. How could he let her stay when she was such a good courage training? Yi Qian was looking at some medicine prepared by the military depot for altitude sickness. He grabbed a large bag of medicine and got out of the car to swap seats with Zhang Ying. "The squad leader is worried about you and wants you to stay." J5 pretended not to understand, so the squad leader is too embarrassed to mention it again. Zhang Ying reminded him in a low voice before getting into the car. "Don't talk to the squad leader for now. Let J5 handle it first. This is an opportunity to train your courage. You can't stay." After 30 days of training together, Zhang Ying, Yao Zi, and the other members of the Snowfield Brigade who hadn't interacted with Yi Qian before now got along very well and completely treated Yi Qian as their comrade. With his reminder, Yi Qian got into the car and pretended to be invisible. The platoon leader of the military station spoke to J5 in a low voice. "We highly suspect that the art troop has lost contact due to the avalanche. The place where they lost contact is on a steep slope about 47 kilometers away from our military station. It's 58 kilometers away from Sechala Rural Camp. Sechala Village Camp has already sent out soldiers to search along the way. In order to find the missing art troop as soon as possible, we will send out more people to search and try to find everyone as soon as possible." The leader of the reinforcement command set off from the military depot with the art troop this morning. The vehicle they used was a military truck, which was also the military truck used by the 30-mile barracks to deliver supplies to the various camps. Yi Qian and the others rode in the military station's only military truck. At that time, the military station soldiers served it as a national treasure. The driver was a third-class sergeant with 15 years of experience driving on the Tibetan line. The snow on the road was very deep. Although the military truck with metal teeth moved very slowly, it was still better than walking. The soldiers of the aviation regiment could tell that the army that had joined the support without saying anything was not an ordinary soldier. They did not ask if they were afraid. They only told them that the driver was a third-rank sergeant who had been in the army for 17 years and had 15 years of driving experience on the Tibetan line. Chapter 1781. The third-rank sergeant driving had 15 years of driving experience, which was enough to make people feel at ease. Not only was the Tibetan route bumpy, but there were also dangerous and sharp curves. Even a third-rank soldier with 15 years of driving experience on the Tibetan route drove extremely slowly. Inside the car, the squad leader opened a map and pointed at the most dangerous part of the route to Mazadaban. Because he was worried, his voice was tense as he said, "This place is a natural stronghold. It's also the longest and most dangerous part of the route to Mazadaban. It's also the most prone to avalanches. We previously advised the leader to give up on the decision to go to the outpost. Unfortunately, they didn't manage to persuade him. Instead, they learned that this place was quite dangerous. The leader originally planned to rest for 2 nights before leaving, but when he saw that the weather was clear, he decided to leave early the next morning. It looked like there was something urgent that needed to be taken care of, and they couldn't afford to waste even a minute. The leaders of the rescue command made a decision. As soldiers, they couldn't forcefully stop them, so they could only send a veteran to accompany them and take care of them along the way, who knew that the weather would be so good, but they didn't arrive on time. Now that they encountered a snowstorm, anyone with a bit of experience would know that something big was going on. When the J5 heard this, his face became a bit distorted. He couldn't understand why they chose this time to visit the soldiers at the outpost. This wasn't a visit, it was clearly causing trouble. Could be seen that the squad leader also thought the same. When he saw the subtle expression of the major, he couldn't help but sigh. Maybe there's something urgent that needs to be done, so there's no other choice but to go. If there really was something urgent, there's no way they would bring a group of delicate art and literature soldiers. The squad leader knew that his words had no effect, but he still had to say a few words. The J5 gave him face and said, "Maybe there really is something urgent." He looked at the squad leader and both of them silently looked away. Everyone had the same thought, so there was no need to say anything else. The Tibetan route was sealed off by heavy snow, so at the end of November, the border station wouldn't let any vehicles pass. As a result, the only vehicle on the white Tibetan route was Yi Qian's group of 8 slowly driving up the Serpentine Road. The class leader, who was exposed to UV rays all year round, was the same as all the soldiers stationed at the border. Her hands and face were tanned to a dark purple color. Due to the lack of oxygen all year round, cracks appeared on her originally plump fingernails. Her fingernails were sunken, and even her joints were swollen. However, the 27-year-old class leader looked a decade older than her actual age. After his discussion with J5, he finally had some time to look at the soldiers in the same truck. He was sitting in the innermost part of the truck, so he had to lean forward slightly to see Yi Qian sitting in the middle. Looking at the only female soldier accompanying them, he couldn't help but feel nervous. There were quite a number of female soldiers in the Lost Arts troop. This brave female soldier, would she need to be taken care of when the time came? Female soldiers were definitely rare to the male soldiers at the military depot and the outpost. Other than the female soldiers at Camp 30 Li, even the military doctors stationed here were all male military doctors. If the male military doctors were too busy to handle the drips, the comrades had to remove the needles and change the drips themselves. There were no nurses to help them. Yi Qian, who was cleaning up the medical supplies in the military depot, sensed something and looked up to see a face with cracked lips and purplish-black skin.